dignity, and serving nearly 40 years in the Los Angeles Police Department, I have discussed with murder suspects what they've done. Many times they have no remorse for their activity, for their action, and we're talking about first-degree murder. We're talking about an individual that commits first-degree murder, willful and wanton killing of another human being. I'm sure we look at our crime wave, and we look at the reduction of crime in the city of Los Angeles, we look at deterrence, we look at reality, and I think when an individual commits first-degree murder, the most heinous crime in society, in civilized society, we can't then soften what are the rules, what are the regulations, what are the consequences. We're not talking about children, we're talking about 16 to 18 years of age. When you look at the criminal justice system and how much evidence it takes, and the trial, gathering of evidence, the witnesses, the family, the survivors, the mothers of the murdered victims, the fathers, the sisters, the brothers of murdered victims, what about them? Who's going to stand up for the victims? When someone takes a life, first-degree murder, and they are convicted, the consequences need to be severe so we don't have more gang murders, more drive-by shootings, more little babies being killed in the streets of the City of the Angels. I think it's outrageous when we have a reduction in crime and we want to soften the penalty for consequences of the most heinous crime in civilized society. We're not talking about a traffic violation, we're talking about first-degree murder. We can't reduce the sentence. We can't show that we've got to reduce the rules. All we'll do is encourage that we're a soft society, and what about the victims? I'm concerned with the survivors. I'm concerned with the grief that they have to suffer every single day. And we see it on the news when an innocent child is killed. Mr. Reyes District, there was a young baby who was killed. What about the relatives of that young baby? What about the gangbangers that terrorize society that want attacks from the vendors, or they're going to use lethal force? When you're talking about a 16 or 18-year-old that gets convicted of first-degree murder, I will venture to say that is not their first time in encountering the criminal justice system.
We are failing our youth as a society, according to District 1 Councilmember Ed Reyes, who talks about the flexibility that's allowed in the new legislation.
The example that was given, Anthony C. In many ways, we do have a manipulation of our youth when the gangs from the prisons direct young people to do certain things. That's been documented. I'm not saying anything that everyone doesn't know. But I also look at the fact that we as a society have not given our youth a chance in many, many instances. You know, Anthony C. was there because he had nowhere else to go. He went to the wash because there are no playgrounds in his area. He's there because his schools are failing him. That's our fault. But what I see in this legislation, some flexibility. I'm not saying we're getting softer on crime. The individual who shot and killed that person, I'm assuming, is accountable for that action. But Anthony C. was turning around. He put his bike down, he was going away. And he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. So I see this legislation going down a very fine line. But with a heavy heart, I see that we as a council have significant influence when we make these resolutions known to the public. So I understand what I hear from Councilman Zine because he was in the trenches. When you look at the eyes of the mom and of those who have been shot and killed in my district, and it happens a lot, there's a real consequence. But I think of the mom of Anthony C. I think of the brothers and sisters, the family of Anthony C., who's wondering who's helping her son. He did not pull the trigger. But the process sees it one way. We're asking for that flexibility. I don't see that softening. I see it as trying to become a little bit more human in how we treat our youth, because we are failing them as a society. And so I think there's a direct link between how we treat our youth and giving them a chance to become good citizens.
Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 2 noes.
That matter passes.
You can listen to city council meetings as well as committee and commission meetings on the telephone by using the city's council phone system. In the downtown area, dial 213-621-CITY. In West LA, dial 310-471-CITY. For the San Pedro area, dial 310-547-CITY. And in the San Fernando Valley, dial 818-904-9450. Just follow the recorded instructions for the meetings you want to hear. And we invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending January 25th, 2008. On behalf of Martin Martinez and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
It's cool to vote. Need a recycling center? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall. Graffiti removal? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting for Tuesday, January 29th, 2008. We are in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340. If you'd like to visit me, I'm in room 470, but we are today in room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. I want to welcome our viewers on Channel 35 and our audience that is here in Council Chambers. We are broadcast live on Channel 35 throughout our city's cable system and rebroadcast each evening as well. Available also online at lacity.org, where you can catch live streaming webcast of our council meetings. You can also look at our archived video footage of past council meetings through our video on demand feature as well. And finally, you can always use your telephone through Council Phone and call in to listen to our council proceedings at 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY. There are agendas available in the back and also online at lacity.org. The agendas are split into items that have already received public hearings and those which have not. If you'd like to give your comments on items that have not yet received a public hearing, please fill out a speaker card in the back and give that to the Sergeant at Arms, and we'll make sure that you get in the speaker queue. We also take comments of a general nature that are on items that are not on our agenda but under our jurisdiction nevertheless. Again, fill out a speaker card and give that to one of the Sergeants at Arms. We have 12 members that are here and a quorum present, so Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parksbury, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Westenstein, Garcetti. 12 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Reyes moves and Mr. Parks seconds. Without objection, those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right, Mr. Labange moves and Ms. Gruel seconds. Without objection, those two are approved. Next order of business, please.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday and there's a flag salute for today.
Wondering if we could invite our guest, Assemblymember Mike Fuhr, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If we can have everybody please rise in council chambers for a salute to the flag. If you just take the microphone someplace. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember. And if we can run through the agenda, please.
Items 1 through 11 are street lighting district items, notice for public hearing.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call those special? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll on items 1 through 11, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, please.
Item 12 is a building and safety assessment that was inadvertently scheduled. No action is required.
Okay. Next item, please.
Items 13 through 15 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay. Colleagues, items 13 through 15. Anybody wishing to call those special? If not, let's go ahead and take those then together. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please. 15 forthwith without objection, please. Next items.
Items 16 through 32 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, we'll hold 16 and 17 special for our single topic meeting today. Other items, do we have cards on any? I do not see.
Only cards on 16 and 17.
So we'll go ahead and open and close the public hearings. Any specials, colleagues? 18 through 32? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. If there's no objection, we'll send 31 forthwith. Okay, and that takes us to general public comment. We're going to do public comment today, excuse me, for the item that is before us, the single topic item. We're going to keep those cards and give speakers the option of either speaking at the outset of the meeting or at the end of the meeting if they'd like to respond to things that have been said today. But this is now general public comment, so we will go to that. And excuse me, our first speaker is Sky Anderson. He'd like to come forward, and after that we'll go out to the San Fernando Valley, and Donna Perryman will be our next speaker. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Did you say I could talk about general things before the city council, or?
Yeah, this is for general public comment
Okay.
on things that are not on the agenda. Thank you.
My name is Sky Anderson. I'm a resident of Los Angeles for 8 years, and I get $940 a month on Social Security. In order to save money, I live in this hotel that's on the edge of Skid Row. 6 years ago when I moved in, there was drug dealing in front of the hotel all the time. There was people partying. There were 3 outdoor toilets down the street, and there was prostitution constantly in and out of those toilets. It was a sin city. Today it isn't that way. I walk out my door, there's no prostitution, there's no drug dealing, there's no one shooting up. What happened? Mr. Hahn got Mr. Bratton as our police chief. Former police chief Mr. Parks was primarily interested in disciplining his police officers because they're rampant. You could threaten them with some kind of action and they would immediately freeze. So gangs were running wild. They were growing proliferately. Children were being killed by gang members. Today that isn't the case. Mr. Bratton persecutes gang members who threaten children. I read in the paper the other day where a 16-year-old child was killed by a gang member and he was sent into prison for life for that. And why did those come about? Because Mr. Hahn had the courage to do what was right and not politically correct. I think we should watch who we elect as public officials because people put their own agenda, their own priority, their own ambition ahead of the welfare of the people. I'm talking about a person running for county council right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Our next speaker is Donna Perryman out in the San Fernando Valley. She'll be followed by Sharon Brewer. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. Council President, Mr. Garcetti, I still didn't think you were a professional on Friday. I didn't think you were not right letting Marion Fogler not speak on number 14 fee waivers. She called it in time. It's just because the clerk goofed up doesn't mean you should have penalized her. You weren't even acting as president at the time. Also, you were rude to Councilman Zine. I realize you're passionate about the issue. He has the right to disagree and not to be told that he wants kids lined up and shot. Heard you on the council phone. It was, and that one man, maybe it was off topic, but I had never heard of enough to know. Council people should be polite to each other and to the public. Constituents from each council. But all you want to do is raise taxes like Prop S. And I think it's terrible to tell the people, city employees to take off, for even Villa Rugosa tell people to take city employees to take 5 days off without pay. Our city unions are so scared of Prop S and its threatening to the city employees that it gives money to its campaign and then talks the city employees into endorsing it. It's a legal tax. Please don't vote for Prop S. We need to stop giving money to the CRA. I see it on the agendas, it's already heard, and nobody can speak on it unless it's opened by a councilman or woman, and of course that won't happen. We need to stop Hillary Clinton. She's not for the middle or lower class people. There's too much hidden crime in her and her husband's past. Don't vote for her. We need to stop the city council for voting for unnecessary fees, fee waivers, and unnecessary cutbacks. And of course, generous raises to themselves. The raises will continue no matter how bad the city revenue is. I believe the city council, along with other politicians, get more perks not known to us. Anyway, that's it. So
thank you very much. And our apologies about Ms. Fogler. I don't think I was in the chair, but I'll check what happened there. And don't worry, Mr. Zine and I are very good friends still. Sharon Brewer is our next speaker, and Miriam Fogler will follow after that. Good morning.
Morning. Sharon Brewer, and I'm back. Ballot measure Prop S, I call it the people rejecting over public spending. The TV ads say Prop S will keep LA safe, providing police, firemen, paramedics. The voter information pamphlet, page 3, The issue is modernize ordinance to treat taxpayers equally regardless of technology used. To fund general municipal services such as 9/11, police, fire protection, street maintenance, parks, libraries. You have exemptions of the news services, nonprofits, and local governments that don't have to take and pay for the telephone tax, which would include, I would assume, city employees who use cell phones. You give a discount to independent telemarketing agencies of 5%. Why should the telemarketers pay less than the regular public if everybody is supposed to be treated equally? In the section, the City Council can decrease it, repeal it, or amend the proposition. The money from Prop S can be used for any government, any general municipal service. It probably could be used for special event fee waivers or communication or convention fee waivers. Why should the general public be asked to go and help the city fix the budget problems because of their overspending? I still haven't seen anything in the paper that goes and says about special event fee waivers being putting a moratorium on them. And again, this is people rejecting over public spending is what I consider Prop S, and you need to vote no on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miriam Fogler is our next speaker. The clerk let me know, Ms. Fogler, the item number was the incorrect item number on Friday, but if you'd like to give some comments on that item that was before us, we'd be happy to hear them today, and our apologies.
Can I speak on extra 2 minutes for that then?
It was the wrong number that I think you gave to us, but...
I gave you 14, the one that you were talking about.
Okay, well, we had a... Go ahead. Why don't you take 3 minutes today and speak on both of them, okay?
So I got 1 minute for that and 2 minutes for public comment.
Go ahead.
Second time, but can you start my time again?
Yeah, don't worry. We're tracking it here. I don't know if we can do there, but we'll track it here, and I'll let you know.
I just want to let you know that it says in the Torah, in the Ten Commandments, and even in the Torah, in the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal. My daughter's her friend has had 2 things stolen in her hand in the last month. A phone and an iPod from 2 people who are probably gangs going around our streets stealing things out of people's hands. We need to have cops on the streets, so I don't need this threats from the city council or the mayor or the management making threats against the workers if they cannot get their pay and they cannot do whatever they need to keep the city running. I'm not going to take your threats that you think that S is the only thing that's going to keep the city running. It's a CRA. But the point is I'm saying here is that this is why we have to keep our city in line and keep our values and morals, because I don't want to see a society going chaotic, committing murders and violence to steal something and to hurt people and to murder people. And cannot go on. That's why we need deterrence. And that says, God said, don't let it happen, because if you do, you're going to be punished for it in the afterlife. Worry about your afterlife. Take care of what's now, because you don't know what's going to happen in the afterlife. I'm warning you right now. Be worried. Because be afraid of God. Don't make the people fear of you. You be afraid of God and serve the people, which you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be serving us, not us serving you. As far as Prop S is concerned, in the essence of it is that the way it's being done, folks, tax. When are we going to have a Howard Jarvis here, Howard Watts, or Paul Gann to keep the city in line so that we can have our services given to us and the city workers get their pay that's due to them? They've only had 5 years. They've only worked for 6%, folks. They're entitled to these pay raises. They're entitled to get their COLAs. Don't take that away from them. Don't penalize them. Don't punish them for this S not passing. It's the city council. It's the management who takes care of the money. They're responsible for the budget, and they should be accountable. And the mayor, not from the down up. It's at the top. The ones who give the orders, they're the ones that have the money. They're supposed to be taking care of the budget. I want to sit down And I just want to see why you're so short, that you're so bad, that you need this S to pass. I want to see it for myself. Why can't you use CRA money? The CRA's got billions of dollars sitting up there, property taxes that they've gotten away from the city, frozen from all those communities that are in their projects. We need that money. We need it now. So I want to sit down with Bernie Parks, and I want him to show me the books. Why
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Fogler. Anthony Manzano is our next speaker here in Council Chambers. We'll go back out to Council Chambers in Van Nuys for Bruce Darien after that. Good morning.
Good day, Mr. President. My name is Anthony Manzano. My first question is, I'd like to know if this is public comment for transportation discussion or for general topics.
This is general topics.
Thank you very much. My name is Anthony Manzano, and just for general discussion, I'd like to inform the Council and the Council President that I am the Community Emergency Response Team Leader for Fire Station 47. I am taking disaster preparedness important. I have worked with each of my council members in my district. I live in the Rose Hills community. I've been assigned to Fire Station number 47, and I have met at times with the staff members from Council Member Huizar's office and Council Member Ed Reyes' office. I have prepared a document, and I have submitted it. I meet with the fire department captains regularly, about every month. They're familiar with my services there in the community. I'm also on the Park Advisory Board. I'm on the Los Angeles 32 Neighborhood Council, and disaster preparedness is of urgent necessities in the city of Los Angeles. I just like this council chambers to be aware, as well as my current council members who represent me, Ed Reyes and Jose Huizar, that I will do my best efforts to provide water, shelter, food, and first aid for about 5,000 residents in my community. Those council members are here. Mr. Reyes, good morning, sir. Jose Huizar, I noticed, just walked in. I am active in the community, and I just want this board or this body to be aware of that in Fire Station number 47, I am the Community Emergency Response Team Leader, and I will do my best efforts to provide emergency services when needed. And I also like to speak when the general public comment arises for transportation.
Great.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Did you have your card in for that already? Okay, great. Let me show you. Yeah, Mr. Reyes?
I wanted to say to Ms. Manzano, thank you so much for your hard work. And we had many more folks like you. Probably be a much safer city, so thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. We'll go back out to Van Nuys. Bruce Darien will be our next speaker. Then we'll come here to Council Chambers for Michael Carrion. Good morning, Mr. Darien.
Council President Garcetti and the City Council. I'd like to speak this morning on the prospect of fitting the Los Angeles police officers with video cameras on their person as well as on their squad cars, which would be transmitted back to their stations for monitoring, and then also full sound recording also. If not simultaneous back to the station, they would be brought the cameras back when they turn in their guns and their gear after their shift. I think that it would be immeasurable the benefit to the city to have video recording on all police officers. And as an example of the May Day melee that happened last year, what was going on, I watched the discussion between Chief Bratton and the City Council as to the importance of obtaining all of the video recordings that were that could be obtained from private and from the police videographer. If each officer was fitted with a video camera on their person, the chief would be able to see exactly what was going on with each officer, what they were confronted with, what they were subjected to, and much better determinations could be made as to what's appropriate and what was inappropriate that was going on, and what measures should be taken for discipline or removing those officers from the force. The technology has come forward to the point that we cannot ignore it. The cost benefits in prosecution for the DAs and prosecuting criminals, I'm sure defense attorneys aren't going to appreciate it very much, but the benefits to the city taxpayers are enormous, and I'm fully behind that. And I just wanted to say that we need to open the Coliseum, as it has here in the Government Gazette. The Los Angeles Coliseum was the first, housed the first Super Bowl in 1967, and I had great pride in going to the Olympics there in '84, and the Coliseum should be reopened. Thank you.
Michael Carrion is our next speaker. And then after that will be Dorothy Lee.
Yes, my name is Michael Carrion, and I'm from the 14th District. And I have a few questions here. Maybe the city attorney can answer them. One is, when you have public comment, you cut people off at 2 minutes. But you put a clock up here when you have presentations that says 6 minutes, yet they go on for hours. Where is the equality in that? Is it just the public gets screwed around here and the politicians get to do whatever they want? It's unfair. All we're asking for is reasonable time here to speak our piece and what we need done. We work with our field deputies and they can't do anything because of the bureaucracy here. I've been working with Mr. Weezar's office since he started office, trying to get a curb and a sidewalk put in. But we can't because it's too expensive. We got mud running down hillsides, but they can't do anything about that. Yet, we can spend $90,400 on artwork for a bridge. We can spend hundreds of millions of dollars on putting pieces of art that make somebody feel good. Monies that are going places that are not coming to our community. We need the infrastructure of our community repaired. You can give us flowers later. We need our curbs, our sidewalks repaired. We have a lot of two-faced hypocrisy in the city. When we ask to have trees removed, we're told they can't. They're not going to be removed because trees aren't removed. Yet you put in a project like this bridge and you take out 25 trees. No explanation. The city did what they're supposed to. Grand Avenue had 46 trees removed. Barrio Action had 12 trees removed. Nothing wrong with the trees. They just have the option to remove them. When a resident asks to remove a tree, we're told we can't. It's not done. There's two standards here, one for the city and one for the taxpayers. When we vote for you, we ask you to represent us, not represent your ideas.
Thank you, Mr. Carrion. Dorothy, Late is our next speaker.
Hi. My name is Dorothy Le, and I'm the Planning and Policy Director for LA County Bicycle Coalition. Thanks for the time. First, I wanted to talk on the transportation meeting that you'll be having later today. Just specifically, there are many aspects of your draft mission statement that can be commended, including your emphasis on environmental justice and providing access to all users of the transportation system. So I want to thank you for that.
Can I hold you right there? The general public comment is for items that are not on the agenda, so we can save your card for when we actually take up that item on transportation.
Okay.
If you don't mind, unless you have
Sure.
comments of a nature not having to do with that item.
Okay, is that going to be later today? What time is that
We're going to start that just after we finish general public comment, so if you
Okay.
can sit tight, we'll be...
Do I have to sign up again?
No, I will make sure we keep your card and I'll just refile it there for
Okay,
you. Okay, thanks. Sorry to cut you off. Appreciate it. Okay. That closes our general public comment on items not on the agenda, but nevertheless under our jurisdiction. If we can take up our first item called special, and I think we'll be taking 16 and 17 together. So with that, we'll take up items 16 and 17. Colleagues, let me just take this moment to frame today's discussion a little bit and then hand it over as well to Ms. Gruhl, our Transportation Committee Chair and President Pro Tem. As you all will remember, last July the Council held a two-day working session in which we discussed our priorities for the City of Los Angeles. Since then, we've been devoted entire Council sessions to issues that most affect Angelenos. So far, we had 2 days that were exclusively on the environment, one on public safety with a focus on youth violence and gang activity, and today we are talking about the issue of transportation and traffic in Los Angeles. Our discussion at this meeting will focus around transit, the impact that it has on our lives, the best practices undertaken by other cities around the country, and ideas to get LA moving again. We're famous for many things here in Los Angeles, our entertainment industry, our great weather, but now, unfortunately, traffic. Traffic affects our quality of life, our economy, and our environment. We spend more hours here in Los Angeles in traffic per person than any other city across the nation. And it affects our economy to the tune of $9.3 billion a year in delays and lost productivity, and costs the average resident quite a bit of money and an extra 57 gallons of fuel a year. It affects our environment. It sends millions of metric tons of carbon dioxide into the air, contributing to global warming and creating the worst air quality of any city in the country. Traffic in Los Angeles is a tough problem, and all of you colleagues today will tackle that. It has no silver bullet. Anybody looking for easy or quick answers won't be able to solve this problem. But given the tough budget situation that we know that exists at the local, state, and federal levels, government will have to be creative about maximizing our infrastructure and also leveraging our funding. So today we will also be focusing on funding strategies to help build that transit infrastructure to get LA moving, focusing on the Transportation Committee's proposal for developing a strategic plan for transit in Los Angeles, which Councilwoman Gruhl will speak about in a second. We'll also hear from our department heads on the state of transportation and traffic in Los Angeles, and we've brought experts from around the country, from Baltimore and Portland, where they can speak about the successes and the failures of long-term planning for transit, with an eye towards how we can best target state and federal funds, as well as local revenue-generating sources to improve transportation. So as before with our single-topic meetings, just to go through the procedures, colleagues, we will first dispense, as we have already with a few time-sensitive matters, we'll have public comment and give folks the options of whether they want to give that at the outset, if they need to get elsewhere, or if they want to wait until the end in order to give comments on what they've heard. So just, I'll call on folks for general public comment of this item 16 and the next item 17, and if folks would like to speak afterwards, just indicate that, and we'll be happy to do that. Again, colleagues, focus not on speeches but on motions, focus on things that we would like to study and undertake, and with that, it is my pleasure to turn things over to the chair of our Transportation Committee, Councilwoman Wendy Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, and particularly thank you for having these single topic meetings, which I think are critically important. This is, as he mentioned, the third that we've had. Today is the 15th anniversary of the Metro Red Line. The opening of the subway in Los Angeles was considered a monumental achievement for the city that is synonymous with the automobile. I'm hoping that what we can achieve today is another watershed moment in combating our notorious reputation for out-of-control traffic. As Council President Garcetti stated earlier, transportation is one of the top concerns on everyone's minds. It is what you talk about in the line at Starbucks, when you pick up your kids at school, and when you race to a meeting after sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Now, when we decided to do a special single topic meeting on transportation, we knew it was going to be hard to determine which aspect of transportation to focus on. There is so much to tackle, from signal synchronization to land use policy, and each of these issues demand our attention. So to help focus this meeting, we sent out a survey that was sent to all 15 council offices. We asked you to list the top transportation issues that concerned you as elected leaders and your constituents as LA residents. And the response to the survey indicated a variety of things. One clear conclusion: when it comes to transportation, we have more problems than we can tackle in this one meeting today. The responses to the constituents and the survey and the top concerns were as followed. Transportation infrastructure, including signal synchronization, left-hand turn signals, signal installation, and the condition of our streets. Public transportation. Ways to address neighborhood traffic management, such as cut-through traffic, speeding, and safety in neighborhoods. Lack of parking enforcement. A lack of on-street, off-street parking in residential areas, in commercial areas, and near transit centers. Oversized vehicles in residential areas. Linking land use, scale, and transportation planning to deal with congestion. The impacts of light rail, including Expo and others that we're considering here in Los Angeles. The lack of funding to reduce gridlock. And last but not least, traffic congestion. And each of you indicated a variety of issues that you wanted to see us address today. The most popular response was on-street and off-street parking availability, the parking of oversized vehicles, left-hand turn arrows, bus-only lanes, finding new sources for transportation, the need for a seamless public transportation and transportation services, roadway and pavement condition, speed humps, safe routes to schools, and, of course, our air quality. I'll say this again. Clearly, there are more issues than what we can deal today. And Mr. Rosendahl and I talked about maglev, which is important to you and Mr. Smith. Although we will talk briefly about it today, we have the Joint Powers Authority, I think, is coming tomorrow to talk, and that we hope, as Mr. Garcetti mentioned, to really focus our attention on motions or ideas that we would want to have departments to come back with, but particularly to listen and learn today and ask some good questions. Mr. Garcetti and I have talked about, since there are so many more issues we could discuss in a week of transportation meetings, that we hope to have another single topic a day which would include transportation. Some of those would include land use, good movements, and congestion relief. So I'd like you to think of today as the first of many meetings, and we need not cover every topic today. We need to consider that transportation is a complex problem, and this meeting today is about fundamentally reforming the way we tackle our greatest challenges. As a city, we have been without a plan to tackle traffic for over 20 years. We've been trying to solve congestion with piecemeal solutions that oftentimes are short-sighted, inefficient, and uncoordinated with our regional plans. This pattern of poor decision-making must stop. As we listen to the panels today, and you have the outlines there for you of the different panels, I would like us to think about the future of our city and what our top transportation projects are citywide. We need to approve a set of long-term goals that we can work towards. As you will recall, the Council adopted a draft version of the strategic plan, mission statement, and goals as a draft scope of work in December. More detailed comments and documents are in your binders, and keep in mind that we'd approved the draft concept previously. We said that the city's transportation mission is to provide a world-class, comprehensive, multimodal transportation system to support Los Angeles as a green, sustainable, and economically prosperous city in which jobs, services, and amenities are accessible to all residents and visitors. To that end, we stated that the following were our goals. Number one, transforming Los Angeles into an environmentally sustainable city that serves as a beacon of green living. Number two, protect our quality of life in neighborhoods through sensible land use planning and thoughtful management of the city's streets. 3, increase mobility and accessibility in Los Angeles. And 4, ensure that the city's transportation system is safe and reliable. Number 5, promote the long-term competitiveness of Los Angeles as a center for international trade. And number 6, develop sufficient and stable transportation funding to maintain and rehabilitate the existing transportation system. These are lofty goals. We cannot achieve each with equal speed and success, and today we need to have serious conversations about our priorities and make some tough choices. This morning we're going to hear about our current funding shortfalls when it comes to transportation. We have our own general managers from city departments to talk about their priorities for funding and their concerns about what may need to be sacrificed. We also have invited outside experts. We will hear from Ian Simpson of Deloitte & Touche, a leader in the field of public-private partnerships. We will hear from Professor Genevieve Giuliano, one of our region's leading transportation scholars. We'll hear from Michael Turner at Metro, our key partner in our quest to bring public transportation to LA. And then we'll hear from Denny Zane, leading an effort to keep our regions competitive in the fight for funding. And I have someone else I'm going to introduce in a minute, so I have not forgotten him. In the afternoon, we will hear about the role of strategic planning in our municipal and other municipalities, particularly in Baltimore and Portland, Oregon, 2 cities renowned for their recent successes when it comes to planning, as well as a report on the plans from the region from SCAG. I hope that we will learn from these cities and who are doing transportation, I think, are ahead of us in developing those plans. We want to know how these plans were developed and how they've shown some impressive results. And also, we want to know about the challenges that are before us. And finally, we will bring back our focus to Los Angeles and our strategic plan. We will discuss some of the comments we have received from businesses, residents, and community groups. Now, we're focusing on funding today because it is a fundamental part of strategic planning. The 1909 Commission, which you may recall was here in Los Angeles, the federal commission that was tasked with reviewing Safety Lou, the federal transportation package, recently came out with their report warning of the dire state of transportation funding across the country. The commission report states that any effort to address the future transportation needs of the United States must come to grips with the sobering financial reality of such an undertaking. All of us have heard prescriptions for solving our transportation crisis that involve costly investments. Subway to the Sea is $300 million a mile. Maglev is in the billions. And while all of these are solutions for alleviating gridlock, we're going to have to look at all of our priorities and where we go next. We need to set priorities, we need to decide what we are willing to sacrifice, and we need to aggressively compete for transportation dollars. And I'm almost finished, Mr. President. As a nation's capital for goods movement, as Ms. Hahn knows so well, and a notorious leader in congestion and air pollution, we must take responsibility. Los Angeles must be proactive in designing a plan that focuses on the long-term mobility of our city and the region. We must dedicate ourselves to this vision and protect it from political sabotage. And so we are here today to begin building our world-class system. Our funding mechanisms are failing and must evolve. Our strategies to improve transportation have been too short-sighted and ineffective. I'm confident that with our work today and in the days and months ahead, that in fact we can make Los Angeles a better place to work and to live and to visit. And so we are excited about today. You're going to have a lot of information. We had a great big packet. Hopefully you and your staff were able to go through that and that we can ask some substantive questions today. And so I want to introduce our next speaker, who graciously is here this morning. He is flying out to Sacramento, and it's been touch and go of his having to be there, and so you really made a special effort to be here, and I want to thank you. And that, of course, is Assemblymember Mike Feuer, who is no stranger to these chambers. He chairs the Budget Subcommittee on Information, Technology, and Transportation, and is a member of the Budget, Judiciary, Environment and Toxics, and Revenue and Taxation Committees. He has been a tremendous advocate for us, working to make sure that we received our fair share of the California Transportation Commission Prop 1B funds, which were at risk there for a while. And he has been addressing and been the leader on looking at new funding sources and ways in which we can bring funding here to Los Angeles and address traffic. And so with that, I'd like to introduce our friend and our colleague in the state legislature, Assemblymember Mike Feuer.
Thank you. And as you come forward, just one piece of housekeeping, folks. On item 15, we actually have to accept a Caltrans grant, which is a good thing. So I'm going to move to suspend the rules so we can send that super forthwith. Usually forthwith is the end of the meeting. So if we can open the roll on suspending the rules, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
And if we can send that immediately to the mayor's office for his signature. And we'll return. Mr. Feuer, welcome.
Thank you very much, President Garcetti. I almost said colleagues, but I recognize that would have been kind of an anachronism. It's nice to be here again. When I first began to serve here, the council faced inward, and it's, I think, a very important sign of the times that the council and the public are collaborating again. So I wanted to very, very much to be here this morning. It is complicated because of the fact that I have this day job in Sacramento, but you're doing this today, I think, signals the potential for some sweeping changes in how Los Angeles gets moving again. And that's what I want to talk about. And I'm really cognizant of the President's admonition, which is to get past platitudes, not give long speeches, and cut to the chase. And so that's why I'm here, is to do those very things. I have a very strong view that as we listen to everyone delineate what it means to be so frustrated on our streets, always worried about getting our kids where they need to get, feeling the stress of transportation in this city, that it doesn't need to be this way. And I think that this year we have tremendous opportunities. I spoke at this Transportation Summit the other day at the Cathedral, and the first word I used was urgent. This is urgent for us, and I want to present to you an array of measures that I'm introducing in Sacramento, which I hope we can work together on, and discuss two other items very quickly. So we have a to-do list, not in the ether, in real life, that will get us to where we need to go. First, I'm delighted that already there is a motion pending here in this body to support a measure that I've introduced in Sacramento, a bill that would reduce the threshold by which transportation bonds are enacted from 2/3 to 55%. This is a measure that would be in effect statewide, and it signals, I think, the importance of two important principles, among others. The first principle is local control. I have never understood why, for transportation, we have felt as though we can allow 34% of the public to trump the will of everybody else when it comes to major transportation projects. We've reduced this bond threshold for education. We should do it for transportation, and I hope to get your help in this. I have another measure, which I will introduce shortly, to empower the County of Los Angeles to put in place a carbon fee. What does that mean? It means we recognize that cars using gasoline and diesel, trucks using diesel as well, pollute. They cause global warming and they create local pollution. But they don't really pay their weight, their freight for doing so. So as a consequence, I want to empower the county to put before the voters, on a majority vote basis, a measure that would impose a carbon fee. It could be imposed at the pump or through the vehicle license fee. And the proceeds would go to mitigating the effects of those carbon emissions. Public transit would be one mitigating approach to take. Another approach to take would be alternative fuels. There are a variety of things we can do with what could be a huge source of funds. To give you a sense of the magnitude of this, the MTA estimates that this could yield $400 million a year of revenue. And what does that mean? It means that if you could bond against that money, and my bill would enable that to happen, most every transportation project this council has thought is valuable could be put in place in Los Angeles County. Another measure that I'm going to be introducing is a measure that would enable a very rarely used instrument called an infrastructure financing district to be put in place. You all are familiar with redevelopment areas where we put a little map in place, a box around a region, and say the tax increment from that region should be devoted to redeveloping the area. Infrastructure financing districts are a similar mechanism, but they don't require there be a finding of blight. Let's just talk real life for a second. People talk about a subway down Wilshire. You could draw a line around a region surrounding Wilshire Boulevard. And within that line, we could decide that the tax increment should be devoted to transportation projects, let's say to build a subway. So I'll be introducing a measure to make that easier to employ. What's the impediment now? These districts require a 2/3 vote of the people within them to be enacted. If this were a new tax, I would not be proposing the measure I have, but it's just talking about local control, redirecting the money that's already being put someplace, and therefore my measure would eliminate the 2/3 vote requirement. A key measure that I hope we can all support is something that is not new to you, but it needs to be facilitated by Sacramento. There is discussion, as you know, about the possibility of putting a sales tax measure before the voters here in Los Angeles County. A sales tax measure that could yield as much as $30 billion over the next 20 years. To give you a sense of the magnitude of that, Wendy mentioned the possibility of a subway might cost $3 to $3.50 a mile. So maybe it's a $5-6 billion enterprise. Think how that compares to $30 billion of revenue over a 20-year period. So I have a measure that would amend previous legislation. And my measure would enable the county to put this on the ballot and to use 30 years worth, up to 30 years worth of sales tax proceeds. An enormous quantity of money. These things can all be put in place this year. Another measure. I have always thought that we have a real issue in our state with a vehicle license fee, which is really, it's called a fee, but it really acts as a tax. You pay it based on how much money you've paid for the vehicle. Should be a fee in the purest sense. The weight of vehicles should be a factor. The emissions from vehicles should be a factor. The weight affects the wear and tear on the roads. The emissions obviously affect the pollution that our families have to contend with every day. Reconstituting how that fee is imposed could create tremendous incentives for people to choose vehicles that would be much more beneficial to our state. I also intend to introduce a measure to rethink how we deal with revenue for all these purposes in the state, because now we rely on a gas tax for that. Many of us drive vehicles. The president of the council drives an electric vehicle. Many of us are 1 or 2 Prius families. It's a nice thing for the environment, and it's a bad thing for our funding source because the gas tax suffers when people drive more fuel-efficient vehicles. Well, what an archaic way to think about funding. We have 2 different policy objectives that are in direct conflict with each other. We should be changing the way we think about raising revenue for transportation so it's consistent with our environmental policies. So these are bills. Each of these bills, I've now listed 6 different measures that I hope this council could support this year. 6 different measures, 5 of which could be in place at the end of this calendar year. one of which requires a vote of the people, and that's the change in the bond threshold for transportation projects. Think how much progress we could make if local governments had the tools necessary to build every single public transportation project, every single freeway improvement, and every single road improvement that any of you has ever sought. That opportunity is before us right now, and I urge us to work together. I have two other things I want to say, Mr. President, colleagues, or not colleagues, former colleagues, team members, and I'll conclude. The first is, Councilmember Gruhl mentioned the changes in federal legislation, the Safety Lou legislation that's going to be re-upped in 2009. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of our collaborating now, not tomorrow, now, to be sure that California and our region get our fair share from that legislation. In the past, we have not worked with the speed we've needed to, and we have lost out on hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue. And I hope we can team up. And I'm happy to provide any collaborative efforts in this that anybody wants to. I can lead a discussion, participate in one, but let's be talking about the City Council, the state government, and our federal representatives working as a team immediately on that. Lastly, in another important comment that Ms. Gruhl made, and she made it a couple times to underscore the importance of it, is something over which I have no authority, but you do. And that is the relationship between solid land use planning and transportation. Traffic measures are ultimately not an issue of transportation as much as they are land use. And we have a person in charge of the planning department here in Los Angeles who really gets that. Gail Goldberg, I think, is a tremendous asset and ally to all of you as we adopt land use policies that are so closely tied to our transportation policies that soon we have communities like those that are emerging in the President's District, for example, where people don't need to drive to go to a restaurant, to go to work, to go to school. They can walk. We need to be creating cost-effective, easy things we can do in neighborhoods to discourage those short trips that cost us so much in terms of congestion and air pollution, and encourage walking and bike riding. And the time to do that was yesterday. So I'm here to take any questions as well, but ultimately the thing I want to say as we conclude is this. This is a time for all of us in government, at each level of government in this region, to work more closely than we have ever worked before. Our constituents demand that of us. And fortunately, as I delineated, we have a number of specific things we can do right now. There's no reason to wait. So let's get to work. That's why I'm here. I'm delighted to have the opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fuhrer. I know Ms. Gruhl wants to say something. We've got two speakers on the queue, Mr. Reyes and Mr. Rosendahl as well, and then we'll go to a presentation from the department. Ms. Gruhl.
And I just want to thank you, Mike. We did introduce a motion to support the threshold issue, and look forward to the legislation that you introduce so that we can have discussions in this body to support many of those measures that are going to help the city of Los Angeles. And your comments particularly about transportation and planning are so critical, because there is a transportation element of the planning, which she's going to talk about today, which is one piece. But if you ask the public about what the strategic plan is for the city of Los Angeles, they don't understand that, and how we can make sure that that transportation plan is part of what DOT does together. And that's one of the reasons we wanted to do this, that it's part of what I know Mr. Reyes does and his committee under Plum. But I just want to say thank you for your opportunity of being here, and thank Mr. Rosendahl, who was also kept reminding me every day, have you talked to Mike Fuhrer? Have you talked to Mike Fuhrer? Because he knew you were key to this today.
He's such a nudge, isn't he?
He's a wonderful nudge. So with that, we'll go back to you. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Reyes.
President, well, first I want to thank Assemblymember Fuhrer for being here, but when we speak about state influence and how we look at funding and policies, it'd be great to look at how we can change how we measure performance. Right now we focus on vehicular use, and that seems to be the primary premise by which we speak to how we can respond to alleviating this congestion. But we should also be measuring the use of bicycles, the use of shuttles, and stimulate those types of uses so that they have a higher priority than what we have been giving them. So hopefully working together we can introduce a concept like that speaks to how we change the methods and the data that measures performance.
Mr. Reyes, I think that is an extremely important point, and if nothing else, in the bills I've listed today, I want to underscore the potential for real funding to facilitate those very alternative ways of getting around. Bicycles, public transit. You know, in general, I have to say, you're talking about tools to measure performance, and I get that. I think it's very important. But, you know, we have for so long in our state been focused improperly, I think, on building freeways, which have their place, but at the expense of a muscular public transit system, at the expense of things like bikeways and the kinds of improvements that are very cost effective to put in place. And your emphasis on this, as we revitalize the river, for example, your leadership on that has been crucial, and I appreciate the vision very much.
Thanks, Senator. And just in general, I was just speaking to the council president, and I was letting him know it'd be great to be able to leverage this body of information to incorporate into the transportation element. And so I asked to speak to this relationship. So thank you, Councilmember Gruhl, as chair of the Transportation Committee, to bring this forward and having the Director of Planning at the table to discuss these issues. But colleagues, quite frankly, when we look at this city's culture and how we've evolved, it's always been the automobile as a priority. It's always been meeting these federal mandates to get the cars from the inner city out into the suburbs as quick as possible. And in the process, sacrificing many communities, many old Main Street neighborhoods, many of the former transit-oriented districts that existed because of the existence of rail before the automobile. So all the old suburban neighborhoods of Lincoln Heights, San Pedro, Venice, that the Huntington Railway connected, they actually did perform in such a way where they had housing above commercial. They did have centers approach. We got away from that with the freeways. We got away from it when we started looking at how we can push these vehicles through our neighborhoods as quickly as possible. I put before you that we have many other options. Our ability to look at an infrastructure for bicycles. Imagine if you can get to your house to a rail station on bike and be able to get on and off that bike, put it in a bike station, and pick it up when you come back, making it easier to use. I ask, why aren't we looking at our local circulators as connectors to these major multi-billion-dollar projects that take 10, 15 years to build, when we can actually introduce shuttles and these bike routes today without spending the millions and billions? I spent 10 years working on the GOLD line. As chair of the JPA, after $750 million, we finished on time and on budget, but that project died and resurrected 3 different times working with the state. 10 years, 13 miles, 5 stations in the city of LA. It's not enough. Our ridership suffers because we don't have adequate parking. Our land use issues are such that many of the homeowners, neighborhood associations did not want more people or other people coming into their neighborhood. So we had to deal with those land use politics. So again, I truly believe that if we were to set aside our bias, and I know it's very glamorous to do the rail, because it is, but the fact is we can take easy steps by defining these bike routes, challenging some of our property owners, our business associations, what lanes can we use in certain hours for bikes. Become creative. These are the steps we can take in concert with the land use decisions, along with all the transportation ideas we're going to hear today. So thank you, Senator, for being here. I look forward to a robust discussion, and hopefully we can get to a short-term fix in increments within our own time here in this body. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, and just to remind folks, we are going to hear from the departments and have time for kind of more general comments. These are for some questions as well, specifically for Mr. Fury as well, because I want to make sure he catches his plane so he gets us that funding in Sacramento.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, thank you for coming. Thank you so much for your leadership. You've been a real leader on this in the last, you've just been up there a day and a half, or less than 2 years, and you have hit a lot of the buttons. All those 5 pieces of legislation you're proposing, we'd love to see, discuss it here, and support you on it. A couple of quick questions. When you say a sales tax, what % are you thinking about?
A half cent.
Why not extend it, to, if you could, in some kind of a way, to Orange County and some of the other counties? We're all in this mess together, from San Diego to Santa Barbara, and this should be a regional tax, not just L.A. County at the border at end. Is it a possibility of creating some kind of a JPA with Southern California, cities and counties joining together at the hip and saying, this is our problem, let's work together? Can we move in that direction?
Councilman, you've highlighted a very important point, and that is that these transportation issues don't end at artificial borders, right? Having said that, for purposes of this legislative session and this measure, I'm trying to do this in the most efficient way possible, which is to make amendments that are unlikely to cause the whole piece of legislation to be debated ad nauseum, and it might deep six it ultimately. So I think for this session, I'm focused on this county, but you could easily envision building on the success of this measure in the following session with colleagues from neighboring jurisdictions. I'd like to see us move incrementally. Your vision of us all being interrelated is a very important one.
Yeah, because you're wise on the politics up there. Where we know Orange County comes up and down, and we go up and down, and this and that.
That's right.
And everybody should be part of the solution as well. Secondly, you were thinking about 55%, or how do you do that?
Okay, so the current threshold for passing a measure is 2/3. The Constitution establishes that threshold.
Right.
A few years ago, the voters decided that for education purposes, the threshold would be 55.
Right.
So the process is very straightforward. The legislature has to put this on the ballot, and that requires 2/3 of my colleagues to ratify that idea, and the governor then to acquiesce in it, and then it goes to the voters, and they have to enact it. So the leadership of this council, in highlighting the importance of changing this threshold, because as education, transportation is a real priority, will become very significant. And I appreciate very much your jointly authoring the motion with your colleague, Ms. Gruhl, to get the council on board.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. I mean, look at all the schools we're building, look at all the fire stations we built. All that stuff was, in fact, because we could get a lower threshold on a lot of that stuff. When you talk about the federal government, in my opinion, our congressional delegation needs to be one voice. It isn't Democrat, Republican, these issues. They're people issues. We've had it here. And I appreciate what you're saying. How do we get the federal government folks focused enough that they bring back the bacon?
I think just as they need to speak with one voice, so do we. And that historically hasn't always been true. Your point, Ms. Rosendahl, that we are so interdependent on each other transportation-wise translates into this, it seems to me. Politicians from the east side and the west side, the north and the south, recognizing that if we support each other's goals, we'll get support for our own. I've seen this happen in Sacramento. I'm the nominal chair of the delegation from Los Angeles County. And often there are issues on transportation that come up which are right up your alley, because we say, look, just because we're supporting this project in Antelope Valley today doesn't mean it won't be an important project in San Pedro tomorrow. Right. And Republicans have joined with Democrats to support this region's transportation needs under the umbrella of the county delegation. So I want to see, if I could wave a magic wand, on a nonpartisan basis, this body, the county supervisors, our state legislators from across the aisle, and federal legislators all converging to say, as you point out, when people are driving, they're not thinking Republican or Democrat. They're thinking, I want to get home to my kids.
Right on. And we look forward to coming before the Transportation Committee, fleshing out those 5 bills that we can act on and support you. Bless you for coming in for
Thank you,
your
Mr.
leadership.
Rosendahl. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Huizar. And if you do need to leave, don't worry, we'll make sure.
We're getting close to that moment.
Okay, Mr. Huizar.
One quick question, Mr. Fiore, and thank you very much for being here. The issue of lowering the threshold for transportation bonds is a very interesting one. And yes, indeed, one of the reasons we have built so many schools is we lowered that threshold for education. However, have we vetted, or is the discussion very clear that we should lower the threshold for transportation because it has as much priority as education, or it is one of the priorities in the state? Because there could be a number of other areas where we want to lower the threshold. And if we lower the threshold for too many of them, the voters may start rebelling against supporting some very important issues we need to address because we don't have available money. So in the state, have you talked about, even before your bill goes through, is transportation on the top of the list in terms of those items that we would want to lower the threshold?
I think that, let's talk about locally first for a second.
Okay.
I would bet, I haven't done polling here, I'm not a big poll guy, but if you were to ask constituents throughout this city for the issues they consider most important, where they think that legislators at every level have not followed through what they need, they would say transportation. And I don't think there'd be much dissent from that. At a minimum, what we're saying is this. There may be other priorities, and perhaps we can move to the day incrementally where all infrastructure bonds are 55% measures. But up and down the state, I'm hearing from business leaders, I'm hearing from labor leaders, I'm hearing from environmentalists, I'm hearing from local government leaders, and they're all saying the same thing. It doesn't need to be this way, but unless we make changes, we are consigning our kids and our grandkids to gridlock and to air pollution that causes asthma and other very serious lung diseases, and we need to change. So the short answer is I haven't explored every permutation of every other priority that might be out there. But I know this much, that my own daughter has asthma. When you see your daughter race off a soccer field clutching her throat, because she can't breathe and needs that inhaler, and there's no asthma in our family. This is because of particulate pollution in our region. When all of us cannot get home to our families on time and have to hire daycare people for longer hours because we're stuck in traffic, not because we're being productive, this is a priority that all of us need to elevate to the top of the charts, it seems to me, and now is the time.
And it's an interesting proposition, as you put forward as well. What if we drop it for all of them? I mean, I don't know what the consequences would be. Are voters going to rebel because we're passing too many bonds? Are they or not? Our own housing bond that we put forward as a city last year failed because we didn't reach the 2/3, but we got over 50%. So we had lowered it for ourselves, and we lowered it for affordable housing here. We probably would be able to pass a bond. So it's just something to contemplate and consider. But I think you're right. I think transportation is a priority issue. Certainly in my last election, when we vote, we do the polls and ask what our constituents are interested in. Transportation was at the top of the list in the 14th Council District. So it does appear to me that this is one we should go after, but it's something to think about.
Yes.
Where do we draw that line? Do we draw that line? And as we move forward on other areas as well.
And I want to emphasize in response to your important comment that all this bill would do and all the amendment would do is empower local decision makers to choose to put before voters future measures. So again, consistent with the balance of what I'm talking about today, this is about giving you and colleagues around the state the authority to do that which are constrained from doing now because of rules that are either arbitrary or otherwise just don't work anymore. So, thank you. Mr. President, council members, you'll appreciate the fact I will race to Sacramento, and I promise to vote for things that you like today.
Thank you. And a round of applause for Assemblyman Mike Feuer, our chairman of our Assembly Transportation Committee. Get in that Prius, get in that plane, and come on back. With that, we'll turn it back to Ms. Gruhl, who will be introducing our first panel. And just to go through logistics again, for those who are waiting for public comment, we'll have two different periods. We'll do one just before lunch, so that should be about an hour from now. I know some people want to leave and give their comments. The other period will be at the end of the day at about 4 o'clock for folks who want to respond to what they've heard. So with that, Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask Gail Goldberg and Rita Robinson to come to the table. Our two outstanding women general managers of planning and transportation. I know you will hear from a lot of constituents today in the public hearing comment part of this about the links between transportation and planning, and Mike Feuer mentioned that as well. And that for most of us, when there are projects in our different districts, the issue is about traffic related to those projects. And colleagues, what also Rita Robinson is going to talk about today is really what's under, this is an overview of what's the responsibility of the Department of Transportation, what we have direct responsibility for, some of the meat and potatoes. And I know you're under the weather, so I really appreciate you being here today. And Gail, to talk about what your department does related to transportation and maybe, as you've expressed before, your experience in San Diego, where transportation planning were in the same unit. And so with that, I think we have scheduled for Rita to go first, followed by Gail.
Good morning, council members. Thank you, Councilmember Gruhl. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of the Department of Transportation. I can't even begin to tell you, it's been 4 months, sometimes it seems like 4 years already, but it has been an incredible journey with the staff of individuals who really want to do what the city wants it to do in order to improve our situation in the city with regard to traffic in our road conditions. I often said to the staff as I began to kind of learn about the job, because I'm still in the process of learning on a day-to-day basis, is that we are traffic, that we are the people that create the traffic. The cars don't drive themselves. We're driving them. We're driving the buses. We're the walkers. We're the individuals that are trying to get around in the city. And it's so important that we focus in on what we can do on a day-to-day basis, on a one-on-one basis, but also collectively. And I think that just having the focus today on transportation by the council, and we know that it's a major issue of all the constituents, but also when the mayor asked me to do this job, it was the number one issue he was concerned about, of course, as we think about public safety as well. Transportation, of course, becomes the number one issue next to public safety and education in the city of Los Angeles. First of all, I'd like to say that the Department of Transportation is very dedicated to following the direction of the leadership of the city. We have, I think over the years, had a situation where there have been so many different directions we've taken ourselves, it's been difficult to find the place where we want to be. And I think that focusing on a strategic plan for the city will be a very big step in the right direction. As I sit here, I can only remember sitting here with regard to sanitation issues, which had only one direction for a very long time. And with great deal of discussion and education on both sides, we learned that we wanted to take the city in a different direction. And that's exactly what I feel that we're at the cusp of doing now with transportation, is taking the city in a different direction than what you're accustomed to. When you think about the Department of Transportation, when I met with some of you individually, many of you had a great vision of what you thought the Department of Transportation was funded to do, and yet it's really funded to do much less than the vision, I think, of what the department is really funded to do. And many of you have asked me about that. When you think about DOT, the first thing you think about is an incredible traffic officer team that we have. When you see the uniformed officers being led by Chief Price, being led by Amir Sadati as the assistant director, you realize that it's a supreme group of individuals who, when you call police and you call fire in an emergency, the third call you make generally is to traffic officers' leadership in trying to mitigate the traffic around an emergency in the city. They were instrumental in 911. They have been instrumental in earthquakes, instrumental in fires and floods and everything else that we have. Just this weekend in our recent rains, they played an instrumental role. So our esteemed traffic officer team, of course, is first of what you think about. Then beyond that, we also do our crossing guards. They also are unsung heroes who get our children across the streets of the city. They're part-time employees who play a more than full-time role in the city. And I think many times they're really under-acknowledged for what they contribute to the city. But recently, when Councilmember Burhan had a tragic accident in her community, being able to call traffic officers off to try to make sure that even high school students cross streets safely during the crisis was very helpful. But these are the kinds of people that really help us in the city of Los Angeles in what you think about. The third thing you think about are signals, curbs, speed humps, stop signs, and left-hand turn signals. That is what we do. That really is the infrastructure within the infrastructure. When you think of Bill Robertson, you think about streets and potholes. When you think about transportation, we do the striping, the curbing, and those things. That's also part of what we are. And the other part that traffic officers do, other than move the traffic along, is their fiduciary role with regard to traffic enforcement and parking enforcement. Those are two things that they're very important in, that are revenue to the city of Los Angeles, over $120 million a year of revenue to the city of Los Angeles, which really does create a situation where we can move traffic along, people have places to park, businesses can conduct their business, and that we have a parking structure in the city. That's really what we're funded for in the largest sense. The other things that we're asked to do are regards to things like development that come into the city. How does that development affect traffic in my area? new ideas that come into the city with regard to whether we can have faster roads or whatever it is that we think are new ideas. But really what we are funded to do are what we do at ADSAT, synchronization, that kind of infrastructure and intersection development, which John Fisher is in charge of. And they've done a superb job in ADSAT of trying to attain funds to continually build out our synchronization and ADSAT system, and that role is now being funded by the state and is moving forward. I think the thing that we don't fund well in the city of Los Angeles with regard to DOT are the things that regard planning, land use, and new development. That's where we really do fall apart. That's where we're inundated, whether it's Los Lomas or something in Hollywood or a new housing project that comes forth. Our hands are somewhat tied oftentimes with regard to reacting to versus having a proactive stand on those projects that are coming into the city. And that's where I think that we will mostly benefit from a strategic plan. And that's why from the very beginning, I met with Gail with regard to ideas that she had already begun discussing with the department on how ways that we could best join ourselves together in order to make sure that we best satisfy the needs of not only the leadership of the city, but also the constituents of the city. And those are so very important because when you're talking about bike paths or pedestrian walkways, all of these things, whether they're cars or buses, these are all important aspects of what planning and traffic all have something to do with regard to whether we do it right or we just do it wrong. Our commitment as a department is to do it right. So we hope that we can continue the dialogue with regard to planning more than anything to make sure that we walk in sync. But we also need the tools in our toolbox in order to do that effectively as a department. We are currently understaffed with regard to those kinds of staff that can go out and help planning do their job well, make us both successful, as well as the fact that all the new ideas that come in need someone to fetter them out, whether it's with the community or with all of you. As we've seen with Pico Olympic, it takes a tremendous amount of staff work in order to make that project work, in order to even get the questions answered that need to be answered. John Fisher and Ken Hustings and Jay Kim and all of the staff have been working nonstop, not to mention evening meetings with the community, but also internal meetings of tweaking the project more and more and more to see how it works. I think that the role that parking plays is so very important with regard to planning and land use. It is not just how we use our streets with regard to driving, but how we use our streets when standing still. Because that also is a way that streets are used. And there are so many competing forces, whether it's filming or whether it's pedestrians or bikers or construction or new construction that all want to compete for those roads and how they're used. And when I talk about other types of transit, then we also include our other partners, the MTA and Caltrans, and all the other development that's going on in the city. So that's the reason why when I listened to Senator Fuhrer, it was very important to hear him say that it's a very complicated situation. It is not one-dimensional from a local standpoint, nor from a state standpoint, nor from a federal standpoint. I recently had the wonderful pleasure of being back in Washington for the Transportation Research Board meeting. Frankie Banerjee was with me there, as well as several staff members. And I had the opportunity to meet with Secretary Peters. And one thing I liked about her was just her knowledge of what's going on in the city of Los Angeles specifically. And she asked me specifically about, is the city of Los Angeles really ready to deal with issues regarding a subway to the sea, if such a thing was done? How are you doing with local outreach and communication with the communities? How are we doing with funding with regard to those funds that we already have? How are we doing with planning to use those funds? And I think she didn't ask this just of LA, but all the other major cities that sat around the table with her. Among them was Phoenix, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., New York, and Chicago. And so with this small group of people, she really wanted to have a dialogue of how are we doing to plan for ourselves a future so that whatever funds the federal government does allow for us to come to, will those funds be used well, or will they get caught in a quagmire of discussion? And my commitment to her from the standpoint of what I could say was that our commitment is to continue to have a dialogue of results, not just discussion, but of results, which I know takes great courage, because from every leadership standpoint, this is not an easy task to fulfill. Whether it's funding the department, making decisions about parking, making land use decisions about development, none of these are easy. But I think that the most important thing that's going to have to take place is for us to be able to build a department that can answer 2008 issues, not one that's been answering 1972 issues or one that's been answering even those issues of 2000. We are now in 2008 and the crisis is here. It's been here for a while. My plan, my personal plan, is to help us build a department that will be able to meet the demands of the future. At this point, we're not quite there. Gail has done an incredible job of coming in, sweeping up the bits and pieces, putting them together, and making a department that she feels that can at least begin to address the issues. That is my plan as well, even in this difficult budget situation. Even within that, whether it means internal changes that we need to make in order to make ourselves more efficient, and also those external forces that I will need your assistance with. I've been in discussions with our CAO, as well as our mayor's office, and with our committee president, to discuss those things that we think are most important for a reinvestment within the Department of Transportation. Our parking administrator, Amir Sadati, has been working on a number of changes that should have taken place at least 2 years ago that would have changed things. We still need to pursue that plan, and we will continue to pursue, even if we piecemeal it. I'm a good bargainer with you guys. If I can't get it all at one time, I'll phase it in, one piece at a time. But even during difficult times, if you have critical issues in difficult times, you come together to see what we can do together. And that's my plan for at least addressing some of the issues that we'll face today. I appreciate the opportunity for us to be able to answer some questions, to get some insight as well from you. Not only, I could sit here and talk about the state of traffic, but we already know the state of traffic is not good. So that's not the right answer to give today. The answer today is to find solutions to the not good. What can we do to address the not good? And over the past 4 months, I have to commend the staff who have just stepped right up from day one and said, these are some things that we can do right now, and we're doing them. Whether it's the acceleration of the left-hand turn signals, an adoption of at least addressing the Pico Olympic issue, taking those issues by the hand and just saying these are some things that we think can work, connecting with Gail and her staff. We have working groups that are already working behind the scenes to make that happen. Parking issues and traffic officer issues, Jimmy and his staff are working feverishly on new ideas with the traffic officers to help them be more efficient and effective with new technology. Amir's been working with new parking technology to make it easier for people to get parking and to be able to pay for it efficiently, to collect our parking tickets more efficiently. We're working with ACS to make sure that they're doing everything they can in this huge contract to assist the city to give us more, not less. I think that in the 4 months, I think we've done a lot to try to let you know that we are committed to all of you and that we will continue to do the best job we can. Many of the staff are here with me today to answer questions or to feed me information as I need to. I'm sorry I can't absorb it all in 4 months. I tried to, but I just couldn't get it all in.
I understand.
But we will continually, they will continually be able to help us help you to do the best job. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rita. A couple housekeeping things before we move on to Ms. Goldberg as well. I know we have a whole bunch of guests that just joined us, and it looks like a beautiful sea of red out there. So I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Jan Perry to make a brief introduction of our special guests in the audience.
Thank you very much for this break in our proceedings, Mr. President. And I'd like to ask all these beautiful women in red to rise, because it's a pleasure to introduce them as the members of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Let's give them a big hand. And they are here in our chamber today for Delta Days, a day where Deltas from across the city and the county come together to visit and say hello and to speak to their local elected officials to learn more about important issues that affect them and voice their ideas. So you picked a good day to be here. This sorority, Delta Sigma Theta, is a public service sorority dedicated to improvement of our shared communities. And today is an excellent way to continue their 2008 efforts that include voter registration and mobilization, supporting nonprofit efforts, and building communities through home ownership and support for local businesses. I know many of the women here today will be meeting personally with their own council members and their staffs. So I wanted to say thank you for coming and taking the time. Wish you the best on behalf of all of us, and engaging in the public process to create positive change. And of course, a special thank you to the woman who emailed me day and night, Dr. DuPont, as we are fond of calling her, Jackie DuPont Walker, who I believe is a resident of the 10th. But thank you again for taking the time out of your busy lives to come down here and be with us today. Thank you.
Very happy Delta Day to all of you. And Mr. Weiss.
I just want to interrupt what we're doing for a second to welcome back our colleague Janice Hahn from Israel. And I want to just publicly acknowledge something that Janice did while she was in Israel, which I think is really extraordinary and worthy of mention. We talked a couple days before her trip about different places that she could go. And I mentioned to her that there is a town in Israel called Sderot that has in the past 5 or 6 years sustained about 6,000 or 7,000 incoming missiles. And frankly, I encouraged Janice not to go. I said this, I don't tell people that they should go to that town. It's, I just wouldn't ever advise someone to go. And when Janice and I were walking to council this morning, she told me that while she was in Israel, she made her hosts take her to Sderot, and that members of the delegation you were with, some decided to go with you, some frankly decided not to go with you. And it's an extraordinary thing you did. It is so meaningful to the people who live in that town that an elected official from LA would put herself in harm's way. I just want to say thank you, Janice, and acknowledge that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'll turn to Ms. Goldberg to say a few things. Next, our Director of Planning, Gail Goldberg. And folks, just to point out, following Ms. Robinson's presentation, the white tab in your notebook that is before you has a wonderful summary of everything DOT is doing on the second and third pages of that. After the white tab, that's the second tab, and it has a lot of the statistics, everything from how many on-street, off-street parking meters we have, to how many preferential parking districts we have, to dedicated public streets, et cetera. So we commend that to you. And with that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Goldberg.
Thank you very much. Traffic, traffic, traffic. Everywhere I go, people want to talk about traffic. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity today to talk about traffic. If everybody in LA hates the traffic so much, why the heck are they all still here? They're here because Los Angeles is a great, large city, both in land size and population. And people choose to live here because they have greater choices provided in that large city. They have more jobs, more services, more cultural and more social networks. But there are costs associated with those greater choices. Higher priced housing, a faster pace, more competition, and the cost that is most talked about in our city, traffic. It is also a fact of life that there is traffic in all large, vibrant, and growing cities. And still, most people stay because they think it's worth it. Now, while they stay, I can share with you, as you already know, they do not stay quietly. They continue to demand relief. So the question for all of us is, can we provide some relief to traffic congestion? What are the ways? How successful are they? And can we afford the cost? What can we learn from other large cities? And are we like those other large cities? Are their solutions transferable to Los Angeles? Can great public transit save us? Well, no surprise to all of us, Los Angeles is different. We have a unique development pattern here. Most large cities across the world reflect a much more common development pattern. Dense clusters of urban development separated by much less dense suburban or even rural development. Los Angeles uniquely spreads its density consistently over our large area. The densest areas of Los Angeles, our urban core, is much less dense than the urban cores of other cities. And our least dense areas, our suburban areas, are much more dense than other large cities. And so we have in Los Angeles the worst of all possible worlds. We have dense sprawl. In other cities, because of their development pattern, it is easier to connect those dense clusters with public transportation. They can provide a higher level of connectivity between people and the places they want to go. For Los Angeles, our dense sprawl makes transit a more challenging solution, one that we need, one that we have to plan for, but one that cannot be our salvation. We also need to recognize that vehicle miles traveled on an annual basis is rising faster than population. We are all taking more trips daily, and our trips are becoming longer. As our demand is increasing and the supply of roads is not keeping pace, the resulting congestion and delays are skyrocketing. The cost of that congestion in both our time and the impact to our environment is overwhelming. So how can traffic congestion be relieved? There are two strategies. There are more mobility strategies and more recently talked about accessibility strategies. Mobility strategies are about our ability to move from place to place. The most common mobility-enhancing solution in the past has been to increase road capacities. More roads, more lanes. The problem with that strategy is that there is not nearly enough resources for us to continue to supply the demand, and there is a growing body of evidence to suggest that increasing road capacity itself induces new demand. You can't win. A more recent mobility strategy is intelligent transportation systems, using technology to make our road systems work more efficiently. These have shown some limited improvements, but again, we tend on our roads to fill whatever capacity we create. Beyond mobility, though, there is a new word cropping up in transportation circles: accessibility. It changes the focus from the transportation system to the user of the system. Do people have access to the activities they need or want to participate in? This is the arena that land use planning can make a terrific contribution to. We can create benefits by expanding choices and reducing the need to drive. A typical household takes 10 vehicle trips every day. 2 of those trips are to work, and 8 of those trips are to take care of our daily needs, to go to school, to go to the drugstore, to go to the dry cleaners, to get coffee. We have limited ability to really deal with the 2 commute work trips. But we have a huge ability to deal with some of those 8 non-work trips. These can be affected with good land use planning. Most of the non-work trips that people take are less than 5 miles. They occur within people's neighborhoods. If some of those neighborhood-serving uses were located within walking distances of home, and if that walk were pleasant, and frankly it's not so pleasant here, but if that walk were pleasant, some of our 4 million people would not have to drive all of those trips every day to meet their needs. We could walk, we could ride a bike, we could take a neighborhood dash, a jitney, a van, to meet many of our neighborhood needs. And think about the potential. If we could create an opportunity to eliminate just 1 trip a day per household, we could reduce traffic in this city by 10% with a very small public contribution, or maybe even no public contribution. We can also begin to improve our transit opportunities with good land use planning by creating those new dense clusters around the transit. Those are transit-oriented development. We need to concentrate on transit-oriented districts, and maybe more than that. This is what do real planning means, matching up the uses and the people in a more perfect balance to create the most benefits for the most people while spending the least amount of money and incurring the fewest environmental and social impacts. We need to maximize opportunities for walking, biking, and alternate transportation while minimizing automobile trips. It also means rejecting decisions aimed solely at moving more cars faster when those decisions result in driving pedestrians away. We are never in this city going to take away people's cars, but we must provide pleasant and viable alternatives to those cars. We need more efficient forms of transit to more neighborhoods. Not all of our citizens have access to a car. If we depend solely in this city on car trips, we are eliminating about 1/3 of our population from access. People who are too old, people who are too young, people who are disabled, or people who are simply too poor. Good land use planning is the means to provide opportunities for a more sustainable city, a city where people have access to all that they need and want, but in an economically and environmentally rational way. Some of the things that we are doing in the planning department, some of the policy discussions we are having, and I assure you that in every one of them, we are thinking about the things I just talked to you about. We are talking about how can we reduce automobile trips and how can we provide better access to the things that people want. We are doing 12 new community plans. 1/3 of the city is being replanned as we speak. And issues of accessibility and social justice and environmental justice are an important part of all those discussions. We are currently working on 10 transit-oriented districts so that we can work with communities to not only provide the cluster of density that we need, but because this gives us an opportunity to begin to create in those neighborhoods uses that those neighborhoods need so that they can walk to the transit station and take care of some of their daily needs. We are working closely with the Transportation Department to create a new policy document for the city, a new element of the general plan called the mobility element, to help guide our decisions as we go forward. We are also working with the Transportation Department to look at a plan to combine some staff from planning and some staff from transportation to create a new joint venture between transportation and planning for a new transportation planning unit that could begin to even do modeling for our projects and for our community plans. This would be a huge step forward for us. We're also working on a bicycle plan to become part of our mobility plan, because we must provide in this beautiful temperate city a way for people to get around more pleasantly and more safely on bicycles. We are working with the Transportation Department on parking management plans for both downtown and Hollywood. We are seeking grants from every place that we can find them to begin to do technical studies and analysis around accessibility. And we are currently working on a new housing element for the city, and this too will give us another opportunity to look at ways to create a more accessible city. The Planning Department also is very excited about the prospect of working with the City Council and with the Department of Transportation on this new strategic plan. We see it as a wonderful combination with our new mobility plan, the new element of the general plan, to begin to give focus to this city so that we can move not only creatively but effectively forward to find some real solutions to the traffic congestion that we have in this city. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you very much. Our colleagues, we're going to hear more on funding in a little bit. Again, we have two CLAs who are taking notes on laptops for motions, and so with an eye towards some legislative suggestions. We'll start with Mr. Labange and then Mr. Rosendahl.
I didn't know I was on, but I'll take it.
Mr. Labange?
I didn't know I was on, but I will take it. No, I just want to say thank you both, Ms. Robinson, Ms. Goldberg, thank you. One of the challenges that I just wanted to ask, how do we approach this here? It's not just Los Angeles, but it's the region. You know, when I started 34 years ago, many towns were not as big as they are now. North of Los Angeles County and the other areas, Ventura, the growth of Ventura, people commute as far away as Riverside County. How do you approach that issue regionally?
We have reached out regionally through our, not only through the MTA, but also through the other, through Caltrans, as well as the Metro, with regard to rail lines that are now reaching out even further outside of Los Angeles into Los Angeles. But regionally, we've been discussing ideas with them with regard to how we deal with our traffic situation with regard to that traffic that is coming in and out of Los Angeles. You know, a lot of the development that's occurring are occurring on the outskirts of the city and making impacts to the city. Los Lobos, for example. Even if we see rehearsal, we're really talking about regions.
Right, and that's a small piece of pie out there. They want to put a big, heavy development that may overwhelm a little street called Lankershim, but that's another issue for another day.
That's okay, but we're also looking at ways that the development can help us with regard to the partnerships, because even if we have development in the city, I think one of the things that gets kind of pushed under the carpet sometimes is that these major developments also fund major mitigations that the city and that Caltrans needs a lot of times in order to get other projects done. So that we have to find ways that work for all of us that allow us to have funding in those areas from some of those developments as well. But regionally, as we begin to talk about the problems that they have and we have, we're trying to take ideas that can work for both sides.
Well, the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for this city is SCAG. That is the place where we should be having the regional discussions about a regional transportation plan, and then the city's transportation plan should fit within that regional plan. That's typically how it occurs, and that's certainly my experience in San Diego, was that the leading agency for regional transportation planning in San Diego was SANDAG.
Right. Well, how was San Diego? I mean, they have traffic. They have a great international border there. They have trucks, and they have vertical freeways and.
Well, San Diego has the advantage of having a region that is the county and a region that has only 19 jurisdictions. I mean, it's difficult to compare, their ability to be successful at that scale is much different than the difficulty presented by such a very large, complicated metropolitan area.
Yeah, Los Angeles has 88 cities. I think Orange County has 23 cities. I'm not sure what Riverside or San Bernardino and all that issue there, but
it is.
But let me ask a question here, because I appreciate that. 85, and I may be wrong, and maybe an engineer could correct me out there and compliment the two directors of these very important agencies. 85% of the people still use freeways. Is that right? Do we know? Glenn Agoura, you're always up to date on things, huh? Alan Willis, you're retired, but you're still active.
I don't know how many use freeways, but car ownership is higher in Los Angeles than it is elsewhere.
Right.
Vehicle miles traveled is higher in Los Angeles than it is on a national average or in other large cities.
Yeah.
So we drive more and we drive longer.
I just say, members, I hope, and I've talked to Ms. Gruhl, that we look at the infrastructure of the freeway system. Some of the congestion is just like the congestion one may have in their arteries in their body, and they need to get cleaned out a little bit within the existing right-of-way. In the San Fernando Valley, some of the interchanges are so old, and the backup on the 101 is between the valleys of the San Gabriel and the San Fernando is caused by a two-lane road between these two freeways, Ventura Freeway and the Hollywood Freeway and the 170 freeway, all there. I think we are blind if we don't look at some of the freeway systems to improve them. I think the problem in East Los Angeles, where all those congestion comes together, if there's any way to mitigate that, the problem in South Los Angeles with the Harbor Center Expressway that just stops at Adams Boulevard and goes nowhere, I think that's a component as well. And then trying to put transit. How many here would be against putting transit down the center of a freeway? Raise your hand if you're one man is against putting transit down it, only two, but everybody else is for using the freeway for rapid transit. You see that support out there. That's the kind of support we need. All right, Mr. President, I'll turn you back. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we had a number of abstentions out there, so we'll continue to study.
To that, I object. That's a secret ballot now.
Mr. Rosendahl and then Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, ladies. You're great. And you are joined at the hip, because development and transportation has to be joined at the hip. It's a no-brainer for us. 3 quick questions, okay? We just finished a community design overlay. It's called a CDO on Lincoln Boulevard. All that does is deal with the buildings and the facade of all of that. Right now, development projects are being approved or looked at on that corridor. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Shouldn't we do a Lincoln master plan that ties in both development and transportation so that we don't piecemeal this anymore? My people in Venice have had it with Lincoln Boulevard. So they don't want anything on Lincoln Boulevard. How do we get people to realize we need to create more housing where the jobs are, and therefore maybe we should let some more housing? But don't you agree we need to have a specific Lincoln master plan that does both transportation and development, Gail?
Thank you very much for putting me on the spot. Of course, we need to have comprehensive plans that look more holistically at that entire corridor. Yes, we do. And I think that we are trying very hard. There is an enormous amount of planning that's going on in the planning department right now, and it's sort of like roadway supply. It feels like no matter how much capacity we create, the need comes in to fill it. So we need more and more planning. We do. and communities need to be able to have good plans that they can rely on. The CDO is just a quick fix to get us through until we get those good plans. If your question is, do I believe we should stop development, which is what I hear in communities, should we stop development until we come up with a plan? No. I don't believe that we can afford to do that. I think that we need to do as well as we can and use the CDO to get us through, but we do need to move forward with more comprehensive plans.
Okay, and I know it's politics involved, but frankly, my people don't want any more development until we get the transportation part of it. They want to say stop it all until we can figure out how to get out of the gridlock.
Okay, but what you're talking about again is what I spoke about a little in my remarks. What you were talking about is finding a mobility solution. You're talking about how can we move traffic more quickly, and so you want to stop development, or many people want to stop development while we try to fix traffic movement. I'm telling you that through development, through good land use choices, we can begin to make a better impact on mobility, on accessibility, than waiting to rely simply on those traffic solutions. Good land use decisions can help, I think, the traffic immediately.
I totally agree, but for instance, we have a 31-story project that wants to be built. They think they can do it by right. It's right in the most gridlock area there on Lincoln Boulevard. Everybody's against it in the community because all they see is more insanity there. We've got to somehow, in a plan, put both development and transportation. For instance, I want the Green Line to go up Lincoln Boulevard. You know, I got to get into the airport, get it up, and then down into the South Bay. So all the north-south gridlock I have in my district can find a mass transit hook. But we have to tie both together. And I'm curious, Rita, when we talk about the bus-only, another subject, on Wilshire Boulevard. Bus-only lane, I want it. How are we doing with the $27 million out of the feds? Is it coming along? Are we going to get a bus-only lane on Wilshire Boulevard?
We're working on getting a bus-only lane on Wilshire Boulevard, but there are a lot of steps to take, but we're moving forward with the progress of trying to get that money and to see how that plan would work within the city.
Great, great, great. Third question is Venice Boulevard. Okay, I would like on Venice Boulevard to have also a master plan. It's a big, beautiful boulevard, and I would like to be able to, first of all, get the MTA to have some rapid buses. Duh. I mean, I want to take a bus and get to work. Okay, but more importantly, the whole issue of Venice Boulevard and how we can make that more development and transportation friendly. It is a beautiful opportunity. They used to have the Red Line there. I mean, it is something that goes all the way downtown and needs to be done. Last thing is, my community's been heavily engaged in the PICO Olympic one-way discussions to make sure it doesn't destroy my businesses. Any sense of the community process with us right now and where we are?
Well, my understanding is that we continue to meet with the task force and representatives from all the communities that are impacted by PICO Olympic, and we realize that it's a great deal of pain with regard to change. It always is. It doesn't matter what it is. It's a great deal, whether it's going to a new school or deciding on a new cleaners. It's always difficult. However, we must do it in order to move forward and to be able to work with we've had the Mayor's Business Group now trying to meet with those businesses that feel the impact to make sure that they at least can feel some mitigation with regard to any kinds of monitoring that they need of their business from the changes that we make, as well as our parking group is looking at other parking spaces that will be available to their region, to their business patrons during the peak hours. And so those are the things that we most want to make sure of, that we address the needs of the community members that have come out, given their time and effort with response to this. But, you know, I warn any of you that, and you guys have been down the street so many more times than I have, is that any change, you know, the world will come to an end. So what we're trying to do is to give people some, you know, a soft landing place so that they understand that we're trying to do a better job. And we want to be able to see how this works. If we don't try it, we won't ever see how it works.
Yeah, and like we've said in the community, we'd like phase 2 first, which is get the lights going right, timing and synchronization, see what kind of flow before we do anything else, and we need to move forward on that.
We understand that, but as we've said before, from an engineering standpoint, that means traffic only flows one way and everybody waits on the outside. So it can't be only about synchronization. There has to be some additional capacity built into the plan so that traffic can move both ways.
Right.
And so that's the reason why we're trying to look at different ways that we can relax as well as increase the peak hour parking issues so that we just don't have one part of a fix.
Right, and we're looking forward to those discussions ongoing, and Ms. Gruhl and I have been talking about when it will come before the committee again, which we hope will be late February so that everybody's input can
That's
be
my
done
understanding.
early March. Okay, thank you both very much. Appreciate what you do.
And colleagues, just for time-wise, I think what we're going to do is what we did last single-topic meeting, and I'd ask our respondents to be conscious of this with the length of their answers. That just we're going to run the clock at 3 minutes, so you have 3 minutes between you and the respondents to make sure that we get to the 3 other topical areas we need to get to today. So Ms. Hahn is our first speaker. I know she's not going to like that, but if you will.
Yeah, you're starting
go
with
ahead.
me, and you held their clocks. That isn't.
It was just Mr. Rosendahl. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, no, really, it's going. Well, thank you. It's great to see both of you here today, and I think this is symbolic. I mean, this is exactly what I believe, and I think it's exactly what the residents of LA are really understanding and believing, that is planning and transportation together is the only way we're going to be able to move forward and hopefully ease the gridlock and change the way we do things. I will tell you that traffic counts for a particular project has come to be a very, very contentious issue. I know that the neighborhood councils just had a planning meeting at LA City College last Saturday that talked about some of these issues, and that was brought up again. We have a huge development being proposed in San Pedro, where I had an advisory group that met regularly and looked at the traffic studies that were submitted, called for a new traffic study to be developed, and part of it was how we come up with traffic counts. And I think, Councilwoman Gruhl, you and Councilmember Rosendahl have introduced a motion asking us to take another look at how we count trips per day. And I don't think we're ever going to be able to truly tell the truth about a project being proposed for any neighborhood in Los Angeles until we come up with a better way to count trips. And I understand San Diego sort of came up with their own criteria, and there's no way why can't LA come up with a better set of criteria? A great example for me is the idea of senior trips per day, based on, probably 40 years ago data, and I'm not embarrassed to say I'm a senior, and I think my traffic trips are nothing like my mother's traffic trips, and yet I'm being put in the same category as an 83-year-old senior. And we do know that developers like to promise the community they will be building senior housing. And part of how they make that palatable is by their use of trips per day. Both of you talk to me on how you feel that we in LA can come up with a different way to count particularly senior trips per day. The baby boomers who have now become seniors have a whole different way of driving, in my opinion, than what was calculated before. So I'd like to do that. Oh, my time's running out. The other thing is we want to know, somebody in my community, Diana Nave, wants to know, how will the transportation piece of the community plans be updated or arrived at? That's another big issue when we redo our community plans. Transportation piece now is almost as important as anything about the community plan, and we want to do that. And in my overtime, I want to put in my 2 cents for coming up with prioritizing some of these public transportation projects. How are you two helping us to prioritize with the MTA? I agree we need to get the Green Line into the airport. I'd like to see the Green Line connected going east, and I'd like to see a harbor line coming from downtown Los Angeles to the Port of Los Angeles. There is a lot of traffic on our roads as a result of what goes on at the port. And I'll push my button again, but particularly as it comes from the airport when people are coming to take their cruises 3 or 4 times a week. The traffic backup is huge. Why not have us get together, propose some kind of a mass public transportation system that connects the airport with the harbor area. I think that would be key. And I'd love to know how you all are working to prioritize projects in Los Angeles.
I'm going to take a stab at that, and I'll start with your last question first. In terms of prioritizing sort of regional projects, I think you're talking about. And one of the reasons that the Department of Transportation and the Planning Department are proposing to do a joint transportation planning function is that it will provide an opportunity for staff to be responsible for exactly those kinds of discussions. Right now, I don't have anyone in planning that is going to the MTA and following what they're doing, or the airport or the regional things, and I'll let Rita answer for herself. But if we had a real transportation planning function that included people from DOT and land use planners from the planning department, they would not only be responsible for that regional, for being our connection with that regional dialogue, they would also be responsible for developing a whole modeling system that is specialized and particular to the city of Los Angeles. And right now, when we do traffic modeling, we have to go out and we have to use the model from SCAG and we use MTA stuff, but we don't have our own model. In San Diego, we had a transportation planning function where we did all of the modeling for projects, we did the modeling for community plans, and the model was specific to our city. It also gets to your first question about traffic counts and trip generation. One of the things we found in San Diego is there was a distrust of the national trip generation numbers, because you know that we use these national trip generation numbers that if it's a commercial building, it produces this many trips. And there was a sense in San Diego, as there is in LA, that we are unique and that we perhaps produce more or less trips than the national generation trip count would show. And so in San Diego, we went out and did local counts to figure out where it is that we differed from the national trip generation rates. And we changed our models to accommodate those more specific local numbers. So that is one of the things that I think we're talking about here, to check some of those trip generation rates that people just don't believe here. How will transportation planning be included in our new community plans? Well, I don't know how many of you have looked at our old community plans, but when I came here and opened a community plan, I was frankly horrified. Community plans that are adopted in this city right now are typically 14 or 15 pages of text and then 4 or 5 maps, and that is what we call a community plan that's meant to guide development in huge, complex communities. The new community plans that we are doing are going to be much more complex plans, where there will be an entire chapter directed to transportation. If this is your new land use plan, what is your existing transportation situation? So every community plan is going to have an EIR. Every community plan will have traffic modeling. We will know in every community plan what are the transportation improvements that need to be made to support this plan. And so we are going to be looking, you will be able to pick up the community plan and not only know what's the land use, you're going to know what are the public facility needs, what are the transportation needs, what are the urban design needs of the city, of that neighborhood and of that community. So hopefully you're going to get a much better view of what are the transportation needs, which can help us then begin to prioritize projects. And it may also, and I know there's a lot of discussion, I think it's a great discussion, of doing nexus studies to begin to figure out, when we do a community plan, what are the transportation improvement needs? How can we attribute the cost of those new needs to what portion of those new needs are attributable to new development, and how can we begin to create that nexus so that we get the money to build the project? So those are some of the things that we are talking to transportation about. Rita.
I think Gail has summed up exactly what it is that the staffs have already been working on and are in activity with, because we agree that our response to most projects are reactive versus than proactive. And so that if we have our own modeling, then we were able to take anything that comes into, whether it's any new projects that come in, and say that we already have certain amounts of information that you must follow in order to be responsive to the real situation in Los Angeles. And because we've heard this from the public as well. And so through working with Gail and her knowledge with regard to what San Diego has done, which is helping us to form a template for LA, I think that we will come up with a better trip per day basis that's not national but local, which I think will help us a great deal, as well as a proactive stand from the department standpoint. And then I think that will trickle down to priorities being determined by the council and the mayor, because I think many times is that, we just have projects that are all over the place. They don't really connect any of the puzzle pieces that we currently need to connect. And that's where we get stuck a lot of times, because the pressure is to do the project. How that project fits within a bigger context is never really established. And so that's one of the things that Gail and I want to fix, to be able to give you better guidance as well.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Alarcon. After that will be Ms. Perry.
Yes, I have two larger issues. The first one is in 2001, when I was a member of the legislature, as a senator, I said that I would not support a proposal, a deal that had been brokered between the governor and the Speaker of the Assembly, Mr. Hertzberg, to provide monies to fund, for example, the Orange Line. I said I wouldn't support that deal because it provided nothing to the Northeast San Fernando Valley. Shortly thereafter, the chairman of the Budget Committee, Tony Cardenas, worked with me, and he was able to find $100 million for a north-south Orange Line, a bus rapid system. Herb Wesson was there as well and supported this. And so we supported the plan. The Orange Line was built. It was $100 million over budget. They moved the money from the north-south line to the Orange Line. Nowhere in this plan do I see a priority for the north-south bus rapid line on San Fernando Road. So my first question is, what happened to it? Did it stop being a priority? Did we improve the corridor so much that it doesn't need it? Or did we just shift political wind and decide that we're not going to do it? My second question is relative, because the county just approved 20,000 units of housing along the 14 freeway in Newhall without any indicated mitigations for the impact to the city of Los Angeles. Going to generate about 840,000 trips a day, and there are no mitigations for Los Angeles. The density that we are experiencing every morning in the Northeast San Fernando Valley on the 118, the 5, coming in from the 14 and the 5 freeways, and the 118, is a result of outlying traffic. It has nothing to do with the people of Los Angeles, except that people from outside of the city of Los Angeles are coming and taking our jobs and causing great density in our traffic flow. When are we going to step up, and why did we not make any effort to block Supervisor Antonovich's approval of 20,000 units, or potentially that? I don't think it's before the supervisor. I have heard nothing from DOT or planning about us doing something to sue, to block them from imposing this incredible imposition on the city of Los Angeles. What are we doing about those things?
Well, I would have to work with their staff with regard. I'm not sure of these two projects specifically, so I don't want to misspeak at all about them. Generally, when they're projects, we get some kind of response on an EIR or some overview of projects coming anywhere near the city. I'm not aware of either of these projects, but we'll work with you and your staff with regard to finding out the history on both of these and be able to talk with you directly regarding them.
Yes. I mean, these are major projects. 20,000 units of housing? And you're not aware of that one?
I'm not aware of the project specifically. Now, maybe one of my staff has been aware of it, but I'm not aware of it specifically.
Well, maybe they can answer. I think that's 20,000 units of housing, and the impact to Los Angeles, I think, is something that should be in the public domain. They should hear it.
I agree.
Council member, the planning department, as organized and with the responsibilities that they had when I arrived here, this is not a role that they would have taken on in the past. the planning department might have received, when the Newhall project was first going through, which would have been a number of years ago, could have received a copy of the EIR to evaluate, and that would have been our single role in doing that. And to be honest with you, the planning department until recently only had 2 people working, doing any kind of environmental review or working with environmental impact reports. So this was not something that the planning department would have been engaged in at the time this project came forward. I do not disagree with you that the city needs to have a very proactive role to evaluate projects that are going on regionally so that we can input that process, and you are correct, there are ways on a regional basis to impose on projects that are outside our jurisdiction mitigation to help us mitigate for the impacts within our jurisdiction. And one of the things that I would be hopeful that our joint planning, transportation planning function could deal with is to have the capacity to begin to look at those projects to figure out what is the impact to the city and how are we going to respond in a way that will really give us some mitigation. So I don't disagree with you.
I'm very glad to hear that because the Board of Supervisors has not approved the project. We still have a number of days to react, and we have informed the Planning and Transportation Departments about these projects, and even the City Attorney, and I hope that we have a statement to make at the County Board of Supervisors when that decision comes up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl is our next speaker. Okay, Mr. Reyes? I'm sorry, we had Ms. Perry. Oh, you took it off? Okay, Mr. Reyes, my apologies.
Thank you, Council President. It's refreshing to hear the 2 directors being able to leverage each other's resources, if you will, your tremendous amount of wealth that you bring, experience to the city. My question is more relevant to our ability to leverage other jurisdictions and other agencies. When I look at the school district, in District 1 alone, going back to 2001, we have 30 new additions, either expansion of schools or new high schools, new middle schools. What it means is we'll have 19,737 new seats. That's 19, close to 20,000 students that'll be coming in and out of the central part of the city with no sense of how they're going to interface in a safe way with the vehicle, pedestrians, how we're going to get them from the school and back out, where they're going to park. They've got their own EIRs, and they've talked about what they could do on the site. But now I'm talking about the overlap. The regional traffic is going to come into downtown, outlying communities that right now exist around the neighborhoods around downtown, tremendous amount of traffic. Now we're laying in 20,000 new seats. On the charter school level, we're going to have close to 3,000 new seats. If you average out all the number of charter schools that are going to pop up in non-traditional places, warehouses, old plants, buildings. So I want to put this out there because we need to absorb that energy somehow. And I know for a while there, I was asking and pounding away on a mapping project from DOT as to the migration, and we got that finally, and I thank you, sir. Mr. Oswaga, I remember you helped us out. But the bottom line is, do we have any kind of feedback from the school district, and is there any dialogue? Because these are ancillary impacts, and I think there's an issue of public safety, especially when you fold in the challenge of dealing with gangs and how they take over certain streets and neighborhoods. So how our shuttle is going to work, how we make it safe for kids to feel better about getting to school in a safer way. So I'm throwing a lot at you, but I think this is my few opportunities I get to do this.
Well, let me just tell you that you have touched upon a subject that is very close to my heart. In San Diego, and it's also true here, there have been plenty of years where the biggest developer in this city was the school district. The biggest developer. And the biggest developer did their development with little interaction. There was no discussion of siting issues. Where should the schools be? They are a jurisdiction that it has a higher level, and so they don't have to come to us for permission. And this is a huge problem. We in the planning department have been meeting on a regular basis with the facilities folks of the school district because we have to create some sort of a partnership where we have more of a say, even if it's an informal say, in where are those schools, what are the impacts, and it's not just to transportation and traffic, but they can often have very serious land use impacts, job impacts, because the schools first went into our residential neighborhoods and often ripped out hundreds of affordable units. They are now going into our job neighborhoods and removing many of our jobs. So this is a huge issue. We are meeting regularly with the school district to talk about how we can better interact, how we can better make schools more multi-use. We can't afford, as we are densifying everything, we can't afford to be using land 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 9 months of the year, and not make it more multi-purpose to serve a more community function. We just can't afford to do that. And I will say that it appears to me that the facilities folks are at least open to those discussions in Los Angeles, and we should very aggressively be moving forward to make schools centers of neighborhoods.
And issues on the ground with regard to schools, our public outreach staff, Bruce Gilman and his staff have been working very diligently on safe routes to school programs.
Right.
So that once the children do begin school, we have very clear instructions to how to make sure your kids can walk to school safely, what happens to them when they're dropped off, even in buses, how they, behave with regard to listening to crossing guards, so that way that even when the school is built, we want to be a partner with regard to keeping those children safe when they're commuting to and from school.
Great. Councilmember Reyes, I think it's really important to note that one of the biggest contributors to the congestion in the city of Los Angeles is that everybody drives their kids to school. Kids used to walk to school, and kids used to feel safe, and there used to be an environment, and today everybody drives their kids to school, so we have to worry about how cars get in and out. If you drive on our freeways on days when school is out, you will see a huge, huge difference.
Amazing.
If we could find a way to site schools in ways that were more accessible to neighborhoods and create really safe walking environments for our kids, this could go a huge way in relieving congestion in this city.
Well, we have 20,000 students coming in. I mean, it's done. So I think we need to figure out how we deal with the notion of mitigation. And I look forward to working with you on everything. The shuttle concept gives us an out in minimizing and lowering the number of vehicles on the lanes. And one last point, Council President, I worked with the Transportation Department, and we worked very hard 2 years ago, the Taylor Yard Transit Village. So our street widths, current LA local street standards require a 60-foot dedication requirement with 40-foot street pavement requirements. This encourages faster car movement that can lead to unsafe pedestrian crossings. A solution we came up with was proposed 44-foot wide street dedication, or incorporated 36-foot wide street dedication. The 10% reduction in street width helps reduce the vehicle speed, and could utilize a 28-foot wide street dedication. But the city, this is something that we were struggling with. But the bottom line, we have wider sidewalks, more opportunities to design bike paths, and we minimize the priority on the vehicle. And that's for the Taylor Yard Transit Village. It's something we worked through on the. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you.
There's so much to
and
do.
colleagues, I'm sorry to have to be strict. I know we have a lot that's packed in, and I know Ms. Gruhl's staff and our staff has worked on making sure that we have some of the folks who are from out of town. So again, as much as we can emphasize, because there's amazing policy debates and nothing gets people going like traffic and transportation, if we can queue up some of our suggestions to have the CLA to be working on, that is really what we can direct that work on, and then that work can go on the off time. So we have two more speakers on the queue. And then we're going to hear our first round of public comments from people who wanted to do that at the beginning of the meeting, the first half of the meeting. And then we'll continue on with the second part, which is transportation funding. So, sorry, now we have 4 people in the queue. 5 people, no, that was Mr. Zine touching Mr. Wesson's clock, even though Mr. Wesson's not here. So we'll take Mr. Zine and Mr. Wesson off. He's just lost his privileges. And Mr. Weiss is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to acknowledge that working in this area, while government's important, it really takes community leadership as well. And I see Annette Mercer and Barbara Broidy here from CD5 who devote so much of their time to these issues, and I want to thank them for that. And one thing that they particularly focus on is something that both of you have talked about this morning, and I just want to thank you for that, which is merging the planning process and the transportation infrastructure process. That's something that they care an awful lot about. I know you've been talking about that this morning. I've always believed that other than the fact that at least one of your departments is in the charter, I'm sorry, it's hard to make an argument conceptually that we should even have 2 departments, because it's really, in my view, the same function. I think your jobs are safe. But intellectually, it's never made sense to me that we bifurcate responsibilities. Certainly when we talk about projects or planning for the future, it doesn't make sense. And so I want you to know that, that I'm putting in a motion today that will help merge both of your efforts with respect to the update of the West LA Community Plan, and will really develop an understanding of the transportation impacts of that update. And your departments, plural, have been very useful and very helpful to my office and my staff in doing that, and I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank the folks here from CD5 who make the community end of it go as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, ladies. Rita, I know you're in that position to fix all the traffic woes in the city of Los Angeles. Correct?
Potholes or?
No, all the city woes, all the not
the woes.
The woes.
Okay.
What was the traffic? The issue that I have is I always think about realism, the money to get anything accomplished. The mayor issued a directive yesterday: turn off the lights, turn in the cars, turn in your cell phones, Blackberries, pagers. We've got a huge economic situation facing us. I ask, if you hold my time, please, where do you find the money coming forward to the Department of Transportation for additional Tiger teams, additional resources to keep the roadways clear? The issues about traffic matters at the schools, which we had a lot of complaints about, parents double parking, wrong side of the road, etc. Can you address that? And then I have a couple more questions that Ms. Goldberg can answer.
Yes, we realize, and as I mentioned this morning at the press conference, that even in these very difficult and even more dire economic times, we're going to just look inside ourselves to see what the priorities are that the mayor and that the council set forward for us to do. So that means that some things won't get done. Everything can't be done even with the same amount of resources. But if we're asked to make cutbacks, we'll make cutbacks in those things that become less critical and put more emphasis on those things that we know are important. Keeping people safe is very important. Finding new revenue sources is extremely important. That's why our parking staff, as well as our enforcement staff, are looking at ways to collect tickets that are due, do more bill collecting, do more technology that will help us to improve how we do things more efficiently, cut down on our paperwork. Those are all ideas that we're looking at internally to save money and at the same time be able to present to you those results in those areas that we know are critical to the city.
Excuse me, Mr. President, I asked that my time be held. Obviously, it kept on
I announced that we are not holding time, just as we did the last single topic meeting. I did announce that.
So what do you do with the rest of my questions?
Well,
give me one more time. One more.
Again, or
just
you
one
have
more.
to go for later. Go ahead.
To be even, Ms. Goldberg. Thank you, Rita, for that. Regarding Warner Center, we have large industrial complexes that are relocating, 50, 100 acres. We need to maintain the job base. And a concern I have is the developers want to build condos and apartments. 50 acres is a lot of land. And I see them approaching, as these large parcels of land are becoming vacant, what are we going to do to maintain, not only in my district, in the West San Valley, but citywide, a job base for whatever we can bring in, commercial, industrial, not that we're going to build cars or railroad tracks or trains, but something to keep people employed, so we don't convert all this land to more apartments and condos.
Well, you've raised an interesting and a question that is on the mind of a lot of council folks right now, and my response to that would be that currently we have a policy in the city that says preserve industrial land. To the extent that I think that means preserve viable industrial land, I think that we have some flexibility in the short term to make changes if the industrial land does not appear right now to be viable for industrial purposes. In the larger planning context, and we have 12 community plans going on, we have an opportunity to look creatively at the job base throughout the city and to perhaps create more specific zones that will be helpful in terms of attracting the kinds of jobs that we're actually looking for here in the city. And I think in the planning process, we're going to have a lot more flexibility. In terms of Warner Center, I think you could expect that the planning department is going to support the preservation of those industrial lands until there is some policy change or until there is a new plan that would lay out a different policy for Warner Center. So I don't think you have much to worry about in terms of support for preserving those industrial lands.
Because I'm trying to bring in larger businesses to take that space.
Yes, and I think that the question you're raising is a really interesting one. We've got all this industrial land, and we don't have in this city a good strategy for the future about how it is that we're going to attract new jobs, what kind of land we actually need for those jobs, how are we going to support that land use with real infrastructure to make it viable job-producing land. Those are all big questions that we are going to have to address through our community planning process in this city, and there is a lot of work to do.
I know that Yahoo is in Santa Monica and in Burbank. We'd like to bring those kind of corporations, good-paying jobs, to the city of Los Angeles.
And I couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Ms. Gruhl is next. Bye-bye.
Just the status and really good questions today, and I think as Ms. Hahn mentioned, I mean, this is historic in a way of having the two departments sitting there and potentially, really working together. I can't tell you how important that is, and see this gentleman here shaking his head. I mean, it's been a long time coming, and to deal with those issues. The piece that was mentioned as well is the traffic counts, and I know you all are looking together. This was probably 6-8 months ago we introduced the motion, if I'm correct. I'd like to have a report back, status report on that. Just so ask that question. And the other is interesting, the comment you said on reducing the one trip per day, and combining in that 10%. If you may recall, in 1984 Olympics, we only adjusted our traffic patterns by 5%, and you could get anywhere in LA in 20 minutes. So 10%. It's huge. And so I think that, and I know Mr. Reyes spoke about the linkage and his leadership on the issue of planning and transportation and moving that to the next level there. But you can hear that each of us have our own special projects, let's say, that cause us angst about the traffic and the involvement there. And so if we can also ask for that report back as to how the two departments are going to work together on the transportation planning aspect of it. And a lot of this is a precursor to what we're going to have in the budget committee and Mr. Parks' committee coming up in the mayor's budget. These priorities, and why it was so critical, I think, to have this now, is the importance of making those difficult decisions as we go forward when we're not going to be adding a whole lot of money. And so how are we focused? Because I know DOT probably decades ago or even 5 years ago had a lot more transportation planning people. And so they need that kind of same source and the connection. So those would be just my two, as well as kind of a little bit of that development-oriented transit versus the transit-oriented development. So first, I've heard that, and I do have a copy of your remarks, so I appreciate that. But I think you're right. I mean, that is clear. Sometimes the two, depending on the way that you look at it, it could be very, very different. And so, as well, and maybe that's part of Mr. Reyes's at Bailiwick and Plum to kind of talk about the difference of those two and how we would change public policy to reflect which is better for Los Angeles or communities in general.
Councilman Grove, if I may, back September 13th, 06, you and I did a motion that requested this from the previous management.
Right.
So we have new management now, new direction, but I'll share this with you, but you literally are echoing we had asked of them 2 years ago. So that's something we can continue working on.
This is our unique opportunity to nudge them, as we talked about earlier, on those things, and to really put a spotlight on you all as before you come to our budget committee and ask for things. We'll ask for those reports. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Garcetti, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'll take all
I'm
three.
going to remind the
Mrs.
President of his rules.
We all know, well, if you're going to talk through all of them, I need another 30 seconds. I want to thank both of our general managers and cut to the chase with some things we've been trying to do and that I think some studies and some motions to move forward. One of the things we're trying to do in Hollywood, and I appreciated what Assemblymember Fuhr said, is give people other transit options. We have a subway, which everybody wants now. We have neighborhood circulators. We're making it more pedestrian friendly. But one of the things we want to do along the Red Line is we have the most Red Line stops anywhere in the city on Western Avenue and up Hollywood Boulevard. We can already see a lot of pedestrian-oriented mass transit corridors that we've been talking about coming to bear, but now we need to make it more pedestrian-friendly. So I'd like to move that the Department of Transportation, in developing its call for projects with MTA, to develop a proposal for turning Western Avenue into a walkable, pedestrian-friendly corridor. Once we have that infrastructure, we have to remember to fill it out, and this should be part of a broader strategy to get funding from the call for projects. Second, in the 24-hour transportation option. One of the things that I always hear from my constituents is we take transit in at night at Hollywood, but the subway stops. From nightclubs to entertainment venues that go late into the night, from jobs that start early into the morning, more and more people need access to Hollywood 24/7. So I'd like to move that 24 access to public transportation be considered within the strategic plan that we're developing as well. Third, making use of park and rides. The Red Line, as I mentioned, has made Hollywood the envy of much of LA, but even neighbors close to the Red Line need a means of getting there. So park and rides have been very successful in the Orange Line, but I'd like to move that park and rides around Red Line stops be studied to encourage use of the Red Line throughout the city as part of the strategic plan as well. Next, working with business. We'd like to continue to incentivize carpooling. We'd like to move that incentives for city workers and private businesses to encourage carpooling is on the table for consideration of part of the strategic plan. Maybe as we look at our future tax reform, companies that are doing that get a further tax break, obviously not this coming year because we have a tough year, but 2 or 3 years out, we should be rewarding those companies that actually can show us those numbers of getting more passengers into cars. As I've always stated, the 1.1 average number of passengers per car is the worst statistic we have. If each car had 1.6, our traffic would be free-flowing. That's not a lot. That's every other car having an extra person in it. So when we think that through, I mandate it for my own office. I know Ms. Gruhl does for hers. The mayor is now taking transit one day a week. That's very important, too. Solving the parking problem is another thing. I'd like to move that DOT work with CLA, CRA, and planning to create a valet district in Hollywood. Right now, we have parking spaces that are empty at night and during the day. It's a management problem, not always a capacity one. And one of the ways we can get away from $50 and $60 valets is through a valet district. And I know we've been working with planning and DOT on that, but I'd like to formally move that as well. And promoting transportation options as well. Many people in Los Angeles don't know enough about mass transit options. They're unaware of new bus lines and changes that happen. So I'd like to move that the CLA and DOT work with, in Hollywood specifically, the Hollywood Property Owners Alliance, that's the bid, to create a Hollywood transportation website, a one-stop shop for anyone looking to get into or move around Hollywood without having to get in their car. Again, cars are great. They're one option, but we want to give people other options too. And in my last few, the time is frozen, my last few seconds though, I'd like to make a motion for improving the commute. We're stuck in our cars. Commuting is valuable time that's wasted behind the wheel. And I know Ms. Gruhl would probably join me in this, and Mr. Weiss. A lot of places have started putting wireless Wi-Fi into buses and into trains, but at least for ours, on the commuter buses, that we have started doing that already, commuter express buses, but to look at dash buses as well. So with Ms. Gruhl, we'd like to move that installing wireless internet access on city buses be considered as part of the strategic plan as well. And Mr. Weiss as well. So the three of us. Thank you very
I
much.
think they are looking at that for both Commuter Express and Dash, but if not, we should have both of those. So,
I'm
thank you.
dying to tell you
Yes.
just a little factoid that I think is so interesting, but the largest, the longest, the biggest bus system in San Francisco is Google. Google has a bus system where they pick up their employees, and it has changed land use and how people live in San Francisco, because bus stops that used to have 14 Google employees now have 67. People move to the bus stops. The interesting thing is that when they get on the Google bus, they literally put their business card in and they're on the clock. And this has changed. I mean, they have the largest transportation system, and it is not provided. It costs not one public dollar. I mean, there are so many innovative things that we could do to help move people in this city, and we need to be looking at all of them.
Well, I move we Google that.
I love it.
Thank you. Mr. Labange, our last speaker on this item before we go to the next one.
We direct staff on certain issues here on, this is for transportation, on improving our taxi system. Our taxi system to improve, whether they're short hop taxis. I would like to see a thing called a red car taxi, where off the red line there would be a jitney where multiple people could get in a vehicle and go, like from the Santa Monica and Vermont stop, within a quarter mile of that stop. You know what I found out too, because my Dorothy Perez, who's the I did introduce Renee as the greatest planning deputy at a council meeting, but I don't know if any other executive secretary has as long a service as Dorothy does, but she takes the train, because when she and her husband Louis got married, they were able to afford a house in the San Gabriel Valley in the eastern sector. She told me, and this is a fact, that often because of the darkness, sometimes ridership decreases due to daylight savings and safety issues, especially as it relates to women. Which is a very important issue for safety around bus stops, bus stations, transit, etc. But back online on this issue, the key is on the traffic is to, for taxis to look at what we can do innovatively around the world. Conversely, I was on the MTA board. I was extremely disappointed at the lack of integration between the subway stops, the Metrolink stops, and the bus systems. I remember when I was 24, and at 6 o'clock in the morning, I came into a German town coming from France on the train, and I got where I wanted to go in the morning because everything fed into the train station. There's no connection and relationship. And I don't know if Art Henry is here, that fine representative of MTA, or anybody here is from MTA, but they have to do a better job because there's no connection and integration on that. That is key, that we have to do that. Big traffic on big streets. I think you got to look, read it. I said it at the press conference this morning at Roscoe, Sherman Way, Victory Boulevard. Victory starts in the 4th District, right at Griffith Park. It goes all the way across the valley. What could we do with those big traffic on big streets to make it more sensible? I think it's important, as I mentioned earlier, about the freeway improvements, just to look to see what could be done on existing. Right now, you come down the freeway, it clogs up and pinch points at Vermont, at Silver Lake, and at Glendale, Union Avenue there. And could there be anything done to alleviate that pinch points to clear up the clutter? And lastly, I'm most proud of a lot of my things, but I'm most proud that I brought back to the City Council the ability to get the red line going out Wilshire Boulevard. And I brought it back with the support of members here and the supports of Beverly Hills and Santa Monica, Culver City, and especially West Hollywood. And I think it's other cities who are working with it because we're going to be successful. I support you, Ms. Hahn, on the Harbor Transitway, but you know, if you work with the South Bay cities, I support you, Mr. Rosendahl, on the Green Line to the airport, which I called when I first got here, and I think it needs to be extended, but we have to work with these other cities, and you mentioned Skag. I think we need that. My time is up, but I just wanted to mention those things. And lastly, if I could just say there, as far as funding, of looking for ways, and like Mike Fear said, to look for ways that we can try to fund it to maximize and share in the expense, because it's not coming to Washington, it's not coming from Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Perry and then Mr. Reyes. And again, we're going to take a few public comment cards and then we'll go to our next panel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just a quick comment. I look forward to living in a city where we can just step to the curb and hail a cab like many of the other major cities, and I know the department has to do their job, and they're very diligent, and they've come a long way in evolving and being more open-minded, but I hope we don't end up with making taxi zones and taxi stands, and as a woman who's often wearing heels and carrying a bag, laptop, a purse, sometimes I just want to hail a cab wherever I am because I'm tired, and I'm able to do that in other places like San Francisco and New York, but I can't do that here. So that's quick hit, cheap, just change in behavior. There's no money involved. So I hope we can get there. Thanks.
Very good.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to just, I have 7 different directives. Instead of speaking to them, I printed them out. I'll give them to you, and that we can save some time. And on the school district issue, in terms of all the schools, I'd like to get you a copy of this map, and perhaps we can sit down and jointly talk about how we bring in the school. Guy Mahala was in our committee last week. He did talk about it, but I think there's this notion of accountability and how they're going to affect our streets. So that's something I'd like to have more discussion, see if we can take it anywhere else, or do we solicit the help of a senator or an assembly member that can impact that jurisdiction. But I think we need to focus on this in a more pragmatic way and have a demonstration project, do something. But when 20,000 new students come into our area just west of the Harbor Freeway, I mean, we're going to fill it at many different levels. So thank you. I'll give this to you.
Thank you. Mr. LeBon?
I just wanted to mention also on safety. I know Mr. Reyes spoke about bicycles earlier. A phenomenon that I've seen lately is bicycles are riding on sidewalks. And that is a challenge. And I know I spoke with a bicycle coordinator. She had a difference of opinion. Safety on cycling is so important. Whether we do look at other cities where they develop bikeways in existing streets and bicycle boulevards and pound on that, we can't do every street, but concentrate on one. But I'm very concerned because people ride off a sidewalk into the street as if it's their right-of-way, and there's an accident. And I know when I was at the MTA, there was a horrible accident at Adams and Figueroa where a student from USC was fatally injured by that. And I see it more happening. Safety is real important. Pedestrian safety is real important. And going the speed limit is real important. Because if you go the speed limit, possibly the good work of all the DOT engineers down in the City Hall East could have the synchronized lights work. Safety. I'll give you the directive in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought we were finished. Mr. Rosendahl?
Just a quick point. Last night I had my Mandeville Canyon Homeowners Association, and again it was bicycles. A lot of young people have moved up there, and they're really worried about getting on the bike and how they can get down. I'd like DOT to take a look at how we can make a bike path a little more effectively on Mandeville Canyon. It would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Don't go too far away. We'd like to ask the following individuals who are here. Our first set of public comment cards were the first ones: Igor Kagan, Damian Goodman, Dorothy G. It looks like. If we could ask you to line up if you're here at the Annette, followed by Annette Mercer, Barbara Brody, and Sun Young Yang. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Reyes.
I wanted to recognize Councilman Farrell, who's joined us in the audience, and give him a round of applause, please. Thank you for joining us, Councilman Farrell.
Thank you very much. And just so you know, and sorry, we're almost ready to start public comment. We are going to combine our next two panels because we'll talk about funding in general, and they'll be available to answer questions during that period of time. Thank you. Igor.
My name is Igor Kagan. I'm with the American Lung Association of California, and I'm also part of the Green LA Transportation Work Group. As you all know, we have the worst air quality in the United States in the city of Los Angeles, and people are suffering from lung cancer and other respiratory and cardiac illnesses. One of the biggest ways to solve this is public transit. And so while we support all the talking about public transit and all the discussions around town surrounding this topic, what we really want to ask for is action, because that's really what will help heal these illnesses, and that's what really will get people moving in Los Angeles. So thank you.
Thank you, and that's our intent as well, so thank you very much. Damien?
Good afternoon. My name is Damian Goodman, and many may recognize me from my advocacy efforts leading the Community Coalition Citizens Campaign to fix the Expo Run. But what most don't know or forget is before I got involved in that effort, I was pretty popular locally doing rail transit planning and advocacy regionally with my organization, Get LA Moving. Yes, I'm a rail transit advocate and frequent user, and yet I find myself in the middle of a controversy that if our South LA community requests are not fulfilled, will derail the $850 million Expo Line project. Why? Why, many have asked me, why put on hold regional rail expansion advocacy to fight what so many believed was a done deal? The answer is simple. It's because our local council members, none of which I see in the chamber right now, have failed to listen and failed to lead. I once thought it was a failure of leadership as a product of a failure of understanding, but after spending 14 months explaining the issues to them, the issues of safety, environmental racism, and others, Herb Wesson, Jen Perry, and Bernard Parks, it is clear that not only do they not want to know, they don't care. They don't care that the train is planned to operate 35 and 55 miles per hour past dozens of schools, often without crossing gates, almost all without grade separation. They don't care that much of the Expo Line design is identical to the most accident-prone section of the Blue Line, which had 89 deaths and 800 accidents is the deadliest, most accident-prone light rail line in the country. They don't care that the city of Culver City requested and received 100% grade separation. So why am I here, and why are the 14 organizations, homeowners associations, the Los Angeles Unified School District, United Teachers of Los Angeles, and the Southern Christian Leadership Council all fighting? Because if children in South Los Angeles will not be required to walk across tracks if children in Culver City are not. And so we continue our fight, and we hope that this chamber can get to your 3 board members because the community has not been able to thus far. But we hope that this project will be redesigned with grade separation, or it won't be a project.
Thank you. Dorothy, followed by Annette Mercer, Barbara Brody, and Sun Young Yang.
Sorry, my writing is really bad. It's Dorothy Le.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Usually it's pretty good, though. So my name is Dorothy Le. I'm the planning director of LA County Bicycle Coalition, and I'm also part of the Green LA Working Group. Please consider my comments in your work on the strategic transportation plan. First, I want to commend aspects of your mission statement, including your emphasis on environmental justice and providing access to all users. There's a concept called complete streets, and so please look at that, learn complete streets, and make it a priority. Second, it's really time to make meaningful and viable choices. Alternative to the automobile. And New York City plans to add 200 bike lanes by 2010. This is the level of commitment we need in Los Angeles. LA's upcoming bicycle master plan is very modest and is not sufficient. We need to increase our bicycle and pedestrian staff, set ambitious goals for bicycle and pedestrian planning, and fund them accordingly. Lastly, there are many cost-effective strategies out there. Bicycle boulevards, I heard talk about that. They create linkages between residential neighborhoods. Bus-only lanes and posting bus maps at every bus stop and highway transit ways are good for transit riders. And creating inviting streetscapes for pedestrian users. They might not be as flashy, but they are very important strategies. Please consider them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Annette Mercer.
Thank you very much. I've grown up here, I work downtown, and I'm now a mom on the west side. I've used all the transportation modes out there, and I want to use some that haven't reached me yet. I wholeheartedly support Gail Goldberg's vision and her statements, but I don't see some of the values, even in the mission statement that was approved, I don't see those getting worked into things right now. Take Pico and Olympic. Why weren't bike lanes even mentioned? How can people ride bikes if there's no place to go? I ride my bike. I ride it on the sidewalk. I'll get killed if I ride it in the street. Okay? You need lanes. Why aren't those things being talked about right now? Take sidewalk repair. I walk. I can't walk if the sidewalk is bumpy and dark. I'm going to kill myself. The city's going to get sued. Okay? Take buses. They need to run. At times, even when they're not full, because if you take a bus downtown in the morning, you got to be able to get home, and you got to be able to leave at some time that is convenient to your work schedule. This council needs to walk the walk. You need to do what you're talking about. You need to build the alternatives so that they can be used. I believe that if you build transportation alternatives, they will be used. Not by everybody, not every day, but enough. And this is a really hard topic because we always have a short-term political view and we always have a funding crisis. We're never going to have a long view, but you need to do this. The time is now. And I think that the cost will be repaid down the line. I'd also like to ask in my last 5 seconds that these elected officials and our public servants work for us. Community activists would love to be put out of work. We want you guys to be asking the questions that for some reason we are always asking.
Thank you very much. Barbara Brody, yes.
One quick comment about the sidewalk business. As many people know and don't know, we're in the process of putting together a strategy where point of sale would get the sidewalks done. If we don't do something like that, it's 80 years to get all the sidewalks done, and people need to know that that's what we're working on. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Barbara Brody?
Thank you. I'd like to thank the council. I'd like to thank Councilperson Gruhl for your leadership on this matter and for your committee's deliberations that have brought us here today. We are hopeful as citizens who've been involved in tracking transportation issues, but we are also wary. You see, many Westsiders feel as though we've been canaries in the coal mine. Kind of your warning signal, your warning sign when we go to hearings over the years to talk about, wait a minute, the CIR isn't really assessing impacts. You're going to generate new traffic if you build 800,000 square feet of new office space. But we've been allowed to participate in the process, but we haven't been heard. And we're very concerned, even in the Pico Olympic example, where, yes, there are community meetings going on, but our tough questions are not being answered. Annette Mercer said we want to be put out of business. Why do we have to be the people at hearings on a new private high school that say, what about carpooling? Where is the city's transportation staff in reviewing those documents and saying, hey, you know, you could put carpooling in for your families. Otherwise, we're not going to give you a permit. So those kinds of things, my husband often says, you're going to what kind of a meeting? Santa Monica Boulevard project. What could you possibly know about building a street? And I say, you know, the amazing thing is we're making a difference. We're saying things that the professionals aren't saying. And that's scary to me. That, frankly, is frightening. We have a lot of concerns about Pico and Olympic, and it's not about that we don't want to feel the pain, but we don't believe that we've been proven with data and proof that this is a model worth investing our city's hard-won dollars in. So we want you to prove that to us so we can believe, and that it's not a quick fix or a political implementation. We haven't been shown that yet. We have some hope. We have some hope for the youth. We'd like to see dollars spent to get our youth to participate in a culture shift. Buses are for other people, for many of our kids. They've ridden the bus in Chicago and New York. They've been on Metro in London, but they haven't been on it here in LA. So we really need to spend a lot of time through our neighborhood councils and our other means to do those kinds of things.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Appreciate you being here. Song Young Yang, followed by Stephen Box.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sun Young Yang from the Bus Riders Union. I'm here today to highlight that an environmentally and socially just transportation plan must prioritize a multi-tiered bus-centered transit system, a plan that both expands the mobility of all people without sacrificing the needs of the most transit-dependent, poor Black and Latino and working-class bus riders, and addresses the urgency of both the public health and environmental crisis by making the most out of our current resources. A plan that could be implemented relatively soon without years of construction and cost overruns because it takes advantage of existing infrastructure. Just for example, we could have a 24/7 multi-tiered affordable rapid bus system throughout the entire county at a fraction of the cost of building a subway to the sea in one 9-mile corridor. And let's look at the sobering facts. 20 years later, over $10 billion invested into rail and billions more on freeways, the auto crisis hasn't been resolved. And transit ridership is nowhere near 1985 relative to population. We are facing big dilemmas right now. As you know, LA City has a big stake in MTA, right? 80% of MTA's riders are in the city of Los Angeles. At a time when MTA is cutting over 400,000 hours of service and plan to raise fares indefinitely, your leadership can call for lowering fares in public transit, bus-only lanes throughout the city that really challenges the space of the auto. And I know both Councilmember Rosendahl and Wendy Grohl have taken huge leadership on that. Auto-free zones, days, and rush hours. Let's look at Bogota, Colombia. Let's look at some of the international city models where they've developed first-class mass transit bus center system while reducing auto drastically. We need that kind of leadership, and I would like to conclude that we urge your leadership by including front funding for the expedient implementation of the Wilshire bus-only lanes. We're asking for bold leadership and creative vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Box?
City Council members, my name is Stephen Box of Illuminate LA, and I'm also a member of the Green LA Working Group, and I'm proud to live in Hollywood. I'm pleased to hear the word bicycle used so much so far in this meeting, and I'm pleased to hear the idea of counting pedestrians, cyclists, and mass transit users when we measure traffic, not simply counting automobiles. I would go so far as to suggest that cyclists and pedestrians are the indicator species of a healthy community, and I would suggest that we are acutely sensitive of the issue of not just mobility but accessibility, as we have to actually pedal by pedalers, step by step, work our way from home to work to our other activities. And I appreciate the opportunity to participate. We have, as individuals and members of the cycling community, appealed to you individually this week with regards to reevaluating our definition of transportation and defining it in terms of individuals, not vehicles, and to reevaluating a livability index, if you will, and evaluating our communities based on many issues, not just our ability to move vehicles through our neighborhoods. But I would like to close with two questions. Specifically, there is a bicycle advisory committee. It's an official advisory body to the City of LA, and you all have representatives or seats on that body. But I'd like to ask you two questions. Have your representatives been in contact with you with regards to this subject from the Bicycle Advisory Committee? In fact, have you heard from your representatives? Some of you have open seats. Some of you have representatives that don't attend. But they are our official representatives, and we're concerned that there's a disconnect. So when I say we, I speak as an individual, a member of the cycling community, and I appeal to you to address your relationship with the Bicycle Advisory Committee and the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're kind of splitting up the public comment card to get back to our panel, and we'll do additional public comments. I'd like to ask Michael Turner, Ian Simpson, Denny Zane, Jen Giuliani, as well as Bill Robertson and Phil Richardson to take the table here or be available close by when we need to add some. Yes, Mr. Rosendahl.
Denny Zane provided great leadership when he did that summit the other day, and I just want to applaud him for his efforts on transportation issues.
Thank you, and I know we're going to look forward to hearing from him. I think both Phil and Bill are here. If we were going to do local funding, a lot of our funding comes from some of these bodies, but we want to, the materials that you've presented are in here. We will have questions for you as well. And I think we'll first go to Michael Turner, who I believe, if you do look on your desk, colleagues, that there has been a document that has been handed out so that you will be able to look at that. And with that, we'll start with you, Michael.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. What I wanted to do was give a very quick, high-level overview of transportation funding and highlight some of the major issues that we're going to be looking at as we move forward in trying to address the challenges of the region. The first issue I'd want to address is just the basic structure of how transportation is funded. It's a combination of federal, state, and local taxes. At the federal level, it's primarily the gas tax. The state level is a combination of the gas tax, the sales tax on gas, and then there are a variety of other fees, such as weight fees and others that go into transportation. But for the most part, as far as transit and transportation capital programs and operations, it comes through either the sales tax on gas or the gas tax itself. itself. Locally, Los Angeles County has 2 half-cent sales taxes that are dedicated for transportation, and we're seeing increasing demands on those taxes. The next chart is something that's actually from the Legislative Analyst's Office, and the Legislative Analyst's Office is an excellent resource in Sacramento for information on a variety of topics, but they put out a lot of information about transportation, and I always like to show this slide because it demonstrates that when you go to the pump, the price you pay is inclusive of the base price of gasoline, the state and federal taxes, as well as the sales tax, and all of those taxes are supposed to go towards transportation. The funds have different levels of protection. The state gas tax is protected by the state constitution, so it's relatively safe. The federal gas tax is placed into the Highway Trust Fund. That, again, is generally safe, but we're looking at the increasing demands leading to the potential insolvency of the federal trust fund. The protection of the sales tax on gas was recently enhanced by Proposition 1A. This is what we used to call Proposition 42 funds. The legislature can suspend those twice in a 10-year period, but they have to repay them. So that's an enhanced protection that was recently put in place. The most vulnerable source of funds at the state level is the public transportation account, and I'll talk about that in a little more, in a future slide. And then lastly, the local sales taxes are locally controlled, so they're not subject to budget deficits at the state or federal level, and they can't be taken for other purposes. At the state level, the biggest challenge we face is the chronic budget deficits. Last year, the state was looking at a $6 billion budget deficit. The state used $1.3 billion in public transportation account funds to fix that hole. We lost about $300 million in funds that could go to transportation projects and programs, primarily public transit projects. This year's budget deficit is $14 billion, and obviously we think the situation is only going to get worse. The governor recently issued his initial budget proposal, and although transportation was not subject to any of the cuts in that proposal, it had the effect of pushing the cuts onto other programs. So a number of state programs bore a disproportionately larger share of the cuts than others. I think we recognize that this is not a situation that's going to be sustainable. As the legislature continues to evaluate the budget proposal, we fully expect that transportation is going to be called upon to pay a share to try and resolve that deficit. At the federal level, the primary issue is the reauthorization of the nation's surface transportation legislation, Safety Lou. That legislation is set to expire in 2009. There has not been a timetable set by Congress as far as developing the legislation to renew Safety Lou. However, we are working to develop principles for the region that should be incorporated into reauthorization. We're also developing an action plan to maximize funds for the region. There is some opportunity at the federal level to look at new resource opportunities, although that will be somewhat limited. In relation to the reauthorization of Safety Lou, a commission was put in place called the Section 1909 Commission, and the commission looked at a variety of issues that need to be addressed in the future reauthorization. And as I go through these categories, these are findings that are significant for the Commission, but should also bode well for Los Angeles County. And the first is that additional federal resources are needed. And the Commission had recommended a significant gas tax increase. There was some discussion about a variety of other fees that could be put in place, but the primary recommendation that got attention was the gas tax increase. The Commission also recommends reducing congestion in major metropolitan areas by 20%. Since we're the most congested region in the country, we think that recommendations should apply significantly to Los Angeles County. Adopting a freight movement as an issue of national significance and funding freight improvements through custom and container fees. I know the ports have done a lot of work in moving forward to develop that, and it's a significant investment to try and bring some attention to this issue, but it's a significant federal issue. Given that our ports handle the largest volume of containers in the nation, this should clearly be the epicenter of the funding for the federal government. Improving safety and reducing transportation's contribution to climate change. Since we have some of the nation's worst air quality, again, that's something that should receive a lot of focus in the federal funding programs. And then a variety of overhauls of the federal funding programs programs. There's a number of programs that could be consolidated. There's talk about reforms to the New Starts process, which is how Congress would fund transit projects. The next couple of slides deal with how these funds can be enhanced and or protected, and I've made some arbitrary kinds of divisions between an existing universe of ideas and new ideas. Like I said, this is just my arbitrary division of how these ideas can be addressed. Within the sort of existing universe of ideas, the Win the California Transit Station lawsuit was a lawsuit filed by the Transit Association in response to last year's budget deficit. We feel that there are a number of provisions in state law that protect the public transportation account. The administration, we feel, did not address those or follow what we believe will be a law. So there's a lawsuit pending. If the Transit Association wins that lawsuit, then it could preclude the state from using public transit account funds in the future. What this brought out is that there may be a need to put additional protections on the public transportation account. The issue with that is that we get into this autopilot spending that the legislature is increasingly concerned about. Increasing the state or federal gas tax, those are ideas that have been out for a long time. You could look at indexing the gas tax, flat out increasing either the state or federal gas tax. And if we go down that path, we have to look at the funding formulas. The funding formulas at the state and federal level are notoriously unfair to Los Angeles County. For example, the state highway account is allocated by population and lane miles, and you might think that would do well for Los Angeles County. But when the state calculates lane miles, they count the center line of a highway, not the total number of lane miles. So a 2-lane rural highway is equivalent to a 10-lane urban freeway. And it has I completely agree. You change state law. I can give you the code section later if you want it. But it's a chronic problem we deal with. We have something along the lines of 30% of the population and 40% of the congestion. We end up getting 17% of the highway funds at the state. There's been recommendations to expand the application of the sales tax to untaxed goods and services. This is a very controversial proposal, but one that's been out there. There's been some discussion of additional bond measures. Again, that's going to have problems with the state's general fund. And then there's always been discussions about implementing a vehicle miles traveled program. As far as the new ideas, as Assemblymember Fuhr has mentioned, and we're working with him on a variety of proposals. There's been some discussion about a new sales tax and then potentially lowering the vote threshold for sales tax, implementation of greenhouse gas fees, infrastructure financing districts, which is a tool that exists for certain purposes but could be expanded for transportation, public-private partnerships, which my colleague will discuss later, and then, of course, cargo fees. Last, as far as the future challenges are concerned, the road ahead is very dangerous. The state, at the federal level, the federal reauthorization is going to have to address the insolvency of the Highway Trust Fund. I mean, that's a nice way of saying the Highway Trust Fund is going to go bankrupt, and the demands on the trust fund will be such that there won't be enough resources to deal and fund the variety of transportation programs that are out there. The state budget process will continue to be challenging. The state is looking at chronic budget deficits. We're not talking about 1 year. We're talking about multiple years. And as those deficits continue, it will continue to put pressure on transportation resources. And I think that's just going to be unavoidable. And then lastly, given those two dynamics, we're having to take a serious look at Los Angeles County needing to look to its own resources. And with that, I will conclude and turn it over to Denny.
Mr. Zane.
Good afternoon. My name is Denny Zane. I'm here representing the Los Angeles County Transportation Funding Collaborative, now changing its name to Move LA. That's a mouthful. And I'm going to talk to you a bit about a conference and the conclusions that I think came from this conference. But before I do that, I'm going to turn it over to my friend whose presentation is on the screen.
Well, which do you want to do? Do you want to switch the speaker or the presentation?
Ian Simpson next. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Zane. We enjoyed your presentation, Mr. Simpson.
Apologies to my colleague here. I didn't intend to steal his thunder. My name is Ian Simpson. First, I'd just like to say thank you for having me here today. It's the first time I've been in Los Angeles, and I've actually been here less than 24 hours. So one of the things I absolutely won't be doing today is giving any views or any judgments on the transportation issues in Los Angeles. Maybe tomorrow I'll feel I've been here long enough to give a view, but certainly not as yet. What I have got, though, are some perspectives on some of the transportation projects that have been going on around the world, and in particular the ones that have employed road pricing, congestion pricing, which I know is something that's under debate here in Los Angeles. It's the left one. So what do I want to talk about today? Well, I think whilst we talked about Los Angeles as being unique, most cities in the world have a real problem with road usage and congestion, and most major cities are now having to take some fairly radical action to tackle that. Pricing as a construct can tackle congestion, it can tackle other issues, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes. But where it's been successfully deployed, and we have a lot of experience from using it in London, in Stockholm, has been where it's been focused on congestion. There are a lot of other measures that can be used to tackle congestion, and pricing needs to be seen very much as part of a demand management strategy alongside other levers. And finally, I'll talk a little bit, time permitting, on how strategies are evolving from essentially simple usage-based charges to become more related to time, distance and place. So the case for change. One of the things that, again, I've noted sitting here for the last couple of hours is the case for change is very great, but there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of analysis done around the economic impacts. And certainly in the UK, what we're seeing now in terms of analysing transportation issues is the recognition that transportation is absolutely the fundamental enabling infrastructure, if you will, to enable economic growth. So the regional economic strategies that are developed are very much determined by what is possible with the transportation, but also what transportation needs to be put in place to enable that economic growth. And that moves away from a construct that, and I heard a little bit about it today, that says that congestion is something to be avoided. It recognises that transportation is actually probably a sign of good economic activity. What the issue is to try and make sure that it's efficient and effective and optimal in terms of generating economic growth. The other points around transport I think we've already talked about, and travel speeds, are a recognition that something does need to be done about it. And in London, prior to the implementation of congestion charging, the fact that traffic speeds were slower than it was possible to travel around London in a horse and cart was a key factor in sort of getting to people's minds that really the sort of, I was going to call it the boiling frog syndrome, had reached a point where something needed to be done. And I see that in many major cities, that it keeps getting worse and worse year on year, but there is a tolerance of it that grows with it. Finally, and very much a growing factor in the UK, has been the whole environmental agenda, and the recognition that transport is a major factor in greenhouse gas emissions, that something absolutely has to be done about that. But not only greenhouse gas emissions, and one of the things I did recognise and associate with here is the impacts of pollutants. London is taking significant steps with the implementation of a low emission zone to tackle pollutants from vehicles, which are associated, as it says there, with over 1,000 premature deaths in London through those emissions. Just talk then about road pricing and different models and different usage of road pricing, and then I'll conclude. As it talks about there, the main driver for implementing road pricing that we've seen is reducing congestion. And that's not just taking people completely off the road through pricing and price signals, but it may be just a matter of changing time of day through peak time pricing and shifting people into shoulder periods or travelling in other time frames. It could be about encouraging people to shift modes. And there's a range of different modelling that's required to really understand what the different scenarios could apply to different types of road users, which road users you particularly want to tackle. Again, interesting today to hear the issue of school travel, which is particularly pertinent in the UK, and a view that measures need absolutely to be taken to try and adjust people's travel to school patterns. But in road pricing in the UK, in London, there's been a recognition that what we don't want to do is harm retail users or harm leisure users. And the focus has been around trying to tackle travel to work, commuter users who often have better public transport alternatives for them, for their particular journeys. One of the areas then moving around my circle is raising revenue, and where I've seen that used as a primary lever, which was in an ill-conceived and ill-fated scheme in Edinburgh in the UK, where revenue was to be raised through congestion pricing to pay for a tram line. That project failed. There was a referendum prior to the scheme being implemented, and the public did not buy the idea that congestion pricing purely for revenue raising was a sound one. There was a view that there are better methods of raising revenue than charging congestion pricing. And that referendum turned that down. We're seeing another of schemes for heritage support. Plans, a number of plans for heritage programs in sensitive cities, probably less relevant here. Moving around carbon reduction, the London scheme is associated with around 20% reduction in carbon emissions. In London, we're also, though, looking more widely through the low emission zone and moving to trying to encourage more efficient vehicle usage, and that will have a greater impact on carbon than congestion pricing. Though there is plans to look at making the charges more graduated along with emissions. So that's really making use of road pricing as a lever moving forward to tackle the particular issues around carbon. What I've called there cross-border equity is a factor of a number of schemes that are essentially around truck charging in Europe. I'd call it cross-jurisdiction equity. And where I think it does have some relevance here is where people are paying a charge that recognises the use of the asset that they are consuming. So in the European construct, it is essentially aimed at cross-European traffic. This is Eastern European truck traffic that's moving into Western Europe, passing through transit countries, but not actually paying any charge for the use of their infrastructure. But essentially, you could apply the same constructs more locally into a more regional area, a more regional model, whereby people from out of the district are essentially making use of the roadway infrastructure but not actually paying any charge towards or contribution towards the provision and maintenance of that infrastructure. In the longer run, fuel duty replacement, I think, is something that road pricing has a large part to play, and I think we've heard already this morning that there is a recognition that in the medium to long term revenues raised from fuel duties are likely to be or will decline significantly, and moving to some form of road pricing is a way to tackle that. Journey time reliability comes back to my points around congestion, and again, it's not just a matter of relieving absolute levels of congestion, and in many cases that's probably impractical, even if it's to be completely desirable. But improving journey time reliability is absolutely recognised as a key facet. And this is the idea that people want to have predictable journey times. People make decisions based on a tolerance and a personal agreement to a certain journey time in terms of their travel to work. What upsets them greatly is when that journey time is completely unpredictable. It also affects freight movements and just-in-time deliveries if the journey time reliability is not there. And finally, pollutant reduction. As I mentioned, the low emission zone covering Greater London is a form of road pricing whereby the charge for a truck that doesn't meet Euro 3 standards, which is equivalent to about 5 or 6 years old, would pay up to around $600 just to come into Greater London, and that will have a significant impact on reducing pollutants from particulates and nitrous oxides. So I'll conclude there. I know I've got a few more slides in my pack, and council members might like to look through that, but in the interest of time, I'll conclude on that point. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to go back to Denny? Mr. Zane?
See which of the slides comes up.
Yeah, there I am. Again, Denny Zane. We all know each other now. I'm here speaking on behalf of Move LA and the Move LA conference. This conference, which occurred a little more than 2 weeks ago, was really driven by a sense of urgency that our problems, our traffic congestion problems, were becoming not only increasingly worse, but it didn't appear to be a broad recognition that the resources needed to address it had not been gathered together. It isn't that we didn't have money as a community, but we hadn't chosen to gather together for this purpose. I want to move my slides forward to the slide which really, I think, illustrates that. Oh, by the way, let's remember, we think congestion is bad now. There's going to be 2 to 3 million more people here in the next 25 years. We better be doing something, or we're in a world of hurt. If you went to MTA today and asked them what kind of cost would we have to build out a strategic plan, the estimates would range $50 to $60 billion, including operating costs. Now, up to about 2 weeks ago, MTA would say, and we can identify only about $4 billion to address that $60 billion shortfall. Now they will say, because of cost increases primarily, we don't even have that $4 billion. We are starting our strategic plan from scratch. We are in effect in what we might call a perfect storm of transportation planning. We have more people traveling more, worsening congestion, rising construction costs, and shrinking revenues. Out of the conference, I think there were several key lessons. One lesson was that we could not rely upon the state and federal government to address our problem. We should make ourselves eager participants in those processes, seeking all that we think are appropriately our due as a community. But the state and federal government are not likely to provide the kind of resources we need to solve our problem. But, frankly, they never really have. About 70% of our transportation dollars comes from local revenues at MTA as it is. Not many people are appreciative of that. Significant local funding will be required. Existing local funding is tied up in existing operations, existing projects. We need to be looking for new resources. Public-private partnerships may be helpful, but in most cases they also require additional public resources as well, especially for major projects like subways. If you went to Vancouver, for example, and looked at the public-private partnership that was in place there to build the new subway to the airport for the Winter Olympics, what you would see is that 3/4 of the dollars, of the capital dollars being provided there, are coming from the public sector. About 1/4 is coming from the private sector. And the private sector gets certain guarantees, appropriate guarantees, in order to bring in that resource and to make the guarantees that they are making about bringing the project in at a certain cost and at a certain time, etc. But there are major public resources there. We cannot think the public-private partnerships are simply of themselves going to address our needs. They are one of the arrows in our quiver, and we will be required in most cases to be co-investors with those partners. I provide for you a couple of charts about some of the revenue options that were discussed at our conference. Virtually all of these revenue options are likely to require voter approval. In fact, one of the things as you go through the litany of options, the big money, the monies that come in $100, $200, $300 million, $400 million increments per year, generally are likely to require voter approval, either because the Constitution requires it or because the legislature must authorize it and they are likely to require it, or the governor is likely to require it. So the voters are the people to whom we are most likely to have to appeal for major new money. A half-cent sales tax. A half-cent sales tax was estimated, I have it up here in the chart, I think you have right there. It's about $660 million a year. Over 25 years, we can expect about $16+ billion from that. Now, that's a very significant piece of what we need, but it's still short of a $50, $60 billion need. Parcel taxes are an option. If we had $100 per parcel with about 2.3 million parcels, we would raise $200, $230 million a year. That's real money. One might think if you're concerned, for example, about equity in your sales tax, that a parcel tax as a follow-up measure down the road could help balance the equities. A sales tax on gasoline. Interestingly, the coalition in the San Francisco Bay Area is going to be seeking legislation to redefine gas tax as a fee, on the premise that if it is directed to transportation uses, it is more like a user fee than a tax. That would, in their view, make that a 50% option rather than a 2/3 option. It'll be interesting to see what kind of progress they make. We should be looking forward to working with them, perhaps. However, voters are still likely to be involved, and increases in taxes on gasoline is not something that voters generally are favoring. So on the tax level, sales tax, parcel taxes are options to look at. Bonds, which generally rely upon property taxes to pay for them, is also an option, especially if the 55% threshold, if legislation or constitutional amendment to bring that threshold down to 55% is able to be achieved. But there are a set of non-tax options that are worth examining. These are generally, again, in the fee category, which, as we have all learned in municipal affairs since Prop 13, the rise of the fee in municipal finance has become increasingly important. I have indicated several fees here that could raise very, very significant money depending upon the level at which you set the fee. So, for example, a vehicle registration fee in Los Angeles County with about 7 million cars, a $50 annual fee would raise about $350 million, which is almost $9 billion over 25 years. Now, if that fee were higher, it would raise more. Keep in mind that not so very long ago, there was over a $200 vehicle fee imposed by the state of California. So this is not an altogether new. And frankly, while the governor chose to do away with that particular fee, it wasn't because voters were clamoring for it. It was an opportunity of the moment in a particularly difficult election period. A vehicle miles traveled fee would be similar, except it would vary according to the amount of mileage that a car drove per year. And, for example, a 1 cent per mile could raise $800 million per year. Now, that's about $20 billion. That would be very helpful in addressing transportation needs. Carbon emission fees is another option. A number of options were examined in the course of this conference that we need to, I think, examine carefully. Since they all must go to voters ultimately, or at least the taxes, these fees, by the way, MTA would be required to get legislative authority to impose a fee. The requirement that they go to the ballot, however, is not a requirement under current law. It's simply a political objective of either the legislature or the governor. In the last session, the legislature passed a $10 vehicle registration fee for the San Francisco Bay Area. The governor vetoed it, saying any such measure needed to be approved by the voters. So, changes in administration on such matters creates new opportunities. They may or may not be required to go to voters, but at the moment we should expect that they would. I think one of the premises of this conference is that we are in a moment not only of great need, but perhaps of great opportunity. Congestion and rising gas prices are helping to bring the electorate more favorably disposed to new funding measures, taxes or fees, than they were 5 years ago, 4 years ago. All the polling shows that voters recognize that there's going to be an investment required to meet these needs. We were motivated to bring this conference when we did, and frankly on a pretty fast track, because the November election is going to have one of the highest turnouts. Every political consultant that I've spoken with agrees, one of the highest highest voter turnouts in a generation, especially with lots of new, younger voters coming to the polls, perhaps for the first time. And the history of this is very clear. Younger voters, lower income voters are much more likely to recognize the need for public investments, much more likely to support ballot measures that raise taxes or fees. November may be an ideal opportunity to see voters act on such a measure. It is possible that recession may dampen that. We should be doing polling all the way up until June to determine whether this is the wise course. We need to be laying the groundwork for coalition building. The purpose of the Time to Move LA conference was to help do that, to bring together business, labor, environmental, and community organizations. These are the people, apart from elected officials, which drive politics in this and, frankly, virtually every community. Constituencies need to be involved. They need to be driving the agenda. They need to be agreeing on the agenda. They need to be putting their own capital into the program and into the campaign. I think we help to achieve that. It was announced today that the business leadership in Los Angeles are creating a countywide business federation. While some might see that as risk, I see that as opportunity, because now you can have a unified voice. Labor has a unified voice. The environmental community and community organizations come together with unified voice. That's an opportunity to help address these problems. Timing is essential. And again, I mentioned the November 2008 elections as important. I also think we need to think about not just addressing this in one election cycle. Voters are critical. We need to be talking in phases. A $20 billion revenue stream from a sales tax, for example, is critical. It can meet many important objectives, but it doesn't meet the strategic needs of the county. Leadership needs to be saying, this is phase one. We need to be planning out 3-4 election cycles ahead in order to generate the kind of revenue that we need, in order to build the public awareness and public support for fees, for example, as an option, especially fees that help to modify behavior, people's driving behavior. This is the kind of strategy. It needs to be multi-year, multi-election cycle, and it needs to be multi-constituency driven. You have an important role to play as leaders in this community, and I'm here to urge you to play it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next go to a presentation by Jen Giuliano from USC. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. First of all, thanks very much for inviting me here today. It's not every day that a professor gets to talk to the City Council, and so forgive me for being sort of professor-like, because I'm going to take kind of a broader view than what I've heard yet today. And I'm going to see if I can, I'm going to talk about 3 things very quickly because we have a really short time frame here. And my topic is really on private sector participation in finance in transportation. And I'm going to talk quickly about what explains why we're so interested in the private sector participation at this point. And then I'm going to take a little bit and use some examples to try to help think about how, as this process goes forward, things that we ought to be thinking about in order to make private sector participation work for everyone. Often, and we heard an awful lot of it here today already, we hear about the budget crisis and the problem in terms of financial constraint on the public sector side. And that has to do with declining sources of revenue. It has to do with the increased cost of maintaining a system that is aging. It has to do with the high costs of planning and constructing new facilities, which go all the way from the global demand for cement and steel to the allegations of public sector efficiencies and to ultimately politics and delays associated with opposition to projects. As one just small example, those of you who have a memory in this area, the I-105 was actually in process for 34 years, and it came in at a price tag of $3 billion. If we look a little bit closer about what's going on, at least in my view, I think we could explain why we're in the financial crunch that we are with some other more thoughtful explanations. And one is that we have experienced in the last few decades a real shift in the perception on the role of government. And Back in the old days, the government was often the provider of the first resort, and it seems today that the government is more frequently perceived as the provider of last resort. And many of those arguments have to do with the arguments that the private sector merit is much more efficient because it must compete and it has a profit motivation. A second problem that I see is that we don't have a lot of evidence in terms of the productivity of transportation investments. There was a whole spate of studies that were done in the 1990s and early 2000s that gave us very controversial and conflicting evidence regarding what economic benefits are generated from transportation investments. And it's only recently, really, that we have tried to document the actual cost of congestion. We all complain a lot about it, and yet the economy continues to grow and productivity continues to increase and so on. So until it becomes a London situation, we often really can't quantify what it's costing us to suffer through it. Thirdly, we have an increasing concern with environmental costs, which have had all kinds of impacts on planning transportation facilities. And lastly, there's a growing number of people who believe that you cannot build your way out of congestion no matter what you do. The bottom line here is that there is less consensus on adding capacity and accommodating growth, and I would say adding capacity across all modes. There's less agreement that the net benefits of infrastructure investment that on the public side are positive. And if we start debating that, then it becomes evident that if the benefits are primarily private, for example, benefits to industry and firms, then it can be argued that they're the ones that ought to pay for these infrastructure investments. And then lastly, we've seen a long-term kind of resistance of people actually facing up to paying for their own cost of transport. So we have come to this point of thinking a lot more about private participation. And when we do talk about public-private partnerships, my take on it is that it's really all about risk. And if we're going to engage in these kinds of partnerships, we really have to understand the risks involved and how we can minimize them. And I've listed the sort of groups of risks that I often talk about. One is the very large scale of most transportation projects. That means they have long time horizons. That means they're unique, and that means there's a huge amount of uncertainty in terms of how they're going to perform 30 years from now. There's the problems of construction risk, which always have to do with there's always some unexpected problem in construction, and that sort of thing. Also, complex projects require very efficient management, and when we start to have different actors, public and private, operating, it's much more difficult for efficient management. There's also questions associated with operating costs and how the debt is to be financed, where the revenues are going to come from, and so on. And then finding the planning and political risks, which do not go away, and in fact in some ways may increase when the private sector is involved. Just some quick examples here. I'm going to advocate that we look at history and get some lessons over the last 20 years that would be helpful in providing some guidance. And one of the first efforts at private facilities was actually established back in 1989 with AB 680. And at that time, there was an RFQ that was issued to solicit RFPs for totally privately financed projects in the state of California. There were 4 projects that were eventually selected under AB 680, and I've listed them here on this slide. 2 of them are now built and operating, and the other 2 were abandoned. The Route 91 was the first, and it was the only project that came in at budget and opened almost on schedule. The second project that is operating is State Route 125 in San Diego, which was supposed to have opened in 1995 and supposed to have cost $400 million. Just opened last year at a price tag of $820 million. Similarly, I wanted to just give you some examples of toll roads that are in operation today. The Orange County toll roads that you're probably familiar with, and then the Dulles Greenway, which is outside of Washington, D.C. And these are all variants of public-private partnerships, and I've also listed there, just for your interest, the financing mechanisms that were used to build those facilities. Okay, very quickly in terms of what have we learned, and if I'd had many more minutes, I could have given the details on this. But if we look at the successes and failures across all these projects over the last 20 years, and we get back to these concepts of risk, we can explain success or failure pretty well by how they stack up on these various risk scales. So for example, in terms of the scale problems that I talked about earlier, both 125 and SR 73 suffered from unexpected changes. In the case of 125, the facility actually had to be rerouted for environmental problems. And in the case of Route 73, much of the area that was expected to be a source of demand for the facility was downzoned, and as a result, ridership and usage of that facility is much lower than was ever forecast. The opposite problem took place on 91, where there was so much demand and so much congestion on the system that it generated a whole other set of problems. In terms of construction, absolutely every single one of those projects except 91 suffered from underestimated costs and extreme additional costs related to delays in mitigation. In terms of operations, both the 73 and the Dulles Tollway have suffered significant revenue shortfalls that have resulted in financing problems. The Dulles project almost defaulted and had to be refinanced. And as you know, the 73 has had similar problems. On the other hand, the projects that have used multiple sources of revenue have, on average, done much better. In terms of planning and politics, the EIR process generated serious delays for nearly all of the facilities, with the exception, again, of the 91. The whole issue of road pricing that has been discussed earlier suffered in Southern California by this perception of so-called Lexus lanes, and that any sort of pricing really has negative distributional impacts. There's also an issue that comes up in these facilities that I think is of relevance to this group as well, and that is the questions of regional versus local mobility concerns. There may be facilities that make a huge amount of sense from a regional perspective, and yet locals have no interest and may in fact suffer significant impacts as a result of having them. And then in terms of planning and politics, stakeholders and project proponents, I think as Denny Zane made pretty clear, really tell you the story of whether things are going to be successful or not. So there was widespread support and lots of other kind of unique circumstances, among them ownership, very specific ownership of property for those successful roadways or roadways that were built. And on the other hand, for the 57 and I-80, there was no broad political support for those facilities, and they never happened. In conclusion, if we were to look at all of these projects rather thoughtfully, we could start to come up with some ideas about what it takes for a successful infrastructure project, whether public or private. And as has been said here before, you need both strong local public support and strong public support for anything to happen, whether private or public. For most facilities, toll revenues will not cover long-term costs, except perhaps in the very long run. And that has to do with competing free roads. It has to do with most of these major projects are built in developing areas. And it has to do with the practical limitations on what you can charge for tolls in many different circumstances. So as I think has already been said here, the idea that there's going to be full private financing of facilities is unrealistic in most cases. In terms of success stories, we have some of them. It's good to look at the State Route 241 and 61 in Orange County and in 91 to see what can happen in terms of generating revenues to build new facilities. It's interesting to see the kinds of creative financial packages that have been established, creative institutional arrangements to make them happen, and the successful leveraging of public dollars. Another important point is none of these facilities would have been built otherwise. So we're talking about capacity that simply would not have existed. And of course, the good news is none of these toll roads anywhere in the country have ever closed. The last point is that the public sector definitely retains what we call the residual risk. Whatever happens, and whether there's private participation or not, these are in the end public facilities, and therefore public agencies are ultimately responsible. So if we were to ever see a situation, for example, in the 73, if it were to default on its bonds, we aren't going to see that road close. We're going to see the public sector step up to cover those expenses. That's it. Thank you very much, and I think we're ready for discussion.
All right. And we will turn back to Ms. Gruhl, and after that we have Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, and I apologize we didn't do you justice in your introduction. We were trying to move quickly, so I want to thank you that each of you has a unique perspective and have been very helpful in each realm, and appreciate your comments. I think that, and because we only have three, as you know, our rules here, so 3 minutes for questions and answers, but a couple of things that I wanted to mention is the importance of changing the formula, which I think some of you mentioned it, and I know Michael did. We just changed the FAP, which for us was $10 million a year, I believe, right? Is that 10 million?
I'm not familiar with the particular change, but I believe it was along those lines.
Yeah, it's along those lines, $10 million. And so I think that it is critical as we go forward that we look not only at ways in which we can get more funding, but ensuring that we're getting our fair share, because that, and I know Assemblymember Mike Feuer, who was here this morning, will help us. It is a battle of numbers of the state legislature and who represents urban and rural and so forth, and it's a give and take. But that is something that doesn't cost us any money per se, other than using our political clout, which is, again, part of our priorities, which we hope to come out of the strategic plan. One of the things which is, here are certain things that we want to see change, which have been mentioned, I think, both by the three, not on the congestion pricing is one. There may be some things we have to look at as far as allowing us on the state level, but things that we can actually do and advocate on the state level, because we realize we don't necessarily control our own destiny for the portion of funding that we get. MTA, most of what you get is dependent upon those other levels of government, as it is here. And we have Phil Richardson and Bill Robertson, who are here from the city, where we get some of these monies and hope that if you have questions for them. But I think it is very much at the top of our list. The crisis point, which I think all of us have mentioned, Denny mentioned, and I think Ian coming from London, and the crisis point had been reached, and there were very politically unpopular positions that elected officials had to take. I think that is unfortunately, the situation we're in now is to lead means you have to develop some things that are going to not make everyone happy. And we have to look at that and prioritize that as we go forward and accept it as a body that together we are going to do that. So just in my last 30 seconds, because I know some will ask of the others, I want to ask Ian, how much money was generated in the congestion pricing aspect of that, and what is a little bit different? The one, Ms. Rosendall's introduced a motion that I seconded to look at LAX. What are some of the, pros of what you did in London?
You asked about the money. I should have mentioned that, given we're looking at revenue raising. After paying its operating costs on an annual basis, London generates of the order of £130 million, which is, at today's exchange rate, about $250 million per annum. And that money is then reinvested back into public transport and to other transport measures in London. So there is a clear line of sight, if you will, between the money raised and the transport measures that it's paid for. But if you took that over the long run, is a very significant contribution to transport measures in London. The point I made earlier, though, that the Mayor in London made it very much a focus to be around congestion, not just solely about raising money, but it does and is a very large revenue-raising contributor.
Thank you. I know my time's up, so I'll press my button again. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciated all of the thoroughness that you all did here. Denny, tell us what would be the best strategy to put on the ballot for this November. And I frankly think if you can't get a two-thirds vote out of Sacramento to put it on the ballot, we the people can sign a petition if it's clear enough to us what it's all about. What would you like to see this November?
Well, a two-thirds approval from the legislature is only required in order to get an emergency clause in the legislation so that you can make November. A majority is required, for example, if you were willing to settle for a special election subsequently. And special elections can be very good, actually, for this type of measure. We might want to pursue both at the same time.
Okay.
I would think that the best polling results have occurred in the case of sales tax because people are familiar with it. It's paid out in small increments, et cetera, whereas the fees that I spoke about are less familiar. And even though they may only need 50%, they don't quite get to the threshold as well as the sales tax does. My understanding of the current polling is that we get over two-thirds in the polling if voters understand the measure properly. Now, the recession may have an effect upon voter willingness to support these things, so we might want to do some polling before the August deadline to put things on the ballot. But that would be MTA's call, basically. There is some discussion about whether there might be an approach that doesn't require legislative authority. And that, I think, is worth looking at.
Is there any hope of Orange County working with us so the sales tax goes across L.A. County and Orange County?
Well, Orange County, San Bernardino County, Riverside County, within the last 4 years have all passed 30-year extensions of their sales tax already. So they're feeling a bit like they've solved their little local problem, at least to some extent. There, I think, there may be some cooperative efforts available on issues like aviation, for example, where there are clearly network linkages that are essential for both, especially for, say, San Bernardino County and Riverside County, where they have airports that they want to develop that are owned by the city of Los Angeles. So there's some opportunities, I think, to work there with them.
When you talk about public-private partnership, how do we get the private sector engaged, and what would be the best motivating factor for the private sector to do at this point?
I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that question, but opportunity is, creating an opportunity for public-private partnerships, a willingness to create such partnerships and to make it clear. I think there will be legislation required in order to facilitate that opportunity. But we also have to go into it as a sound partner. That is, the public sector needs to regard its responsibilities to its public in the same fashion that the private sector regards its responsibilities to its stockholders or what have you. And it's all about the deal. It's got to be a good deal. And if we have a good deal, it's worth going forward. If we don't have a good deal, then I think we have to be very careful. We will have a better deal in any negotiation if we also have our own resources. So it's not simply an alternative to public dollars. It is an alternative which requires, I believe, public dollars to be in play as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the private sector, it's a no-brainer for them. If they want to keep their businesses robust and they want to keep Southern California going, they're part of the solution, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, transit's a little more challenging than roadways. I mean, there's more successful, at least that I've seen, more successful examples in the case of toll roads and roadways, which have generally lower operating costs.
Right.
Transit, where fare box recovery is almost always in this area lower than 30% of operating costs. That's a more challenging equation to make work. That's why in Vancouver, I think, and other places, having a larger commitment from the public sector is also important in transit. And that's really, I think, our biggest need is in transit. And so that's going to be the challenge. It's worth going down that road
Sure.
and finding partners.
Certainly encourage that. And the last thing I want to know, Ms. Hahn's going to say it, is 43% of the cargo of the United States goes through the port, and it's going up to 60%. We need to figure out a way in which that aspect of it actually pays for its own usage.
No question. State and federally.
Great. Thank you.
Ms. Hahn.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate all this discussion today. Certainly one of the issues that I zero in on is the goods movement industry. And I actually think so many issues fall into what's going on at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. As you said, 43% of all the trade that comes into this country comes into those ports. But the infrastructure around those ports is terribly outdated, outmoded. In my opinion, it's the landside congestion that will probably drive business away from our ports quicker than any environmental regulations that we're going to be putting on the shipping industry. And yet, it doesn't seem like, even in our own state, California, where I think we contribute about 85% of the goods movement in California comes through those ports. And yet even the 1B funds that we applied for, I mean, we kind of thought we should get 85% of those funds, but we didn't even get close to that. We didn't even get half of that. And what can we do, particularly when it comes to something like the goods movement industry, which is not only a regional benefit, it's a statewide benefit, but certainly to the national economy. I mean, 60% of all the goods that come through the ports leave Southern California, so it is benefiting the rest of the country, and yet our tiny area around the ports is congested. We have certainly horrible health risks because of the pollution, but the traffic is sometimes unbearable because of the goods movement industry. I pushed very hard, successfully, to begin moving the cargo off-peak hours. We used to move that cargo 8 to 5, which was ridiculous in a metropolitan area like Los Angeles. We're now moving about close to 40% of that cargo off-peak hours. I will say, and I'm going to give a shout out to the ports, both harbor commissions, Los Angeles and Long Beach, just took a huge, bold move, took a big bite, and imposed a container fee. $15, $18 per 20-foot TEU to use for infrastructure. Is there a way that we could enact some funding formula at the federal level or the state level that really gave a leg up to those of us who would be willing to tax ourselves, whether it's a congestion fee, a container fee? Seems to me we should be rewarded by our federal government, our state government, for doing more than our part to pay for some of these projects. Really like to have some help on how we can do better in getting the funding that not only do we deserve, and it's not even just getting our fair share, it's that is what drives the national economy, the global economy, and yet the funding for the infrastructure that carries it back and forth is terribly neglected.
I think as far as the 1B funds are concerned, the jury is still out. The CTC has not made a decision on the allocation of those funds, and they essentially have a recommendation from staff about how to do so, and we think that's a disproportionate amount that they're recommending. So first is there's a CTC vote that's coming up. The issue for us is that the region only has 4 of the 11 votes that are on the commission.
Right, we heard Daryl Frommer just got appointed.
Yes. So that's step number one. And then I think step number two is to take the momentum of the region that's already working together on goods movement, because we have a group of agencies that represent everybody from the ports to the borders that's involved in goods movement. I think we need to take that energy that's been focused primarily on 1B and turn it into a legislative effort at the federal level on the reauthorization of the federal funds. And through that, I think the combined effort of our delegation in both the House and the Senate would be very helpful in trying to secure federal legislation that, unlike the state bill, has general language about about how the money should be coming to Los Angeles, but when it gets implemented, there's no guarantees. And I think we need to learn from that and apply it to the federal measure to ensure that we get a fair amount.
I also think that we really ought to look at, again, trying to get a written in stone formula that does reward municipalities for taxing themselves. We usually say that. I mean, even this container fee, we talk about like that will be an advantage to us. They'll look on that kindly. They'll, that'll be part of the matching funds. But it's whether we're going to try to pass a new tax, a new bond measure. I would even think people would be more willing to support these things if there was a written in stone law that actually did give us a leg up when we put forth our own money. And that's something I think would help us long term every time we begin to try to figure out creative ways to finance some of these projects.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
Brief response, and that is that it cannot be overemphasized the importance of not only the region sticking together, but California sticking together. This is probably old news to all of you. But in Safety Lou, that was very obvious. As soon as the California coalition started falling apart, California did a whole lot worse than the bill. And it is possible, certainly at this point, given what's going on with the National Commission and so on, that the self-help concept actually does get into the legislation. So I would...
I'd like to add that to our legislative agenda
we'll
at the federal level, that we make that, a possibility for...
Okay.
I'd like to move
We'll
that.
consider it a motion. Yes, and then we'll come to Mr. Alarcon next.
What we're doing in the UK around these issues around ports is to look at the economic impacts of them. And the economic impacts clearly benefit wherever the containers are being shipped to, and there's a benefit there, but also in terms of the local economy and the local job creation. But looking at doing that type of analysis can give you a view of who's benefiting from the port. What we're also doing is looking at the, if you like, the economic opportunity cost of not expanding the port or not tackling congestion. So looking at increases in port capacity in the Thames Gateway area, we can look at and do analysis that estimates if we don't make that port expansion, what will be the cost to the economy from not taking those measures. And that gives us a view of both where the beneficiaries were going to be, and then who should be contributing to the port development and the associated infrastructure around the ports. But it also can take into account the economic cost of the congestion that's tackled, that's generated around the port.
Well, they're certainly,
that might give you some.
It's America's
If I can
port,
ask you to
so
press your button again.
the federal
Sorry.
government, I think, should take a much more active role in protecting and rebuilding
I
America's
guess
port.
I'd say build some evidence to show them what they're gaining from it.
Yeah, well.
Mr. Alarcon?
With regard to the use of toll roads and congestion pricing, putting a value on the use of the toll, there's been considerable criticism and consternation about the notion that wealthy people would be able to buy a better ride to wherever they're going, and that it would have a negative impact on those who couldn't afford it. Not only would they not be able to afford it, but they might incur additional congestion. And so I would like to know first of all, what the London experience is, but secondly, and if those issues came up and how they were dealt with, and secondly, have we done an analysis to look at Los Angeles in that respect, given the fact that well over 30% of the population are people of poverty, and why create a system if our people can't use it?
Shall I comment on that? On London, and this is a very big distinction in London here. London has a very well-developed public transport alternative. The majority of people who drive into central London are already the wealthier people. If you're going to afford to park your vehicle in central London, you're almost guaranteed to be in those wealthier class groups. The people that are still forced to drive that aren't in those groups are then people who are disabled or residents or essential workers, and there is exemptions, discounts and other schemes in place to protect them. One of the big distinctions I would make compared with the Lexus lanes analogy here, that London is, and it is a big shift, is charging for historically free roads. And it's charging all...
Could you pull the mic a little closer?
London is charging for roads that are historically free. So we're not charging in a Lexus lane where there is a free alternative. Everybody who comes into central London pays the charge. So it's distinct, it's different, if you like, from the toll road concepts, the Lexus lane concept that you have here. But certainly the social equity point is, in my view, one that has to be tackled by public transport alternatives. Otherwise, it becomes effectively you're charging in a monopolistic way. People have no alternative but to pay.
Okay, then is the city tackling that issue, and if so, how are they tackling that issue?
Yeah. We have a proposal to the federal government right now for a program through the Urban Partnership Agreement that would authorize congestion pricing. We've submitted our application to the federal government, so it's very early in the process. We don't know if we're going to be one of the approved agencies or not at this point. But that is one of the key concerns that we continue to hear about this proposal, both at the state legislature as well as from members of Congress. So it's currently under consideration. I know it's something we're going to look at as the proposal continues to be developed. There have been a number of elements that have been the subject of discussion in that proposal, and that's one of them. We haven't, I think, completely resolved how it's going to be implemented, but that's been a key concern, like I said, of members of the state legislature, members of Congress, and also some of our boards. So I think it's a to-be-determined question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. First, I also want to thank the panel for all their hard work and effort and laying down some of their insights. Back when we had the Olympics, we went through some extraordinary efforts to change the behavior of how we conducted ourselves as a city. You had the odd and even license plates, and that took off the grids, actually, large numbers of cars, because given the number that you had of the letter, I forget what it was, you can actually drive your car. It was all voluntary. It was back in '86, I believe. And are those practices used in other cities, given your studies? And do you think we are in a serious enough position where the public will respond in a positive way? Just because we did talk about unpopular efforts and what might not bode well with our voting public. But I want to put that out and get your response. Please hold my time.
Well, thank you. I think maybe that's the softball to me, because I actually did the evaluation of the 1984 Olympics way back when. And the basic takeaway that I think is really relevant to where we are today there are two things. One is that people make adjustments when they really need to make adjustments, okay? So you don't think about it much, but in response to congestion, your travel behavior changes in various ways. And if we're talking about 2 weeks, we can make all kinds of adjustments for 2 weeks that we would never make for a year, okay? By the same token, we impose traffic management strategies that we were able to impose largely because the rules of consensus building and environmental review were suspended. So when the LADOT and Caltrans got together and decided that we are going to make a busway on Vermont, we did it. It was done. And it was an extremely effective busway, and yet the day after the Olympics, that busway was gone because of the local opposition to the loss of parking and the usual things that you all hear about every day. So the real lesson is, how do you create, again, that consensus to show the leadership, to demonstrate the problem is so serious that these kinds of changes are actually in everybody's interest. Can I get back to congestion pricing for just a minute?
Okay.
Pricing is the only way that we can actually make a dent in congestion. And so we either kind of go down that path or we don't. In terms of the fairness and equity worries that we all have, there's, again, two things to think about. One is, where can you do it where there are reasonable alternatives, and can you use the money to increase the alternatives? So if we're going to price, for example, let's make sure that that money is going into, let's say, transit, so that people have more choices in transit in order to make that work. Secondly, prices charged on travel directly, like congestion pricing, are no worse from an equity standpoint than the sales taxes that we're all paying to support the system anyway. So another way of looking at it is, could we readjust where we're charging money so that people are, in a net way, better off?
Thank you. And just one last point I would direct it to MTA. Mr. Turner, we talk about resources and what we need to have in the future. Yet I wonder when will we see the day where the MTA board, SCRRA, can assess itself and how it uses its own land. You look at all the strategic properties you have, your maintenance yards, your one-story facilities, a lot of airspace going to waste. Our capacity to put together land use strategies within these transit facilities with all the acreage you have in storage, especially in the inner city. You have the Midway Yard that has parked the maintenance facilities for the GO line. It's supposed to have been left. I mean, it should have been out of there 5-6 years ago. It remains. Can't get attention from the board to talk about how you effectively create value in the airspace you control. This agency could be the model for mixed use with its own transit infrastructure coming and going from these very same facilities in the areas that are most dense, most part poor. And so do you think we'll ever get the attention of the MTA board or the SCRRA, because you also have the rail line along the river? And you take away an amazing asset. It's a barrier that exists for bike paths that can literally travel from the valley into downtown along the river. If it wasn't for the presence of rail, why not be partners? Why not create new designs that speak to compatibility and leveraging the space? Do you think we'll ever get that kind of discussion from the MTA board or the SCRRA?
I think we've made some strides in that direction. I know that our joint development people have worked very closely with the planning department, with the City of Los Angeles to develop opportunities around our transit systems. I'm sure there's more we could do with respect to our individual properties. We have a number of joint developments that have taken place utilizing our properties along our different alignments, but I'm sure there's more opportunities that we could utilize, and we'd certainly bring it back to the board for more discussion.
Well, I'd like to be in a position where I can hopefully get our own city reps on the board to bring up the issue of the Midway Yard. I hate to be so myopic and self-centered away from my district, but it's been sitting there for a while. It's a regional use, has a regional impact, and there's a posture from the staff at the MTA not to respond. And the board seems to be just, closing its eyes and shutting off its ears as to the opportunity. The amazing value you have in your air rights is just unbelievable, yet we can't even draw that connection. So hopefully I've said this clear enough, so maybe Mr. Turner, I know a former staff person for Gloria Molina when she was council, understand that sometimes you have to speak loud to get heard. So hopefully can get this message back to your managers, and I'll be calling Mr. Snowball.
Sure.
And I'll speak loud. Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl.
I had a chance to speak before, but one of the questions again is there's prioritizing the funding and ensuring we get our fair share, which I think, and ask the CLA's office, who I know is here, to look at priorities when we go through this legislative process. I think it's my colleagues who served on the legislature, I think it's the end of the month, right, Richard, that they have to submit all their bills? The state bills, is it like the end of the month at the state? February 22nd. Okay, February 22nd. And to be able to see where there are those items that we should push, both on the Democrat and Republican side, some that require potential funding asks and going to the voters, and those that are ones in which we can ask for policy changes that will impact us dramatically. Again, we saw the effectiveness on the California Transportation Commission when we were looking at the 405 carpool lane and the original submission, that when all of the legislators got together locally to fight something, we were very effective in doing that. And so I think that when we look at the people at this table to be able to help us with that and our CLA, so that we are not behind the curve on this, and to be able to pursue that. I think this has been one of our best panels as far as new information for us, and very thoughtful things that we would never have thought of. And as I mentioned earlier, the crisis opportunity we have to look at this. Is there, from the MTA's standpoint, again, we depend quite a bit on you all for funding and so forth, things that we can be doing to ensure that, our Bill Robertson is here on street services. And Bill, how much money do we get from, do you get from both MTA and the state to do basic city services of delivery of, if I could ask you to just come up there real quick as part of my time. Go there, go ahead.
Basically, we receive under the Prop C about $11 million a year for our resurfacing of those transportation corridors and maintaining those sections of our street system.
And some Prop 1B potentially?
Yes.
Okay.
They would be eligible.
Okay. So when you look at the funding, and maybe just to kind of how MTA looks at the role in which our streets play in the whole MTA cycle of this.
Yeah, I think the issue of the condition of the streets and roads around the entire state has been a serious issue. I mean, it's eating up all the maintenance funds at the state level, and I fully see it becoming a bigger issue at the local level. I think what I'd say is that within the context of that kind of discussion, there may be ways to implement other kinds of strategies through technology that can be implemented as we're resurfacing streets. So I think to the extent that we can combine other issues into road resurfacing, we can get more bang for the buck. I know it's a serious issue. I know it's always something that comes up. Our board members are also local representatives. I mean, in all cases, they represent cities or the county somewhere else. So I know it's a serious issue that the board has considered. I think as we talk about future revenue options, we'll probably also have to consider street and road maintenance in that context as well.
And we have to balance out as we look at public transportation needs and trying to get people off of those roads. It's a chicken and egg, but we know as we look at our streets today and the potholes we've had from this last week of serious rain, the deterioration of our streets, many of which, those have been reconstructed. Coldwater Canyon, for example, looks fabulous in those areas which were reconstructed in this last year. When you get to the point where it wasn't reconstructed and their potholes been filled, you see there's problems. And so it's key. Again, I know when buses go through there. But I would like our CLA as part of the motion to come back to do that, Jerry, with really a legislative strategy on transportation particularly, so we can move forward quickly on those items. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Grohl. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you. This has been a great panel. Really have enjoyed it, and some great food for thought, some great leadership, some great coming together. I wanted to drill down into a couple of things that were asked about, and I wanted to start first, Mr. Simpson, with you. Whenever I'm asked about congestion pricing, and I appreciate what you said, Professor Giuliano, as well. Our layout is so different here in Los Angeles, and looking at some of the congestion pricing that's been done, have you looked at places that have had kind of multimodal centers or multiple centers, business centers, as Los Angeles has? We're not a traditional core and suburb city. We are one in which it's very complicated. I dare say if we begin to map people's transportation patterns from one neighborhood, a project I'm hoping to do this year, maybe with a great class from USC if we could identify the right one, but to take one neighborhood like Echo Park and get as many people to go door to door and actually get that data of where people are going for their shopping, where they're going for work, where they're going to recreate, etc., that we have a very complex transportation web. We've seen patterns shift here. When I grew up, it used to come into what was the nominal core here downtown and go out in the evening. Now that has shifted because of the West Side growth in the economy, but no housing built there, or not enough housing built to accommodate that. Is there an analog to Los Angeles in any of the congestion pricing cities you've seen, and how do they deal with complexity?
The cities that have been implemented to date, I have to say, are not an analogue of Los Angeles, but the ones that are being looked at the moment in the UK, I think, are much more of an analogue in some ways. The UK government is encouraging through something called the Transport Innovation Fund, which is similar to your Urban Partnership programme, other cities in the UK to look at pricing. So we have cities such as Greater Manchester, the West Midlands, Bristol and Avon, looking at congestion pricing, and those areas, those regions, are made up of multiple centres. In terms of the approach that's being taken there is very much, again, focused on congestion, and to look at where the most congested corridors or areas are, and then to look at congestion pricing around those specific congested areas. Now, each solution that comes out of that is going to be unique to that specific set of circumstances. But those programs are evolving, and in particular, Greater Manchester has fairly well-developed plans now for pricing in that region. I think the points I would make about it, well, certainly, is that regional planning is a key part of that, and getting all of the regional bodies on board with the developments is absolutely critical. And the second point I'd make is around good transport modelling from a multimodal basis. Understanding the drivers of change, as you've said, the economics that, in my view, drive a lot of transport change over time and will change over the next over the planning periods. Having models that can look at that and look at the different splits of users and how they how you might want to affect those different segments over time is absolutely critical.
So it's possible, but we'd be creating.
You're in the at the forefront, but you're not alone in being on that forefront. There's many other cities that are now looking at it.
Okay, great. Professor.
The analogies actually are more having to do with corridors. Sorry. Because as you say, we have a multi-centered metropolis here. Los Angeles City is a big player, but there's lots of other places as well. So the corridor model is actually closer to what I think will eventually probably be experimented with here. For example, there's a corridor in Japan that tells you what price it'll be if you get on the road now versus go some other way. And the I-15 in San Diego. So I kind of think that as we head in this direction, it will probably be corridor-based, and it will be focused on corridors where there are very clear alternatives.
Well, appreciate that. My time's up, and I know we'll go to the next speaker. I just want, for the public who listens and gets scared about this stuff, you think about how much we pay for, people put $1,000 for a new set of rims. They do repairs that average $300 or more per car, and yet when we're asked to put a couple more dollars into road repair, a couple more dollars into infrastructure, or a couple more dollars to actually pay for new infrastructure, there's always this reaction, and we hope that the people out there can help be that voice of beginning to change how we pay, because we're paying. We are definitely paying for the short-term cost of living cheap a lot of money. We have an opportunity with this discussion to be able to change that and get towards something that's more of an upfront cost that can really save us money, but more importantly give us the quality of life that we seek. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Ms. Hahn for the third time. Ms. Hahn.
Just sitting here listening to the MTA and trying to figure out how we get people out of their cars, I would like to put in a verbal request that CLA and DOT report back to us on the steps needed to get the Harbor Line rail proposal on the MTA's long-range proposal. So let's get the steps back. I actually have already asked the Port of Los Angeles to pony up the $1 million for a feasibility study, because I think it's obviously in their interest to also keep our freeways clear of commuters, because commuters and trucks sometimes collide. So anyway, I've done that, and I'd like to see what our steps are to get that in the pipeline.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much, Michael Turner, MTA. Am I correct there's not enough web and spoke or hub and spoke? Wasn't that a vision of John Cato that hasn't been fully implemented?
Yes.
But now it's still committed. There's still a commitment by the board to do that, right?
Yes.
But it just is taking a long time. So this is important. Believe it or not, members, there's some lines, and I don't know the numbers anymore, but there's still the same lines that were when they were the yellow car. what used to be the 32 that went to Cal State that came down through Pico, it still runs that way. So you're going to do that, right?
Yeah, that proposal is still something that's being looked at in the context of the long-range plan.
Good. Okay. And I believe Gail Goldberg mentioned earlier about year-round, or no, she didn't mention about year-round school. She meant when school is out of session. You know, one thing that has changed in the last 20, 25 years is we have more schools on year-round session. So our traffic congestion is up in Los Angeles greater than ever could be. And also on the point of odd and even, I think that was related to, because I remember getting up at 5 in the morning to, if you had an odd number, you could get gasoline that day. It was in Jimmy Carter's time in the 70s, what that was. But I think the other thing, too, I think that I wanted to ask, and I don't know if any of the officials here could ask him, but size of trucks. Remember what a beer truck used to look like, Denny, when you were a young man? And I was a young man, you know? What a Coca-Cola truck looked like? They were small trucks. Well, you're a Santa Monica guy, and I remember going down to the Strand and riding that little trolley that for 15 cents. There were trucks that were smaller sizes. Now they're large reefers on the back of the trucks that carry, you know, they block streets. So there's a component here if we wanted to do anything about congestion, and I welcome you from the great British Isles that you're here, but I would rather deal with the size of vehicles in congested areas, because I think smaller trucks, you ever watch a truck back up into a 7-Eleven? It's a big long truck and it blocks the traffic, where a smaller truck could have done that. I do say on the Olympics, we do reference that a lot, but there was some fear that it was going to be too much, but it just worked perfectly. Whether there was that little fear factor in there and people vacated and businesses closed down, especially in the central area, it did work well as it was. But I just want to ask about a business improvement districts funding Dash and local bus systems. Have you heard about that at all? Because you want to get out of the non-revenue. There's buses don't make it at the fare box, but the ones that really don't make it, you want to get rid of them, right?
Well, I think there's
You can hold my time the last 19 seconds.
There's an ongoing challenge to deal with the efficiencies of the bus system, and we always have trouble when we're trying to cut service on what we would consider inefficient lines, because you get the people that ride those lines are dramatically affected, and it's always a challenge for us.
You know what a business improvement district is? Could that be a way for Mr. Zane?
The answer is yes, but they've become more difficult to do because of Proposition 218.
Right.
Now that requires certain kinds of voting, weighted majority voting on the part of the assessed properties. And that process is both unfamiliar to people and therefore more difficult.
Well, I think, Mr. City Clerk, how many business improvement districts do we have in Los Angeles? 44, 68 or something? I mean, it's
probably most of them were before Prop 218.
Not necessarily so, you know. But I think that's something we should look at, the Business Improvement District. Anyway, thank you all for your days here today. And the last thing on the congestion thing, I have trouble because your streets in London are about as wide as that table you're sitting at. And I can understand it on that issue here. And I think everybody should pay for the public ways. I just feel the rich would only have a way to afford it. And so much of the working class people who serve all of areas have to travel for jobs into that challenge. Welcome to Los Angeles, though.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. And to the panel, we thank you very much for your time and expertise. We very much enjoyed your presentations. Ms. Gould, to continue.
Yes, and just a thank you as well. This was very informative, and we have a lot of motions and things to do, and we encourage you to keep us in mind, and that we're looking at things outside the box. We're thinking of things we would have never thought of before because we have reached that crisis, and I think we have to be in that mindset as we're moving forward. So thank you all very much for being here. Colleagues, we're going to move on to our next group. We have two cities that are represented here today that embrace strategic transportation planning. We have with us this afternoon John Rist from Portland, Oregon, and Albert Fox from the Director of Baltimore's Department of Transportation. If I could ask them both to join us at the front table, that would be great. We asked these two gentlemen to be here today to share their city's experience with transportation planning, as I outlined earlier today. These cities are both recognized for their dynamic comprehensive plans. They have both implemented plans that cities have adhered to. We also have with us today Alan Wapner, council member from Ontario and chair of the SCAG Transportation and Communications Committee, and Hassan Nagrata, I think the new executive director. Hassan here?
Hassan had to leave.
He had to leave. Okay, sorry. We're only about 45 minutes late in starting, so I apologize for that. As we know, SCAG serves as the Metropolitan Planning Organization, also called the MPO for the 6 counties. And they are federally mandated to draw up our Southern California Regional Transportation Plan, RTP, every 4 years to address the region's transportation needs. And it really represents a collective version of the 6 counties that are represented in SCAG. And so what we want to do, and I know my colleagues here agree with this, is we need to be conscientious as to what is being planned for outside the city of Los Angeles and our borders. And everyone knows here that congestion and pollution has no borders. So we want to thank them for both being here. And I think in our the level here, we're going to first start with John, followed by Al, and then our next, Alan Wapner, as well.
And if I could have them pull the microphones closer to you, that helps a lot with feedback. Close, nice and close. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Please, welcome. Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to be here today, Council President and members of the Council. Appreciate that very much. I know you have a very busy day and appreciate the invitation to be here to share with you what the City of Portland, Oregon has done in the Portland metropolitan region. Let me, hopefully.
There we go.
The Portland metro region is made up of, like the councilwoman just said, was the MPO. We have 3 urban counties, so about 23 cities. I'll talk a little bit about what we've done at the regional level, and then I'll focus in on the City of Portland in terms of some of our efforts. The Portland, as you can see in the map there, the Portland metro region, like I just said, is made up of about 23 individual cities, 3 urban counties. Our MPO has the port on it, our transit agency that serves all 3 counties, the state DOT, the State Department of Environmental Quality, and other agencies. Just a little bit of quick statistics for you. Portland obviously is not the size of Los Angeles. We're more of a medium-sized city, 562,000 people approximately. The metro region is 2 million people. We've had a major influx of population over the last 10 years, about a 29% increase. And it's a land area of 145 square miles in the city of Portland and 462 miles for the whole Tri-County area. Specifically about the strategic planning and the effort that our region has done, we started this about over 10 years ago. We adopted a 50-year vision for managing growth within the region because we knew that growth was coming. We decided through this planning process and very extensive process, and you talk about the RTP, we're going through that update right now of updating our regional transportation plan. But we said we were going to focus development in compact urban areas served by certain corridors, main streets. We were going to have mixed housing and commerce served with good transit. Another goal was to protect established neighborhoods, which are very strong in the Portland city limits, and the rural and natural areas around the Portland metro area. There were certain themes that were prominent in the 2040 strategic plan. One of those was to protect industry, maintain our freight mobility, and our highway connection to our port. Our port is a major exporter of grain throughout the Southeast Asia. Another one, it was in terms of travel options. We decided that all of our streets would be retrofitted to include sidewalks and bikeways, better connected street systems that allow easier access to walking and access to transit, and that there would be frequent transit service on all of our major streets. In terms of this 2040 plan, this long-term vision for the Portland metro region, there were certain key themes that we were talking about. One is the urban growth boundary. Under Oregon state law, any city above 5,000 has a boundary, and the boundary is designated so that growth occurs within that boundary, so that you protect rural areas, you protect pristine environmental areas, so that the growth does not just spread randomly everywhere, but that the growth is contained within the boundaries, and I will show you that in just a second. Certain corridors were highlighted in terms of our plans, centers, main streets, and then building compact development around our light rail stations. This is a map that shows you what that urban growth boundary is with the corridors, the major corridors that we've identified. We've identified certain centers where we would like the development to occur. Obviously, the Portland downtown is the big circle in sort of the middle, and then you go out from that, you have what we call town centers and other areas that will be and have been connected by light rail, and we continue to build our light rail system so that we have a compact urban development around these centers. We have the main streets from the highway side and the street side that serve those centers, and then we have our light rail system that we started back in 1986. And that is intended to serve these population centers in these urban centers where development is occurring. Our light rail system today is 44 miles. We have a blue line that goes on the right side of your page. We have a line, I think we were the first city on the West Coast to build a light rail line to the airport. We have a yellow line that goes right up to the Columbia River. We hope someday it goes across the river to Vancouver, Washington, which is experiencing the fastest growth in the state of Washington. And then we have a blue line that goes out to the western suburbs. We're in the midst of constructing another 7-mile line that goes south out of the downtown core into the southern part of the region that is also growing rapidly. At the same time, since 1997, we've seen rapid growth in the use of our light rail system. It's gone from one of our first lines of about 30,000 riders a day. We're now experiencing over 100,000 riders a day, while our bus system is basically stable in the range of about 200,000 riders a day. This next chart is, if you can figure this one out, great. But what it's trying to tell you is essentially Portland, since about 1996, our vehicle miles traveled, when you compare it to other mid-level cities across the country, our vehicle miles traveled are actually decreasing. It's one of the few cities across the United States where vehicle miles traveled are decreasing. At the same time, we've made a very concerted effort to reduce our CO2 emissions, and we're showing progress in that area. In 1993, I think we became the first U.S. city to adopt a strategy to reduce emissions from carbon dioxide, and we're still on a path to try to reduce that. We're at levels, we're back where we were in 1990, even though we've had the rapid growth in that area. Let me talk a little bit about land use. Again, in the city of Portland, now I'm talking specifically in the city of Portland, we've identified certain centers outside of our city center where we want to experience growth and where we want to put the compact growth that people can walk or bicycle or take transit to and from their work and their home. We've identified the major streets that need to be serving those centers. We've identified, again, the light rail stops and the light rail system that will serve those compact urban areas. In terms of our downtown mode share, commuter trips to the downtown, if you look in the year 2005, about 51% came by single occupant vehicle. Our goal is by the year 2030 to have that down to about a third and have 2/3 come from alternative modes. We're right now at about a third of our trips into downtown are by transit. So transit so far has been very successful for AM peak and PM peak hours of serving the downtown commuters. In terms of another new incentive that Portland has embraced is bringing back the streetcar. We have been the first major city to embrace the modern streetcar. We have built a line of about 4 miles from northwest Portland to southwest Portland. It's serving 7,200 new residents that have been built in this compact urban environment. Over 4.5 million of new square feet of non-residential development has occurred of value over $2 billion. That line has been in place since 1997, and all the little yellow dots represent private sector investment along that streetcar line. We hope to go to construction in the fall of this year for a new line of the streetcar on the east side of the river, the Willamette River that goes through downtown Portland, and we are in the process of right now pursuing a federal small starts project for that. The streetcar opened up a whole area in the north side of the city that was former industrial area, abandoned light rail, and it's called the Pearl District. It's a mixed-use development, major condominiums, retail, high-end restaurants. A lot of people have moved there. That is served directly by the streetcar. Those number of residents is 4,300 residents, and as you can tell by that chart, over half of the residents are in higher income brackets that have chosen to live in this close in to downtown Portland, served by the streetcar in a very urban environment. Again, the development along the streetcar line has been phenomenal in terms of the reversal of private sector development within one block of the streetcar line. Let me talk briefly about the environment, which is very strong in the city of Portland, a very strong environmental ethic, and the notion of sustainability. The city of Portland has made a very strong effort to enhance movement by bicycle trips into the city. If you look in 1990, we ranged anywhere from 2 to 3% of our mode split was by bicycle. That has now, in the year 2000, exceeded in the range of 5 to 10% of people commute into the city on bicycle. And we are pursuing other ways of trying to enhance people coming by bicycle. This chart shows you we have about 4 major bridges that bring folks into the downtown, and since 1991, our daily trips by bicycle has increased substantially to over 12,000 trips every day across these major bridges into downtown. Another aspect of our sustainability and our environmental policy in the city of Portland, I think we were the first major city to adopt a green streets policy in April of last year. That essentially is trying to take the water runoff from our major streets and put them into, other than our stormwater system, treat the runoff from the streets into swales, and other environmentally acceptable manners along some of our major streets. Well, trying to get the next slide here. There we go. The City Council asked and developed a private sector task force to look at peak oil. And in March of 2007, they came back with recommendations to our City Council. And I will just quickly go over some of these. One of those was to reduce our total oil and natural gas consumption by 50% over the next 25 years, support land use patterns that reduce transportation needs, support walkable and easy access to services and transportation options, design an infrastructure to promote transportation options, facilitate efficient movement of freight, and encourage energy-efficient, renewable transportation choices. Our council approved this implementation plan in March of last year. In terms of financing, our department, the City Department of Transportation, operating budget is $111 million a year. We have sustained over $42 million worth of reductions over the last 7 years, so we have been in a major cut mode. The green part of that chart shows you that about 56% of our budget comes from general transportation revenues. The rest comes from permits. We get a small amount, 7%, from our city general fund and grants and other things like that. In terms of our general transportation revenue, by far almost $49 million of it per year comes from the state gas tax. Oregon is one of the few states left in this nation that does not have a sales tax. So we have a gas tax, and that is a major source that local governments in Oregon rely on for financing of transportation. That gas tax at the state level has not increased since 1993. So it's been declining as inflation has eroded that. And the other major source of revenue to us is parking revenue. This chart shows you that our share of the gas tax, as I just said, has been basically stable in the 90s while our parking meter revenue has gone up. However, City Council has used that increase in parking meter revenue to finance portions of our light rail system and our streetcar system, so it has not been applied to our operating budget. In terms of our capital improvement program, for the next 5 years, it's a $275 million program 69% of it is dedicated to motor vehicles, and approximately 16% to pedestrian and others. In terms of the source of revenues that we use to finance our capital improvement program, you can see there 25% comes from the private sector, 31% from federal funds, only 14% comes from our city general funds. And essentially, we're building projects for other agencies or the federal government or the state inside the city. One of our local tools that we use in Oregon under state statutes, we have system development charges. Those are charges that by statute can only be used for capital construction related to growth. And those are paid at the time of the building permit. You come in and you pay a fee, and that could be used to pay for a traffic signal, widening a road, building new capacity, but it cannot be used for maintenance, and it can only be used for, as I said, capital construction. The other tool that we have locally is what we call local improvement districts. These are partnerships with property owners to improve the road in front of their house and things like that, or in front of their business. And finally, I will end with a new funding source that our council, we believe, will enact tomorrow. And I will have to be back for that. But we began this process in May of last year, where we're putting in place a street maintenance and safety fee, essentially a utility fee for the use of your public right-of-way. It will fund some of our street maintenance and paving programs, some major safety and intersection improvements across the city. We're going to build 112 new miles of bike boulevards for safe use of bicycles and pedestrians. And we're going to increase the rehabilitation of our signals across the city. It's a 15-year program. We estimate we're going to collect about $24 million a year. The homeowner in the city of Portland will pay approximately $4.54 per month. There is a low-income discount available, and there is also green discounts that we've put in place that someone could apply for. Say you don't own a car, you could get a 10% discount. Say you can demonstrate you have a transit pass, you can get a discount. Same way for businesses. If they are located within the proximity of a transit route, they will get a discount. And if they offer transit passes to their employees, they will get a discount. So commercial properties will pay about 82% of all the businesses in the city of Portland will pay approximately $33 a month. And like I said, we began this process in May with a very extensive public outreach process. We have the business community on board, and we hope to enact that new fee tomorrow. I just want to wrap that up by saying thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. I hope that's been somewhat helpful for you in terms of how Portland and the Portland metro region has addressed transportation planning, how we've tried to put in place some options for our citizens in terms of other than the single occupancy vehicle. We think we're making progress in that area. We see growth around these transit centers. We see private investment being made around light rail and around the streetcar, and that's what we're envisioning for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rist. And I know that there's a possibility we can still get you on that earlier plane, so I'm going to wait on Mr. Fox's presentation, see if there are questions folks have right now about the Portland experience, starting with Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for making here today. I think your plane got canceled or something this morning,
Yes,
so you had to take another one to get here. So I really appreciate your ability to get here today. One of the questions we often get asked, and this will be for both of you, all three, I guess, is why a strategic plan? Does it really make a difference in how you've been able to approach things? And I see, you have some funding things that I think we may ask our departments to follow up and see exactly how you created some of those opportunities and the costs, and I like the green incentive aspect of that. Yeah. But can you maybe express what was the process to get to a strategic plan? Because our next step is us kind of adopting our goals and mission, and to go forth in really creating not only knowing exactly what's happening in the city, but then to the next step of specific projects that we're going to be able to go forward with. So if you could just address that, would be great.
Sure. Well, under Oregon law, we have these urban growth boundaries. We have to maintain the growth inside these boundaries because we're under state statute. They're protecting farmland, forest land, urban and environmentally sensitive areas. So it is, by law, already somewhat of a compact urban area. And then through the MPO process and through the partnership with all of the regional governments, cities, counties, et cetera, we sat down at the table years ago and said, how do we want to fashion the growth within the metro area? And we said, okay, we're not going to continue to build expansive freeway lanes. We withdrew federal highway funds about 30 years ago and started to put that investment into a light rail system. And it's proven to be quite successful because we have seen growth around these light rail stations. We've seen people wanting to live there, and we've seen the private sector and development follow the public sector investments. So in terms of that planning, it was a collaborative effort that everybody at the regional table, I think we have the only regionally elected government in the United States, so you have this regionally elected government that brings everybody together, and that they then help fashion this plan, and everybody agreed to it.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Rist, I wanted to ask you a couple things. Can you walk us through the process for the aerial tramways? Is that, I don't know what the term that you use for, there's an aerial tramway that's that leads into Portland. The process that you went through in terms of planning that and the funding, my understanding is it's roughly about the same as light rail, the cost as well?
We just recently completed the construction of one aerial tram. It goes from the south waterfront area that's having explosive growth with condominiums and commercial development up a very steep hill to the state Health Science Center and Medical University. And the financing of that was primarily through the Oregon Health Sciences University, the city of Portland. We implemented local improvement districts in that south waterfront area so that commercial properties and condominiums would pay. We put in an urban renewal district under state law there that funds were from both of those LIDs.
Tax increment?
Yes, tax increment financing. Yes, that's correct, sir. So those financing sources were the city's share of it. No general funds are used in the city, or by law in the state of Oregon, you can't use gas tax dollars for anything other than road purposes. So the Oregon Health Sciences University paid the majority of the cost, but then these other financing, tax increment and local improvement districts completed the cost. And it ended up being about a $55 million project.
And how would that have compared to a rail line that would have been the same length?
Rail lines in the city of Portland are costing about $50 million a mile.
Okay. And sorry, so how long was this? The mile?
Oh, it's up a steep hill. In terms of length, I'm not exactly sure. I don't.
Is it at least a mile?
Yes, it's at least a mile. Yeah.
So it's at least incomparable or cheaper than a rail would cost.
Yes.
And I know Mr. Reyes, who represents Dodger Stadium. One of the things that we have is the snarl of traffic around our great baseball stadium, and for years a number of us have talked about the potential of doing some sort of aerial tramway from Chinatown, which is just the north of where we are right now, up to that summit. Certainly would relieve thousands of car trips that we have up there each year, so we're very inspired by Portland's example. One last question. In terms of some of the financing, I was very curious when you had slide up there to see about 75% of your financing, local financing, comes from parking revenues. Is that correct?
Not 75.
What percent?
It was about 20 million out of about 70 million.
Okay.
The other 50
so
is from our state gas tax.
And does any of that does that get divided in any proportional way throughout the city? Is it just put into one place and it's competitive for different projects in the city? Can you walk us through how that parking fund, does it return to where it comes from?
It comes into the Department of Transportation to be used for our general operating expenses.
Okay.
But the increases that we've had in the parking meter rates recently, we had one about 4 years ago, was dedicated to pay off bonds to build a new light rail line through our downtown that will open in September of 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Other increases have been used to pay the operating cost of the streetcar.
Gotcha.
So it has not gone towards our general maintenance of our roads or anything like that. It's gone to council-approved specific projects.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate your presence. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Ms. Perry.
Very much. I actually been to Portland and spent some time with the South Group, walked around the Pearl District extensively, and I knew this from being there, but you said it again today, that I guess there was a political will and a community input and decision-making process that you implemented up there to decide to take former industrial land and use it for all kinds of uses other than industrial. What was your process for that, and how over what period of time did that take place, and how successful do you think your process was?
Yes. That took place probably over a period of 5 to 7 years, And a lot of the process was the use of private sector investment that the owners of those properties wanted to turn those over. And as you just pointed out, to not have it be an old industrial land, but to turn it into a compact urban environment. And we had some very innovative developers that were willing to step forward and help do that. And again, on our streetcar line, what is helping to finance that is a local improvement district, so those properties adjacent to the line pay a fee towards the construction of that line.
And that's made for the walkability, and I noticed that you had a higher concentration, at least looked like, of affordable and different types of price points for housing along that line.
That is correct. That is correct. Under City Council direction, a third of our tax increment financing from all of our 11 urban renewal districts in the City of Portland, a third is to go to affordable housing.
Maybe we can hire you as a consultant to help us down here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next presentation, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Al Fox, Director of Transportation for Baltimore City. And first, I would like to thank you for inviting me here, particularly to the President of the Council and Councilwoman Gruhl and her staff for the outstanding hospitality that they've afforded me. Greetings from Baltimore and Mayor Sheila Dixon. Baltimore is the home of Fort McHenry, which is the inspiration behind our national anthem. We get in the neighborhood of 12 million visitors per year to take a look at all of the Fort McHenry and several other major items that we have there in Baltimore. Unlike Portland, our strategic plan is fairly recent. We developed a strategic plan about 5 years ago. I've been in transportation in Baltimore City for 6 years. But when I first got there, the mayor, Mayor O'Malley, who's now governor of Maryland, gave me a directive. We did not have a Department of Transportation. We had a Bureau of Transportation. He wanted to create a department. And the second thing he said is, I need a strategic plan on transportation. And with those two items, I quickly went to work in trying to develop the first priority, which was a strategic plan. One of the reasons we looked at it was that we were spending a lot of money on transportation within the city and not seeing any appreciative results from spending all that money. We had projects going all over the city, and yet and still, when you took a look at the amount of money that we had and the way we spread it around the city, we were getting very little results that we could show. The mayor wanted to provide some focus. We had very old infrastructure. Baltimore City is a very old city. And so he wanted to provide some focus on how we use our transportation dollars. He realized that good transportation attracted new jobs. It ensured the health of our neighborhoods and maintained a high quality of life. And it was vital to every aspect of our well-being there in the city of Baltimore. Some of the things that we had to take a look at when we started crafting the strategic plan is what did we have to address? What did the plan have to be? It had to be multifaceted, establish goals and objectives, specific defined terms and timetables, and a broad range of action. In the city, the mayor was very, very concerned about accountability, and so much so that he created what was called CityStat. CityStat is a form of holding city departments accountable for their action each and every day, for their performance. Each department goes before the mayor and his deputies to talk about some of the items that they do, or performances that they are responsible for, or functions that they're responsible for each and every day. This is measured on a biweekly basis. How well do you do in filling potholes? That has a performance measure. How well are you performing in fixing your signals? That has a time frame associated with it. And so the mayor created the city stat to hold the city agencies accountable not only to him, but to the public. And our strategic plan is sort of patterned in that same way. A little bit about Baltimore City. We're a city that's fairly small when you compare it to Los Angeles. As I was flying in last night, the first thing that hit me was the number of street lights. I'm responsible for street lights in Baltimore, and outages are a constant pain. So when I looked at LA, I said, wow, that person really has a job. But this gives you an idea of what Baltimore City is all about. As you see, another unique feature about Baltimore is we're responsible for all of the infrastructure inside the city limits. The State Highway Administration controls no roads in Baltimore. They control no bridges in Baltimore. The Department of Transportation is responsible for all of that. So our strategic plan had to address the repair and maintenance of bridges, the repair and maintenance of highway, the repair and maintenance of everything, as I would say, within our city's right-of-way. One thing that I did when we first started on this venture of developing a strategic plan, it could have been easy for me to sit in a back room with a couple of my trusted deputies and develop a strategic plan. But in order for a strategic plan to work, you need buy-in. And so we reached out to a lot of stakeholders, those individuals that had a vested interest in good transportation in the city of Baltimore. And from this list, you see some of the stakeholders that we reached out to. We had businesses, to include the private rail. We had consultants, contractors, all of the federal state agencies were involved. Even though State Highway controlled no roads, we included them in our process for developing the strategic plan. City agencies, I was listening earlier this morning about planning and transportation working together. I can't see it any other way. The Department of Planning and the Department of Transportation work very closely together to help develop this strategic plan. We also included advocacy groups. You have a lot of good advocacy groups out there, transportation advocacy group, that can lend some valuable insight into what they perceive as to be top priorities for your jurisdiction. One that we used was Citizen Planning Housing Association of Baltimore, very well-respected nonprofit there in the city of Baltimore. So those are the people that we included in our process as stakeholders in the development of strategic plan. The next one talks about the brainstorming session that we had. As we gathered everyone together to include some previous Secretary of Transportation in Maryland, we did some brainstorming. Trying to develop a vision for what we want transportation to look like in Baltimore. And from that, develop a vision, a mission statement, something that is concrete, something that we can focus our attention on. And as we continue with the brainstorming session, we develop hundreds of actions. We employed a consultant to be sort of the bookkeeper for us. And I think in the first brain section, we came up with about 300 to 400 different action items. And these were the people's perspective of what they viewed as things that need to happen within Baltimore City. Then we took a look at some of the plans that we had available to us. And you have a lot of plans out there, believe me. Transportation planning, I'm pretty sure every jurisdiction have at least one or two plans sitting on the shelf. And that's the problem. They're sitting on the shelf. So we grabbed as many plans that we could affecting Baltimore City, reviewed those plans, and pulled out the action items that we thought were good action items and included those in our list. And the example you see are some of the things that we included. Very simple things such as initiate shelter and stop improvement program. Very simple thing to do, hard to execute. I mean, very simple thing to list, but hard to execute. So we actually sorted, categorized, and developed our 8 goals. When you have so many different action items, there's a lot of similarity between the items, so we started the grouping process. And as we grouped them, we found that they came into 8 distinct characteristics for each group, and from that we develop our goals. And this gives you an idea of what our goals were. The interesting thing about goal number 1 is it says, and I'll read it verbatim to you, develop a world-class transit system capable of connecting the communities of Baltimore and to the region. I don't control transit in Baltimore City, but that was one of the top priorities for that little group that we had. What it told me is that I needed to prepare my organization to address that specific issue, and which would require some organization change, because transit, we pretty much stayed away from transit because that was owned by the state. Well, I had to influence it in some way because it had a big impact on what we were doing on a day-to-day basis in Baltimore City. Also, with the 2000 census, it pointed out that we had 36% of our population didn't have access to a car. So they had to get to jobs somewhere. Somehow they had to get to their jobs. So transit became very important to DOT, and therefore we kept it as our top priorities. The 8th item was a sound fund. Just like any other plan, you need a source of fund. And a sound funding source was something that I put down there intentionally at the bottom because it supports all the other goals. And it's something that we work hardest at, trying to develop a strong, sound funding source. After we developed our goals, the process was not concluded. We wanted to get some priorities in our lives. And we used not only our stakeholders, but we went to the public at large and sent out surveys to the public using what we call the SWOT method: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We sent requests out to some of our stakeholders to ask them, in their minds, what were our strengths, weaknesses, what were opportunities available out there, and what were the threats to us accomplishing our goals. And you see some of the surveys that we returned. Now we got approximately 30% return on the number of surveys we sent out, which I thought was pretty good. I was expecting far less than that, about 5 or 10%, but 30%. And they listed what they thought were our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to us achieving our goals. To continue on with that, we then went out and had them prioritize all of the action items that we had developed. We first prioritized them internally with the Department of Transportation, because what I think may be number one may not be number one to a large portion of the group. And so we sent them out and said, I want you to prioritize. And that's exactly what we did. They did. They prioritized not only our goals and strategies, but all of the action items too. We wanted for them to answer 2 basic questions. Does the action accomplish the goal? And does the action enhance the city's ability to accomplish the goal? And we provided them with a scoring key so which they would have something to measure by. After receiving all of the data, we went down and we ranked each one of the action items. And you see from this list what we did. what we tried to do is our number one priority would be the action item that supported the majority of the goals. And that's how we went down and started listing each one of the action items that we were going to accomplish. And we did that for all of the action items. We had over 200 different action items. And the other thing we wanted to do is see which action items were dependent. I'm sorry, I skipped ahead. Which action items were dependent on each other. I have to go back right here. Which action item were dependent on other action items. So that would help us in evaluating our priorities. And then the last item we wanted to do is, when you consider all of the financial implications, you can't do everything at one time. So we had to put some time frames on whereby we would accomplish some of the action items. And you see from this list, we evaluated each one to determine where or how, what was the time frame in which we could accomplish these particular action items. They were either a 2-year, 5-year program, or what we would consider long-term. And here's what we ultimately achieve. Setting our goals, objectives, strategies, and then actions and tactics. This is an example of what we did. Now, what you're seeing here is actually the public document that we distributed. It had our goals, it had objectives, strategies, and actions, but there's several other action items that were attached to that, the ones that we considered low-hanging fruit or items that were very easy to accomplish or difficult to accomplish, and we attached that to the document that we maintain. But in the example, as you can see, it talks about information available to all stakeholders and some of the objectives that we wish to achieve and our strategy and actions that we were going to do in order to achieve that goal. Now, this process took us approximately 1 year. 1 year of effort and a lot of time to develop it. But I think the final product that we came up with was something where, number one, we had consensus from all of our stakeholders, which would later on be advocates for us implementing several of the strategies in this document. Number two, we had the priorities established as not only the business community but the public sector considered as being priority projects. And then the last thing I wanted to say is the strategic plan was just that. It was a plan. If we had stopped there, it would have been just like all the other plans that were sitting on shelves. Now we develop a marketing program to market what we had developed to the communities and to the business community. And that required us and the mayor, hand in hand, rolling out the strategic plan. We incorporated it in every speech that we did, at least the goals and objectives, and we were no different from any business that's trying to sell a product. Continually marketing, continually putting before the public what this plan was and what it would achieve. And we're still doing that today. 5 years later, we're still marketing the plan. I can't emphasize that enough, the communication with the public, trying to achieve buy-in. The other part to that is, once you've developed a plan, how do you implement the plan? I mentioned to you about CityStat. CityStat, we measured our performance. Some of the action items were things dealing with day-to-day, what I would call bread and butter items, filling potholes and things of that nature. So we measured that, and we tried to improve on that, which led to buying new equipment, training individuals to do their job a little bit better. All of this was based on coming up with the action items within the strategic plan. We had to stay focused. During our annual CIP process, everyone within the organization had to review. I demanded that they review the strategic plan and the action items. Look at what we've accomplished, look at what's in the process of being accomplished, and what else we need to add into our CIP for projects. We also included legislation. There's several of the action items that demanded a change in legislation, so we worked with the state and local jurisdiction to help craft legislation to give us the ability to do what we wanted to do as far as improving transportation in the city of Baltimore. Emphasis on focus, staying on track. You have to continually monitor. We have a city track that happens every 2 weeks. We have a project stat which monitors the projects that we're doing every month. I talk to my division chiefs on the projects that they're doing and my legislative group on the projects that they're doing every month. So relentless follow-up is the only way you're going to accomplish. Some say I'm a pretty mean person, but I always say whatever the boss checks is what gets done. So, implementation, as I stressed to you before, is very, very crucial to do the follow-up, to do the checking. As you see, I laid out before you monthly follow-ups, annual, and then we're always evaluating the benefits. What are the benefits? And in some of the action items, we get the business community involved and we get other public agencies involved. That's all I have.
Presentation before we make comments, right?
Okay. Great. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Fox, and we'll have our final presentation, and we'll open up to some more Q&As from council members. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Garcetti, members of the City Council. I bring greetings from your sister city to the east in San Bernardino County. We share a small airport out there. We don't have term limits in the City of Ontario, and I'm actually in the midst of my 4th term. I've served on the City Council for over 13 years, and I got to tell you, I've mentioned this privately to some of you, but I want to say it publicly since this is the first time I've appeared before your council. We have never enjoyed the type of relationship, the positive relationship that we do right now, and I certainly appreciate that. Not just a business relationship, but I'm happy to call many of you friends of mine as well right now, so I certainly appreciate that. Today I'm wearing my regional hat, though. I'm appearing before you as the chairman of the Transportation Committee of SCAG, and I want to remind you of what SCAG is. SCAG is you and SCAG is me. SCAG isn't some outside agency. In fact, SCAG Regional Council, the decision makers, are made up of 76 voting members, and the City of Los Angeles has 16 of those votes. So I certainly appreciate the regular attendance of Council Members Smith and Zine and Parks. Council Member Hahn comes on occasion, but I want to remind all of you that you're all voting members of the Regional Council, as is your mayor, and we certainly invite all of you to come to our meetings and participate. Today I'm happy to present to you the Regional Transportation Plan for the next 30 years. And it's really good timing that I'm coming after you've already listened to the other speakers, because it's all going to come together now and you're going to understand how we came up with what we have, and I'm not going to have to explain terms like congestion pricing and things like that. I think you have a pretty good understanding of it. The significance of the Regional Transportation Plan, the primary significance obviously is that we have to make sure that we meet environmental conformity, and this is the document that gets us there. This is the 30-year plan for transportation, and it's updated every 4 years. The real significance, though, is that if anybody in the region, and remember we serve 6 counties in our region, if anybody in the region wants to have any type of transportation project funded, whether it comes from public or private funding, it must be contained in the Regional Transportation Plan, or it will not be eligible for any type of funding. So it's important that all the projects be included, and I'm happy to say that all of the baseline projects that you have in your TIP are included in this plan, and we're going to talk about some other projects as well. The process of how we came up with the RTP, it's been a very long process, a very comprehensive and collaborative process. I said at the beginning of the process that at the end of the day, whether you agree or disagree with the projects contained, everyone will agree that it's been fair and consistently and open for everyone to participate. And in fact, we've done that. We've held dozens of meetings throughout the region. We've included members of the public, members of all the counties, commissions, subregions, COGS, tribal nations, stakeholders, railroad companies, environmental groups. Everyone has participated during this process. The RTP itself is actually made up of two different components. There's what we call the financially constrained regional transportation plan, and then what we refer to as the strategic plan. We have to remember for the federal government to accept the regional transportation plan, it must meet environmental conformity and financial constraint. Financial constraint is something that's always been there, but it's being extensively enforced this time by the federal government. And what's interesting is that when the federal government reviews the RTP, they review it in its entirety, which means if it contains any one project that doesn't meet financial constraint, the entire RTP is returned to us. We have to recirculate the accompanying EIR, and there's no way that we'll meet conformity in June when our conformity expires. So it's real important to us that before we submit the RTP to the federal government for the review, that we make sure that it does meet financial constraint. And that's the importance of the strategic plan. The strategic plan is made up of those projects that don't meet financial constraint. Financial constraint means that there's funding committed or it's reasonably available funding to construct the project in the next 30 years. So those projects that are important to the region for transportation that don't meet financial constraint should be included in the strategic plan. The other reason you want to make sure the project's in the strategic plan is that if any time you do come up with funding and you want to be considered as an amendment to the RTP, you have to be in the strategic plan prior to that process happening. The region that we serve with SCAG presently has over 18 million residents, and we're projecting over 6 million more people moving to the region in the next 30 years. And obviously that presents certain challenges to us as policymakers in this region. Increased congestion. We're already the most congested region in the country, and it's only going to get worse. We have aging infrastructure through all of our communities. We're looking at increased goods movement throughout the region. We have a constrained aviation plan, and we also face challenges of energy and air quality. I'm happy to say that this is the first RTP where we actually include an energy element because it is very important that we decrease our dependence on fossil fuel. And you're going to see many projects in this plan that include alternative means of technology, including maglev technology and electric vehicles. But the biggest challenge that we face, and you've been talking about it all day, is really the lack of funding to pay for all the infrastructure needs that we have in Southern California. In fact, we're going to talk about the financing in just a little bit, but as we go through this, I want you to keep in mind that this RTP equates out to over $569 billion in projects, over $500 billion in projects to meet the needs of our region for the next 30 years. With all the congestion, it's very important. We're never going to build enough roads, highways, or lanes to accommodate all the growth. So it's very important that we take folks out of their cars and we find some other way of transporting them. One measure that we're certainly advocating at SCAG is utilizing the 2% compass strategy, really where we locate folks closer to their jobs so they don't have to get in cars to get to where they're going. We maintain that balance of jobs and housing. It's also important that we find infrastructure for transportation nearby the population centers where people live and where they work. There's other ways of getting folks out of their cars, and again, we talked about congestion pricing. And I got to tell you that Jen Giolano is the one that opened my eyes to congestion pricing, and it's unfortunate we did not include congestion pricing in this RTP because we didn't think that it would meet federal scrutiny because we just don't have the legislative authority to do it yet. It is in the strategic plan for further research. But it's important that we finally put a value on the cost of private transportation on public roadways. We're just not doing that now. But the other thing that we need to do is we need to get people out of their cars into transit, and you see an extreme amount of transit expansion in this plan, both light rail, commuter rail, and heavy rail. You see expansion of your own Expo lines here, Metro Rail as well as Metro Link, and we're also going to be talking about some high-speed rail. The Green Line, I believe, is in the strategic plan. I don't think it's in the RTP. These are the ones that are included in the RTP right here. The Expo Line, the Purple Line, the Gold Line extension to Montclair, the extension to Ontario is being studied, and that's included in the strategic plan. We also have a great deal of bus rapid transit within this plan as well. An important component of this plan is obviously it's important that we start moving our freight faster and cleaner. We're going to see increasing amounts of cargo coming through our region, both at the ports as well as throughout the region. And what we're proposing for a funding mechanism to do some of these improvements are container fees. And we've done a elasticity study through SCAG that shows that the industry is willing to pay up to $200 per container if it equates to more mobility and more efficiency to their moving their goods. The $200 that we're talking about is inclusive of all container fees. So the container fees being proposed by the ports would be included in that, as well as the proposed legislation going through the state legislature now. The total would come out to not more than $200. And what do we get with that money? We're going to see increased capacity for freight rail throughout the region. That money will also go to building over 130 grade separation projects throughout the region. We're going to upgrade the existing freight locomotives to what's called a Tier 4 level, which is basically clean air technology for freight trains. And we're also going to use that to help pay for dedicated truck lanes. Now, when we talk about truck lanes, it's not the truck lanes we talked about before where it was adding 2 more lanes to the freeway for more diesel-polluting trucks. We're really calling these alternative technology corridors. We're going to be building additional lane capacity, but the only trucks that will be allowed to use these lanes will be zero-emission trucks, basically electric trucks. And these will be funded through a combination of container fees and tolls in those corridors. We're happy to say that we're finally going to realize regionalization of airports. We recognize that Los Angeles International Airport is going to be constrained and that we do have outlying airports with plenty of capacity, and I'm happy that our airport in Ontario is willing to do that. Right now, Ontario Airport is serving 7 million annual passengers, and we're willing to go up to 31 million annual passengers, but we're only going to do that if there are no negative impacts to our community, which basically means that it's not going to happen if 31 million people are driving their own cars to our airport. So we've integrated high-speed rail with airport regionalization. We have to find an efficient, clean way to get folks to airports and to connect airports to each other. SCAG's been studying maglev technology for the corridor for the initial operating segment, and as you're aware, in fact, on your agenda tomorrow, you're going to be looking at a joint power authority comprised of the cities of Los Angeles, Ontario, and West Covina. Basically, the planning stage is done at SCAG. It's time to actually implement it, build it, and start operating it. There's an alternatives analysis out now for technology, and frankly, it doesn't really matter what technology we use. The important thing is that we create this corridor between the Inland Empire and the Los Angeles region. So you can see that this regional transportation plan does include the initial operating segment that goes from Ontario, West Covina, Union Station, West LA, and eventually LAX. We've also included an extended segment going eastward to San Bernardino, as well as a segment to Anaheim. It's obvious that Orange County is not going to build an airport to accommodate their aviation needs, so Ontario is willing to accept that responsibility, again, only if we can transport folks from Orange County to our airport without impacting our community. You also see another corridor there that reaches from Orange County to Palmdale in the high desert. This is called the Orange Line Corridor, and frankly, we're not sure that's going to stay in the RTP or not. The Orange County Transportation Authority took an action yesterday of not supporting that line, and since they're dedicating the right-of-way, I'm not sure that's going to happen, so we're not sure what's going to happen with the Orange Line. You also see a segment stretching from Anaheim to Union Station. This is part of the State High-Speed Rail Authority plan, and we've included that in the RTP as well. So you see extensive use of high-speed rail throughout the region in an environmentally friendly way, whether it be through maglev technology or electrification. These will be non-emission polluting trains. Now, again, the financing is really the biggest challenge. $569 billion. How are we going to pay for this? You can see where the money's going. A little more than half of all the money is going to go toward new infrastructure. We're creating new corridors. We're looking at a high desert corridor that connects the high desert areas of Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties. We're looking at the gap closure for the I-710. Finally, we've come to resolution with that using the tunnel technology. We have cities in agreement as to how that's going to happen. We're also looking at corridors connecting Orange County and Riverside County. They're called the CTAP. There's 4 different alternatives, one of which is a tunneling technology. But it's important, again, that they've been real successful in Orange County of creating many jobs and a high level of economic development, but they have not been willing or able to produce the housing necessary. So the folks are finding themselves living in Riverside County, and we need to find some way to get them back and forth to their jobs. So that corridor is included as well. So again, there's many infrastructure projects, new hot lanes, many new corridors, and that comes out to about $300 billion in this plan. How do we propose to pay for it? We find that existing revenues should take care of everything but about $156 billion, and this is the way we propose to take care of that gap. We think that we can raise about $3.7 billion through value capture strategy, sales of existing Caltrans properties, and some other transit investments, extension of existing sales tax. All of the counties in the region, with the exception of Ventura County, have local sales tax initiatives that are really paying for the bulk of these transportation projects. Imperial County has not voted for an extension of theirs yet. It is coming up on the ballot next year. So the half-cent tax within the other counties are already included in our baseline funding, but we're projecting an additional $0.8 billion to come from Imperial County if they pass their extension. User fees really make up the bulk of the gap. We're seeing $117 billion that are going to be raised by the use of tolls. And again, the tolls that we're proposing in the RTP are tolls on new corridors only, not on existing corridors. Although Metro has proposed possibly asking for tolls on existing roadways, that's not part of our plan. Container fees are included of up to $200, as well as fares on some of this transportation. Now, when I talked about high-speed rail, we received an unsolicited proposal from a private vendor that said he's willing to pay entirely private dollars for the infrastructure and the operation of a high-speed rail plan that will include not only passengers but freight movement as well. He's proposed moving freight from the harbor to downtown Los Angeles and eventually into the Inland Empire via maglev technology, as well as passenger movement for the entire segment, including going to Anaheim. Total cost of that project is approximately $26 billion. Our legal counsels review their financing plan. They apparently have the financial backing that they need from the financial institutions. The next step will be for that proposal to come before the new JPA that's being composed. We'll have to review that and see whether or not we want to accept that proposal or seek others. But the only point I'm trying to make is that it appears that it's financially possible to build the entire initial operating segment for passengers and goods movement using private dollars, and that's included in that $117 billion. Additional new revenues that we're projecting, right now we have a stagnant amount of fuel excise taxes both from the state and federal level. Based on past history, we expect that in the next 30 years, both the state and federal excise taxes will be increased a minimum of 10 cents per gallon, and that equates out to an additional $17 billion. And finally, we project $8.4 billion in private equity participation from private folks participating in this plan. So it is a balanced budget. That's one of the requirements of the federal government, $569 billion. What does this plan achieve? This plan achieves a decrease in delays, an increase in speed, a reduction in emissions and air quality standards, and finally a reduction on our dependence on fossil fuels. Our next step, we've held a series. We had 3 public participation hearings. We've held one in Riverside, one here in Los Angeles, and tomorrow we'll be holding one in Orange County. The public comment period ends February the 19th. Staff will review all of the written as well as oral comments made to the plan. I'm going to call a special meeting of my Transportation Committee in March. We'll review the comments, make any necessary revisions, and finally it'll come back to the Regional Council for SCAG in April for final adoption and submittal to the federal government. We're taking the show on the road. I've visited all of the subregions. I've been been down to El Centro, up to Ventura, out to the Coachella Valley. I visited every commission and subregion and every COG. It's important we get the word out. Our plan and our goal is to bring this to every city council member in the region. I can't possibly visit 180 city councils, so we're asking for all of your assistance in bringing it to your own communities as well as the rest of the region. It's important that people understand. If we are, and I certainly support bringing congestion pricing in, it's going to be extremely important that we educate the public. If you just go out there and say, how do you feel about paying for what you get for free right now, we know what the people are going to say. It's important that we educate them that what they're paying right now is not coming near to paying for the maintenance and preservation of the infrastructure that we have now. And one of the things that we all agreed on throughout the process is that if we do nothing else, it's extremely important that we do maintain and preserve the existing infrastructure and make the best use of the existing infrastructure before we start building new corridors. And that is it. That is your regional transportation plan for 2008. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mr. Bill Rosendahl and then Woody Groom.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, just for total awareness here, Alan and I went with Greg Smith over to Shanghai, and we looked at that maglev system. Just off the top, any sensitivity right now about maglev playing a role in some of the stuff?
Well, as I said, the private proposal that we received is based on maglev technology. Not the same technology that we wrote. It's a different technology. Councilman Smith was able to write the other technology of maglev down in Atlanta. It's a little different.
Yeah, and I'm obviously looking forward to see if it has applications here, because the good news about that was we would give them the right-of-way. The private sector, them, would pay for it, and we could get stuff done in our lifetime. I mean, I am 62, and I want to be able to get on these mass transits. That's story one. Story two, the Green Line's got to be in every one of your things going forward. Otherwise, we'll never get the Green Line that was killed politically in 1994, just a mile and a half from LAX. The plan is to get it into the airport, be everybody's stub into the airport for all the other lines, go up Lincoln Boulevard to Santa Monica, hook into the Expo line, go down to the Galleria in the South Bay, so we're able to say there's a north-south congestion strategy that's like that.
Every project that was submitted by Metro is included in this plan. So really, as long as you get Metro to buy in, it's going to be there.
Yeah, and I want to invite you to my Empowerment Congress Transportation Committee. We have 22 local leaders who are really engaged in the issue. Some are still here in the audience who've been here since early this morning. Bill Pope is an example of one of them. And give us a full presentation of how we fit in. Will you do that?
Be happy to.
And the last question is, how do we take the dream sheets of SCAG, which has been going on for many years, and actually connect it to the political will so we get things done? What's your advice?
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to do, and that's why in the past these presentations have been made by staff members, and I found it extremely important that elected officials take it out and make the presentations, and that's what we're trying to do.
And thank you for your leadership. Appreciate it very much.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you very much. And just some timing issues on the RTP, because we do want to make sure that we have our positions and adoption. We are having a joint meeting of Plum and Transportation Committee on February 12th to talk about that, because I know Mr. Rosendahl has some comments he wants to make sure are included in whatever our comments go to the RTP. Because you're right, it is for our region, and we're different than the city of Baltimore or the city of Portland in some ways, based on structure and so forth. And I think the one thing we want to make sure of is that when we comment on the RTP, or as we plan for the future, that we have our own act together in what we're commenting on. And oftentimes it is that last minute, we're commenting, and how great it would be is that we had every year kind of our strategic plan that we had for a while worked on with all of the 15 council members who came forward with an adopted plan that makes sense, and that the SCAG region knows exactly where the city of Los Angeles is coming from. And I know that we won't always agree with SCAG on everything in the other cities, but I'm so glad we do have a good relationship with Ontario, and your role as chair of the Transportation Committee at SCAG has been critical, and I think we're seeing more and more involvement between MTA, SCAG, and the city, which is really a big part of it. So I wanted to thank you, to let my colleagues know that we are going to get our comments moving forward. Just in my brief comments back, I want to thank you for coming all this way, and the importance of looking, as you said, it's not just a plan that sits on the shelf, but one that is implemented. And to ensure that whatever we come up with in our implementation phase, that there are benchmarks and accountability and reporting back that says these things have actually been accomplished. And for the voters to know, I think that's the most frustrating thing, and I don't know if it occurs in Baltimore, I know it does here in our region, which is they vote on a bond measure, and we put language in there we think protects us. It's in a lockbox. It's never going to be used for anything other than transportation, and lo and behold, tight budget year, it gets used for something else. And so the guarantee that the kinds of revenue generated from parking, kinds of fees, whatever, are going to be put back, I think is something that we're very interested in our own parking policy, and to look and see that. So this has been very, very informative, and I want to thank you because it does say to us that planning ahead is important, and that the actual requirement by the federal and state government having that RTP, including the kinds of projects that are important. And I know for Mr. Rosendahl, having that green line in there, if it's not in there from his perspective, then it's not eligible for any of those funds. And we could ask and ask, but if it's not in there and it happens, how many every 4 years?
It's updated every 4 years.
Every 4 years.
But we can consider amendments anytime.
But if it's not included in the original, can you include amendments?
Yes, if it's in the strategic plan, we can make an amendment.
If it's in the strategic plan.
Yes.
And so in Mr. Rosenthal's case, which he's interested in the green line is in the strategic plan.
If it's not, and I'd have to check, if it's not in the RTP, it's definitely in the strategic plan.
Okay.
It didn't show on the map, so I'm not really sure.
Okay. And the strategic plan, and how often is that updated?
At the same time as the RTP, every 4 years.
Same as the RTP.
But again, items can be added to it in the meantime. We can do amendments to the strategic plan is not required by the federal government. That's something we do locally.
Okay. So there's some, because of course you wouldn't want to wait that 4 years and then. Okay. Thank you.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I know, see?
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fox. Did you grow up in Baltimore?
No, sir, I didn't.
Do you remember the 58 Colts?
I remember the Colts.
My mentor was one of them, Milt Davis, who was, I think there's only 13 members of the Baltimore Colts of that great 58 team still living. But and Mayor O'Malley still mayor of?
Mayor O'Malley is now Governor O'Malley.
Governor O'Malley. How's he treating the city?
He's treating the city fairly well.
Fairly well. And how much support do you get because of the corridor of I-95, which is right near there? And you also have the main, I think next to the San Diego, Los Angeles, San Luis Obispo corridor. That Amtrak corridor is the most profitable and busiest for Amtrak.
Right.
Tell me a little about that.
Well, when you look at the rail corridors, of course, with Amtrak and CSX and Norfolk Southern, we work very closely with the different rail companies to ensure that the items that we're pushing forward, along with the state, more frequent service, better service, are taken in consideration when they do their long-range planning. We have no direct impact on them, of course, you know that, but because we have such a large constituency that uses their service, we try to get in early with within their planning cycle to impact on it.
Members, there is a challenge and a problem between San Diego and San Luis Obispo due to the different relationships between Metrolink and Metrolink and Union Pacific and the other rail lines that are here. So we should look at that issue. And I wanted to ask Alan if just a question there. Thank you for your thoughts there. In all this thinking, has anyone ever thought about converting the Green Line to high-speed rail and go from there east? Because you have the infrastructure there in the sense that you have a right-of-way down the center of the freeway. Has anybody thought about that?
I don't think we've we've certainly looked at extending high-speed rail to the airport, going from the airport through West LA to Union Station out to the Inland Empire.
Right.
I'm not sure about connecting the Green Line itself.
And do you have a zip code service at Ontario? Meaning, do you know where most of your 10 million, I think, passengers fly?
We have 7 million now. Yeah, I'm sure that they do. Actually, you folks do through LAWA. You have all the information.
But do you have that? I know, but do you know it offhand right now?
I don't know offhand.
Orange County uses it, Riverside, San Bernardino, Los Angeles County.
The Inland Empire, Orange County, and the San Gabriel Valley primarily.
Right. And how does just out of curiosity, how does your neighborhood around the airport, I know a lot of it is industrially zoned, how do they feel about Los Angeles having the ownership of that airport?
As long as things are going well, they're happy with it. And at this point, they're happy with it.
And have they ever gone bad? We've always been good
No, there was a time that the relationship was tense, yeah. Before we got our new terminals built, it was very hard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Your time is up.
Well, thank you, Madam President.
You can press your button again if you'd like.
Thank you for coming out here.
Thank you. All right, there's no further speakers in the queue on this portion of our presentation. Ms. Gruhl, would you like to wrap it up?
I'd like to thank you both for being here. Really appreciate it. Very informative, and we all have their PowerPoints in our notebooks, so I hope that you will look at that. The item that is actually, I know in a minute we're going to take the remainder of the public comment, but colleagues, the item that is actually before us today for adoption is the strategic plan, goals and objectives, that which is our phase one aspect of this approach to getting our own strategic plan here in Los Angeles. And I listed a lot of that when I first did our opening remarks this morning. what I want to make sure is that you see as well, which was included in your background, I thank the CLA's office, who went through all of the public comments we've received on the website to the mission and goals, and they'll continue to bring those items together and share them with us. But I hope you will look at that. It is in that last tab, the LA strategic plan and the comments that we've received, and hope that you will encourage your community to do so as we go through the next couple of phases, as well as the last one, which is specific projects that we have not listed out here today. And I think that this has really been a historic day, a transparent day for us to talk about traffic and the future of the city of Los Angeles and how we do that. And I do believe that the continued discussions will be as fruitful as the ones that we've had today and as informative. And I hope that you'll take back this information that's been provided to you and continue to have input to our Transportation Committee. And I want to thank all of our guests who came here today and my colleagues who participated as well, and their staffs who did that, and of course Mr. Garcetti's staff who were excellent in putting this together, and the CLA staff as well. And so with that, I think, Madam or Mr. President, we are going to hear we do have some people who have been very patient all day for public comment to go ahead and hear public comment today. But I think we may ask if you can open the roll on the item of approving the strategic plan, or you want to do the public comment there first? The rest of the public comment, okay.
Our first speaker will be David Ewing, followed by Anthony Manzano, followed by Avi Schoenwald.
As they're coming up, Ms. Perry, I do want to thank the Department of Transportation, last but not least. Department of Transportation did a lot of work to help put this together, so I want to thank those of you that have been here all day and know that we're going to be making you all work harder, even harder that we're making you now. So, thank you.
All right, is Mr. David Ewing, Mr. Anthony Manzano, and Avi Schoenwald, are you here? Present? Is David Ewing present in the council chamber? I'll keep calling the cards. David Ewing, are you Anthony Manzano?
I am Anthony.
Anthony Manzano, and then the next speaker would be Avi Schoenwald. Is Mr. Schoenwald here? All right. Mr. Manzano, if you would please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Good day, council members. Been waiting patiently, but I do want to mention that the panel that was here earlier gave a lot of insightful information. Most of the public comments should also be included. I guess the process is here so that no one is excluded. So the information, so for all you guys, our council members can take this information, absorb it, and use it, I guess, for your decision making in the future. I want to follow up quickly with Dorothy Lam. For almost 2 years now, the governor has established a hydrogen highway for the state of California. Our city of Los Angeles needs to establish itself in the 21st century to look beyond and be ready for the 22nd century as a hydrogen metropolis. We can do that by making our decisions on the future of transportation today. The gentleman from Portland came up and he said they had about a 50-year vision. That's not close to what we need here. We need at least a 100-year vision for our transportation needs. I want to quickly cover some of the MTA changes that have affected the community. 2 local bus lines that offer public transportation, one of which has a great impact on the youth and elderly. I received some information last week at a meeting that one person has been dismissed from their job for delays in the bus, and one student has been suspended from school for the change in bus route notice, without notice, excuse me. So the public transportation should be dependable and reliable. In this case, it was neither. I do have plenty of notes here. I know a lot of people have been speaking about traffic as congestion. Basically, traffic is congestion, but it's basically what our driving habits. It's not so many the amount of people that's on the highways, but the way our driving habits or our behavior, as some people have noted earlier. I know that Eric Garcetti had a question on raising the vehicles or persons per vehicle to either 1.6 or over. A real simple remedy or formula for that is change the diamond lane to 3. Put 3 people in the diamond lane, because if there's only 2 people in it, I'm inviting my friend, that's not a carpool. That's called cruising. So that would definitely impact the things. I know there was other notes here saying that we have to find a way to pay. How do we pay? Issue citations. For traffic, it's dealing with vehicles that are...
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manzano, your time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Avi Schoenwald, followed by Terry Ring Schoenwald. Are either of these individuals present? If not, we'll keep going. Armando Herman, Eli Lippman, Jay Hyman, Jeff Jacob Berger, and then out to the San Fernando Valley for Donna Pearman. Is Donna Pearman available, or Miriam Fogler out in the San Fernando Valley? Okay. Stephanie Taylor. Stephanie, if you would, please.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Taylor. I'm representing Green LA and the Transportation Work Group. We have been working for the last 2.5 years advocating for transportation solutions, and many of the members have been working many years on transportation solutions. And so I just thank you very much today, spending the entire day on this single topic, and for providing this forum for new ideas and innovative solutions. And so I'm very happy that I don't have to make any of my prepared comments because everything has been discussed. I think we're all on the same page. I think we've come to the conclusion that we can't do things as business as usual. We have to think out of the box. We have to make some bold decisions. So, in conclusion, I'd like to offer Green LA and the Transportation Work Group our assistance, our ability to convene such a broad, diverse coalition, our ability to bring and build consensus. And specifically, I think what we can also do is we can all help educate the staff, yourselves, and the public. I think we can also bring an important environmental perspective to all of these problems and solutions. And importantly, we can help advocate for solutions and help advocate for things that aren't going to be easy, that might seem scary, but I think we all agree that we need to move forward in a very bold way. And so in this way, I'm very encouraged that the city also has the opportunity to develop a strategic plan. And I think the strategic plan is going to be extremely important for us to be able to implement and move forward and create a blueprint in terms of how we're going to get to where we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Stephanie Taylor. Stephanie Taylor, Jacqueline Kerr, Michael Carrion, Arnold Sachs. Mr. Sachs, I think you're here.
Good evening. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. Some things. I went to County Board of Supervisors and talked a little bit about transportation there. There was a lot of talking going on, basically a lot of rehashing. We need new things. It's the same old stuff. The question is where the funding going and who's accounting for the funding? It's fact versus fiction. We had a call for the red line extension down Wilshire Boulevard. Again, it's not the red line that should be extended, it's the purple line. There's a card in the back. There's a meeting at the Regional Transit Summit, and it shows the red line extending to Western Avenue, but it doesn't extend to Western Avenue. It only extends to Vermont. That's the purple line. As long as you feed the misinformation, then whatever funding you want to use will go for misinformation. We need to start stepping up to the plate here and stop stealing the money that the public's expecting to be spent on rail projects to benefit them instead of going to third parties. There was call for public-private infrastructure. We need bonds that will address infrastructure versus operation. There's transit-oriented housing. Is it public or private? There was a time several years ago, one of the ex-councilmen, Ed Snyder, got caught in a land swap deal where he bought up a lot of property that was going to be used for the Gold Line transit stations. The Port of LA, the expansion was allowed to occur without any fallout from the results. You have a similar situation occurring in the North Valley, or the West Valley, whichever side, where the 514 and 405 meet. There's huge population increases coming along from housing tract. Is there any thought going into the transportation infrastructure that will occur when all those people hit the highway? No. Is there a rail line? No. Is there a bus line? No. Is there carpool lanes? No. Also, after listening to all this talk, we should be allowed more than 2 minutes to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is the last of our speaker cards. I just need some direction from the city clerk as to whether or not this is or is not an item on which we should be voting.
Actually, I believe Mrs. Gruhl is moving the mission statement that is attached to the committee report and the council file.
I believe, I'm sorry, ma'am, what was your name? Come closer.
NC Box, I submitted my speaker card.
Okay, please say your name for the record.
NC Box, B-O-X.
Okay. Please go ahead before we take it.
Hi, my name is NC Box. I'm with Illuminate LA, and I live in Hollywood. I'm going to read one of the letters that was sent to us by one of our cycling friends. It is a message that speaks well of our concerns. Hello, Councilman Zine, who's on the phone right now. I'm resident of District 3. By free choice, not of economic necessity, I use a mix of modes for my transportation needs. Auto, less than 6,000 miles last year. Bicycle, more than 2,100 miles last year. And the MTA. By using bicycles as part of my transportation mix, I have decreased my own auto traffic in Los Angeles from over 12,000 miles per year to less than 6,000. It's time to stop thinking of transportation in terms of autos only. I request that the Council instruct the LA DOT to re-engineer its metric for transportation efficiency away from vehicles per hour to persons transported per hour, using a weight sum across all available modes: auto, motorcycle, bus, bicycle, and pedestrian and surface rail, giving independent weight to each mode's available speed, spacing, and achievable traffic density. Regarding bicycle traffic, I support integration of bicycle traffic with other roadway traffic rather than marginalization of bicycle traffic to the sidewalk. Thank you, John Kerber. And I would like to add to that, dear council members, that the use of bicycle is part of a transportation solution. It is not for everybody, but those who choose to bike have to be included, counted, and integrated into your traffic solutions plans on all streets, not separated, not invisible, and not forgotten. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That concludes our speaker cards. So, Mr. Clerk, again, if you would reiterate what action we are taking today or are not taking
I
today.
believe the motion by Ms. Gruhl was to adopt the Transportation Strategic Plan mission statement that is attached to the council file.
Very well said, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote?
13 ayes.
All right, thank you. Next steps and wrap up. Next order of business.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
That clears the desk.
All right, does anybody, Ms. Gruhl?
I thanked everyone else other than my own staff who worked very hard on this, so I just wanted to say thank you to them too on the Transportation Day. So.
Mr. Rosendahl?
I wanted to thank Ms. Gruhl for putting this whole day together. It was extremely substantive. It gave us lots of ways to look at dealing with the mess we have out there, especially the funding mechanisms and all of the various groups that really empowered us all today. We learned a lot. I know those who watch Channel 35 appreciated it as well. And from this will come action, action, action under Ms. Gruhl's leadership. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reyes?
Thank you, Council President. My wishful thinking is that as a result of this discussion, we start asking the question, where does housing go? How do we alleviate that pressure with these transportation tools, strategies, resources, and different approaches of getting people from point A to point B? That will lend us the opportunity to smooth over that path, still engage all that energy, but help us define where housing can go. So that's ultimately the goal, I believe, and make a healthy city, jobs, housing balance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes, and everybody, thank you for your attention. And a long day, but a productive one. When Mr. Smith and Mr. Labange first suggested doing kind of all-day single-topic things, they do take a lot out of you, but they also give us the ability to be proactive and not just reactive, and this was a great day, so thank you all, and thank you again to our great chair of Transportation Committee, and our general manager, who I know is a little under the weather. You are a champion for being here all of the meeting, and thank you to the DOT staff and our planning staff and all of our fellow counterparts and others that came here today from around the country and around the region. So with that, any announcements? Any adjourning motions? If I could ask everybody in council chambers to please rise as we make adjourning motions for individuals who have passed on.
I know that everyone will join me, Eric and I spoke about this morning, that Rusty Hammer passed away last night. Yeah. So we had all been praying for him and hoping that he would survive this years of struggle. Rusty passed away last night from a rare form of leukemia at the age of 54. He was born in 1953, and at the age of 18, he was elected to the City Council in Campbell, California, becoming the youngest elected official in U.S. history. In 1975, he was elected mayor of Campbell, the youngest mayor of an incorporated city in U.S. history. He served 2 terms as mayor before retiring from politics in 1982. He received a Bachelor's of Science in Political Science from the University of Santa Clara and a Master of Arts in Public Administration from San Jose State University. As we all know him, he most recently served as president and CEO of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce from 2001 to 2006. And under his guidance as president and CEO, the LA Area Chamber increased membership yearly, increased its budget, reestablished itself as the business premier organization in Southern California. And before joining the LA Chamber, he was CEO of the Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. For more than 35 years, Rusty served as a governing board member of many local, state, and national charitable organizations. During his fight with cancer, he wrote a new book, When Cancer Calls, Say Yes to Life. This book is a story about his journey through the dreaded disease and how patients, caregivers, and the loved ones can better survive a diagnosis. In addition, he provides suggestions for ways the medical community can provide and improve patient care. He also wrote a book entitled The Business Perspective 2002 to 2006, in which he explored LA public policy issues through the lens of business from his perspective as president and CEO of the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce. He is survived by his wife Pamela and children Gerald and Jennifer, many of which we met his wife on numerous occasions, but his children were here with him seems like just yesterday, a few months ago, we were able to honor him for his work since he had been away for a while up north, recuperating and doing that, and I know he made Los Angeles a better place. He was such an extraordinary man, and he will be missed, and all members.
We'll do all members on that. Others who'd like to ask their wishes on this. Mr. Rosendahl.
Pamela was with him as you and I were with him a couple of months ago. I was a big fan of his writings about L.A. that went into this book. I used to have him on my show a lot. That gave us a real good, clear business perspective of things. But Pamela stepped to the plate with her husband. He wouldn't have lasted as long, frankly, as he did if it wasn't for her and the 2 kids that were right there nurturing him right to the end. But he had such a spirit and he had such courage that it was an honor to know him, and obviously may he rest in peace.
Let me just add as well, colleagues, he was a good friend and somebody who was amazing to work with. He did add the business perspective, but he was always very ethical and very grounded in making sure that not just the business perspective, but the social perspective here in Los Angeles was covered. It was his dream to do the Cash for College program. Myself, Mayor Hahn, others worked on getting that. It's now the largest college scholarship fair in the country in just the first couple of years that we put that together. And it's something that will certainly live on in his legacy, that he has so many young people who the door of college and university and higher education has been opened up. He's somebody who always knew how to represent well the business community, but also to not just take the traditional business voice that people would expect. And I think we respected that a lot because he understood Los Angeles. He was a very progressive individual politically himself, while being able to bridge and unite this city. He was a tremendous, tremendous individual, and we loved that we were able to have these last few years beyond what was expected. And may he rest in peace. We will miss him very dearly. Other adjourning motions, Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we adjourn in memory of Larry Smith, former USC football coach. He died on January 28th at the age of 68 in Tucson, Arizona. He was diagnosed with leukemia in 2000. Many of us remember that he coached from 1987 to 1992, and after those years, he accumulated an overall record of 44, 25, and 3. Took the Trojans to 5 bowl games in 6 years. In '88, which was probably considered his best year, he started the season with a 10-0 record, was ranked number 2 in the nation before losing to Notre Dame in the final game, and finished that season with a 10-2 record. But it was the most wins for USC since 1979. It was the first time a team in the Pac-10 had gone 8-0 in the conference play. In '89, he went 9-2, set a school record for consecutive Pac-10 wins at 19. He won his only Rose Bowl that season, defeating Michigan in his final game. Funeral services are pending.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon?
Yes, members, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Dorothy Moduno. Many of you knew her husband well, Frank Moduno. He was a fixture at St. Ferdinand's Church when I went there, and very active in the Knights of Columbus, but also worked for many elected officials in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. Well, as you all know, great staffers have great wives who are there supporting them, and vice versa. And in this case, Dorothy Moduno passed on December 27th at the age of 84. The Moduno family represented the great immigration of Italian Americans to Los Angeles during the early 1900s. A lot of people don't realize that Sister Cabrini, who has been sainted, actually established an immigration center in Los Angeles to enable Italian to immigrate into the various areas of the United States. In fact, it was recognized as some of her greatest work when she was sainted by the Pope. The Moduno family were longtime residents of the Northeast San Fernando Valley. They were first in the San Fernando Valley in 1906. They moved here from Bari, Italy, to grow olives, and had developed an incredible commercial distribution for olives, and also eventually established the Moduno Brothers Beverage and Ice Distribution Company, where Dorothy and Frank were the owners. They had tremendous impact on the San Fernando Valley, and it was my pleasure to designate Frank Moduno Drive when we established the Sylmar Metrolink station because of Frank's tremendous contributions, but Dorothy was always at his side. She leaves 2 sons, Pat and Stephen, daughter Maria, 8 grandchildren, 4 great-grandchildren, and a tremendous legacy of Italian-American heritage and tremendous contributions to this community. They were, as a couple, it was really, you know how when you say, what a cute couple? That was Frank and Dorothy. They were a great team, and I'm sure their family sorely misses them. But I know that they are joined together again since Frank passed quite a few years ago, and they are joined together in a better place where they don't have to work so hard, and things are doing much better. Maybe they're part of the Italian immigration process up there. I don't know, but Dorothy was a very humble woman, took care of her household duties, but was also a very effective business person with her husband. And so we extend our best wishes to the family. The legacy will continue.
Thank you. Second for Mr. Smith. Mr. LaBonge?
Members, I ask we adjourn in memory of Sister Mary Thomas, the Mother Superior of the Monastery of the Angels, where I get the pumpkin bread, we all get the pumpkin bread, a beautiful nun who also helped redevelop and restore the historic aspect of the monastery several years ago, and came down to fight with the BZA a little to get the special pool that they needed to help with physical therapy. She was a beautiful person, like all nuns are, and very strong in helping others. Sister Mary Thomas, may she rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Laponge. Any other adjourning motions? If not, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Colleagues, we will be meeting in X tomorrow here, January 30th, 2008, at 10 a.m. in John Ferraro Memorial Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall. Until then, have a great evening, and this meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned.